Bind. When the unfamiliar mechanical voice sounded for the second time, Sumo finally reacted and hastily replied, yes. Binding in progress. Progress 0. 1. Progress 0. 2. Illusory green scanning rays extended from beneath Sumo's feet, spreading outward into the distance. When they reached their limit, the rays returned again, and the progress increased by 0. 1. While the binding was underway, Sumo opened the wooden door and looked inside. Behind the wooden door was a staircase built of earth. Going down the steps, when he silently counted to 15, the view suddenly opened up. By the faint daylight coming from the entrance, Sumo could barely make out the structure inside. The floor and ceiling were entirely made of wooden planks, forming a stable foundation that prevented the huge underground pit from collapsing. I gambled right. Sumo's face lit up with joy. Choosing the surface certainly had its advantages, offering some convenience in early development. But he never forgot one thing: with the tools from the crafting panel, building a house on the surface was not difficult. However, building an underground shelter required not only tools, but also sufficient architectural knowledge to ensure the stability of the underground structure. Otherwise, reckless digging might cause a collapse at night, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Watching the binding progress bar of the Apocalypse survival system still slowly rising, Sumo simply sat down on the stairs, conserving energy while opening the chat panel. Maybe others also had this so-called Apocalypse survival system. He observed the world channel for a while, then opened the regional channel. No one mentioned it. It seems I'm the only one with two systems. Sumo concluded. At that moment, most of the active speakers in the world and regional channels had chosen surface shelters, with only a few choosing underground. Those who chose underground only complained a bit about its harshness before starting to discuss finding supplies. With no reference and no idea what this was, Sumo could only continue waiting. Fortunately, the progress bar rose steadily. After more than 10 minutes, the green light finally stopped scanning, and as it returned to Sumo's body, a crisp prompt sounded: Apocalypse survival system bound successfully. First binding reward 100 survival points. Scanning hosts, living environment, evaluating survival points. Today you earned 5 survival points. Final settlement: you have obtained a total of 105 survival points today. Remaining survival points 105. Along with the prompt, a large segment of scattered memories was transmitted. Originally, the Apocalypse survival system was something he could have bound on the previous Earth, but unfortunately his personal strength was limited at that time, so he had to hide in an official shelter. Naturally, he had no time to dig a personal shelter, thus missing the system binding. After coming to this world, if the survival game panel was a game panel that everyone had and could use, then the Apocalypse survival system was a cheat tool that only Sumo possessed. According to the Apocalypse survival system, each day of survival granted a certain amount of survival points. Survival points were similar to game points and could not be directly exchanged for items. Its function was similar to the item upgrade feature in games, but with a more comprehensive scope of upgradable aspects. As he understood more, Sumo suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the simple underground survival base. Personal shelter owner: Sumo space, 100 square meters, height 4. 2m, integrity 100, facilities none, description: an extremely primitive shelter with no survival facilities, at best a small tomb in the apocalypse. Looking at the description on the panel, Sumo's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the only item in the shelter, the wooden door. Shelter door effect: slightly theft-proof, slightly radiation-proof. Upgrade direction: 1, increased door thickness and wood sturdiness, slightly fireproof and waterproof. 10 survival points. Upgrade direction: 2, change material. Upgrade wooden door to stone door, greatly increased durability and other attributes. 60 survival points. Evaluation: you wouldn't want to live in the apocalypse relying on a wooden door, would you? After observing for a while, Sumo barely figured out the usage logic of the Apocalypse survival system. In addition to pure survival point upgrades, the system allowed users to provide materials, greatly reducing the survival points required for upgrade plans. For example, upgrading a wooden door to a stone door: if he could provide 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood, the survival points required would drop to 5. Survival points could be used as any material, but the conversion efficiency was certainly lower than using the original material. Therefore, as long as enough similar materials were provided, the survival points could act as a conversion and assimilation agent, greatly reducing consumption. After understanding these, the survival pressure that had been weighing on Sumo's mind finally eased a lot. I must create a strong enough shelter before my parents and sister are deployed here. Before that, solve the supply problem. Clenching his fist, secretly Sumo walked out of the shelter along the steps. Water and food were the primary concerns. Fortunately, with the survival system, now a rough development path had appeared in Sumo's mind. First, he came to a small tree, used his own weight to break off a branch, and stored it in his inventory. Then a prompt appeared. Wood 1, then Sumo searched for solid stones on the ground, storing various sizes into his inventory. Soon another prompt sounded. Stone 1. It really has become gamified, but that's fine. At least my stamina won't be too inferior to others in the early stage. He no longer dwelled on the reality that it had become so game-like. Next, let's try the crafting function. Open crafting panel. The interface changed. Stone axe, ordinary wood 11, stone 11, materials satisfied. Selected stone axe. Confirm crafting. Record wood 1, stone 1. Record stone axe ordinary successfully crafted. A stone axe about the length of a forearm appeared in Sumo's hand. The handle was rough wood with good friction, allowing a firm grip. The axe head was a wedge-shaped, polished, extremely smooth and sharp. Stone axe ordinary, a brand new, unworn axe, currently 60 centimeters long. With it your wood collection will be much easier. Not bad. Sumo swung it a few times. The sharpness of the stone axe could not compare with an iron axe, but with it cutting trees became much easier. If you want to get rich, first chop trees. Gritting his teeth against thirst under the scorching sun, he cut 15 units of wood and 4 units of plant fiber before returning to the underground shelter along the same path. The cool underground slightly soothed the heat of his body, but the protest from his throat added a sense of urgency to Sumo's heart. A person can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Especially after strenuous labor, he might die of thirst in this wasteland within 2 days. I must quickly figure out a way to make a water extraction tool. First, try to make a simple water extraction device with materials and see if the system can upgrade it. After resting a bit to recover energy, Sumo went to the sunny part of the shelter and started prying up the floorboards with his stone axe. Without disturbing the surrounding floor, he carefully removed one plank and then took out the wood. First, he used 4 units of wood to craft a wooden barrel. Then he used 1 unit of wood to craft a wooden stick, 2 units of wood to craft a wooden shovel, and finally 2 units of plant fiber to craft a hemp rope. A full set of tools was ready. Sumo picked up the wooden shovel and started digging in the excavated hole in the ground. It was easier than expected. With the tool, each shovel stroke brought up a lot of dirt. After digging a pit deep enough to hold the barrel, he stopped and began assembling the previously crafted tools. He placed the barrel, hung the stick between 2 planks, and connected the barrel and stick with the hemp rope. Then, concentrating his mind, a prompt from the survival system popped up. Well, water extractor. Current efficiency 0, molde upgrade direction 1. Upgrade barrel material, increase barrel volume, add sealing function, greatly extend drinking water preservation, time upgrade, cost 20 survival points. Upgrade direction 2, deepen the well pit, enhance water extraction efficiency upgrade, cost 130 survival points. Evaluation, a pit, a barrel. Did you think well water would appear by imagination? It really can be done like this. Sumo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the second option provided by the system. Ignoring the survival system's sarcastic remarks, his face was brimming with excitement. Wells might be rare in cities, but in rural areas, even as late as 2022, many places still relied on primitive wells. For an ordinary well, before site selection, one must follow the terrain, choosing low-lying areas where water could accumulate, then use modern tools to dig. But now with the survival system, as long as he could craft a model of the item, survival points could replace the subsequent work. There's hope. Sumo began to carefully study the well upgrade plan. If he upgraded directly, it would cost 130 survival points. With his current efficiency of 5 survival points per day, it would take at least 5 days to accumulate enough. By then he might have already died of thirst. Waiting idly for enough survival points was definitely a foolish plan. Sumo smiled, thinking of a solution. I can provide materials for the upgrade. Touching upgrade plan 2 with his mind, he quickly learned 2 items. He could currently supply 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber. Picking up the stone axe, Sumo felt full of energy. He strode out of the shelter in 3 steps and began collecting resources, gathering leaves and picking up stones. After more than half an hour, he finally collected enough resources and returned to the shelter. This time the required survival points dropped to 75. Choose plan 2. A green scanning light spread from under Sumo's feet, gradually merging with the pit. In his vision, the pit deepened and the wooden bucket slid down as the terrain disappeared. The hemp rope, made from several units of plant fiber, began to extend as the bucket descended. The piled stones rapidly vanished. As all materials were consumed, with a snap, the green light suddenly returned into Sumo's body. Turning his gaze to the well, new attributes appeared. Micro well water extractor, common, current efficiency 2000 molde. Upgrade direction 1, upgrade well material, add sealing and purification functions to improve water quality, consumption of survival points 200. Upgrade direction 2, deepen the well pit to improve water extraction efficiency, consumption of survival points 300. Evaluation, must have for wilderness survival. Looking at the well panel showing a daily output of 2 liters, Sumo's face lit up with joy and he began to calculate in his mind. If he didn't move much, just 300 milliliters of water a day would sustain life. Even with outdoor labor, 1 liter at most would suffice. As for the scientific theory of at least 2 L per person per day, that was far too luxurious in the apocalypse. Even in civilized times, many couldn't drink 2 L daily. How could one practice health preservation in a post-apocalyptic world? Drinking water crisis resolved. Next, he needed to tackle the food problem. After thinking, Sumo opened the trading panel. As expected, many items had appeared on the previously empty panel. Seller Luo Feng, trading item 1, iron block, required item 100 milliliters, purified water. Message, don't message me saying I'm being greedy. I dug this out under the scorching sun for over an hour. Seller Suyu trading item 200G bread, required item 1 copper block message. If you don't want to starve, bring out the copper block now. No waiting. Seller Han Li trading item 500G mutated desert coyote meat, required item 300 milliliters purified water message trade for purified water fresh coyote meat, just harvested, hurry up. Seller Wang Fuguwei trading item 100 milliliters quenching liquid, required item anything message me privately, comment damn, says it's liquid, but it's urine. Why don't you drink it yourself to quench thirst? Comment you tricked me out of 10 units of wood. Don't let me catch you. Urine. Seeing the so-called quenching liquid, Sumo found it ridiculous. So there was such a loophole in the trading system. No wonder this person didn't specify what the liquid was. Even if dying of thirst, no one would willingly drink urine right after transmigrating. After a few minutes having made a general observation, Sumo had a rough understanding of the market situation. Among those who arrived recently, there were some formidable individuals. Some had already killed many mutated creatures with the tools at hand. Some relied on treasure chests found in the desert to get food and tools. But water remained the most scarce resource. Hardly anyone listed water for trade, and even if a little appeared, it would be bought within seconds. Leaving the trading panel, Sumo entered the area chat. This time, there was more useful information. If you kill a mutated beast, a treasure chest drops. I killed a mutated rabbit and got a chest with a bottle of waha and a wrench. You can also find chests in the wilderness, don't mistake them for trash. Anyone kind enough to give food? I haven't eaten all day. In the small group, aside from those who didn't want to move, most were discussing resource gathering. At this stage, few were focused on developing their shelters. Most were stockpiling supplies before the next disaster. Sumo watched for a moment and gained some useful intelligence. Just as the introduction had said, the wilderness was full of danger and opportunity. Every time a mutated beast was killed, a treasure chest would drop. What you got depended on luck and the beast's strength. There were also many wild chests scattered across the wilderness. Once found, they could be opened. In short, during the beginner phase, as long as one was willing to explore, there was at least a chance to survive without starving or dying of thirst. As for those who were used to a pampered life, who only knew how to give orders, or who had lost their survival instincts, they would be eliminated first in this global survival competition involving billions of humans. He sat on the shelter steps until the sun hung low on the horizon, then took advantage of the last ray of light to pull up the bucket. After about 5 hours, the bucket had accumulated 400 milliliters of water. He spent 4 units of wood to craft another bucket, poured the well water into it to let impurities settle, then put the bucket back to continue collecting. Suppressing his thirst, he opened the trading panel and listed 200 milliliters of water in an auction. Seller Sumo trading item 200 milliliters ground mineral water, required item any food message fresh groundwater. I dug for half a day just to get this little. Only food, highest bidder. As soon as Sumo listed the water, the chat channel exploded instantly. Whoa, someone listed water for trade, and it's dug water. There's water underground. I'm going to dig now. First time seeing dug water. Most listed water is from chests. This guy actually trades it. Only food. I have 300G of bread, can I trade? The world channel was buzzing. Meanwhile, a bunch of people were privately messaging Sumo. Brother Sue, 20 units of wood for your water. Please, I'm dying. I have billions in assets, give me the water, and I'll give you 1 billion after we get out, guaranteed wealth. Sumo, brother, I'm so thirsty, give me water, if we meet, I'll do anything for you. Bro, 300G wolf meat, and 200G bread for it. Among the thousands of private messages flooding in, there were also some foreign user avatars, but their messages were translated into Chinese by the system. Among these people, there were many familiar faces from a previous life, minor celebrities, billionaires, officials. Some promised riches, some issued threats, and many even used sexual allure. Sumo ignored them all. The first disaster would strike in 5 days. In such precarious times, everyone was equal. Who knew how many would survive after the calamity? After screening for about 10 minutes, Sumo selected the highest current bidder and completed the trade. Record: you lost 200 milliliters of water. Record: you gained 350G bread, 200G beef jerky, 1 iron, 1 lighter. With the transaction complete, half the water in the bucket disappeared, replaced by several items in the inventory. Counting the previous expenditure, only 4 units of wood remained in the inventory. Sumo calculated and spent 4 wood to craft a wooden chest, putting all the traded items inside. He carefully took the remaining half of the water and drank it, then before the sky was completely dark, he went out again. After trading for iron blocks, Sumo did not hide them. He summoned the crafting interface and forged an iron axe with 1 unit of iron, significantly increasing his efficiency in chopping trees. The survival system assesses daily survival points based on my living environment. Therefore, I must make the shelter as comfortable and suitable for habitation as possible. This way, a positive cycle can be formed. While chopping down trees with the iron axe, Sumo pondered inwardly. The current environment of the shelter is utterly terrible. Besides the main entrance, there are hardly any ventilation openings, and it is dark inside. The bare floor has nothing but a well which barely adds some points. Everything else resembles a grave. After chopping until the sun had completely set, feeling the hunger rising within, Sumo made his way back to the shelter. His inventory now had 20 units of wood and 8 units of plant fiber restored. The stacking limit for the same item is currently unknown, but 20 units in the inventory is definitely sufficient for now. Seeing the pitch-black shelter where even the steps were hard to discern, Sumo had no choice but to summon the crafting interface. Torch normal, wood 0-1, plant fiber 0-2. Records wood 1, plant fiber 2. Records torch 1. Torch normal, a brand new torch that can burn for 12 hours once ignited. Fortunately, the survival game takes into account that fire is the most crucial element for humanity, not imposing any difficulty on this aspect and providing a certain degree of grace. After feeling his way down the steps to the open area of the shelter, Sumo took out a lighter he had stored in the cabinet and ignited it. Poof! The torch burned efficiently, instantly illuminating the dark shelter. He attempted to craft a well again, but this time there was no response from the system. Sumo had to stick a wooden pole next to the well and connect the torch to it with a rope to create a makeshift lighting device. Returning to the wooden door, he securely closed the main entrance with a sturdy bolt, feeling a long-lost sense of safety wash over him. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had a subterranean shelter. With a continuous water source, enough food for 2 meals, and light, this was undoubtedly the best comfort for Sumo after a long day. Sitting on the last step, Sumo summoned the crafting panel and, using the materials in his inventory, luxuriously crafted a small bed made of wood and covered with straw. He made a rough chair, a small wooden cup, and a small round table that could accommodate 3 people. After completing these items, the wood count dropped to 8, and the plant fiber was completely used up. However, at this moment, Sumo felt no disappointment. Instead, he was invigorated. He placed the bed near the back of the cave and positioned the table and chairs close to the entrance. After pouring 150 milliliters of water collected from the well into the storage barrel, Sumo took the small wooden cup and filled it with water, placing it on the table, then brought out some bread and jerky. What a sumptuous dinner! He broke the bread, stuffed it with some jerky, and took a hearty bite before lifting the cup to drink a big gulp of water. The fresh food flowing into his hungry stomach felt like discovering an oasis in the desert, bringing happiness that surpassed a few unexplainable seconds. I wonder how my family is doing now. I must create a shelter that can fit my whole family before they arrive. While eating the meat sandwich, Sumo's thoughts raced. The survival game did not specify when family members would be introduced, and this threat loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. After finishing his meal, Sumo opened the chat panel during the digestion period. After glancing around the world panel, he found that everyone was still asking for food and water. It had been nearly 8 hours since everyone suddenly arrived in this world. Sumo's underground shelter was beginning to resemble a living space, but most others were just empty shells forced to sleep on the floor with empty stomachs and dry throats at night. Some were injured, while many fortunate ones had found treasure chests containing good items. Conversely, some had already perished in this short half-day. In the regional channel group, it started with 1,000 people. By the time Sumo checked in, the number in the bottom right corner had suddenly dropped to 988. In just half a day, 12 people had already died, which undoubtedly placed immense pressure on those still alive. Cautious exploration and acting within one's means are essential, or people will truly die. Some, upon finding treasure chests, became complacent, ignoring the mutated creatures lurking nearby, and were killed by surprise attacks. Others recklessly challenged unknown mutated creatures and were instantly killed. On the first day, all those who died shared a common trait: they sought death. Challenging mutated creatures is fraught with risks and rewards. Most of the deceased treated this world as a game world, which is incredibly foolish. My progress is relatively fast, but starting tomorrow, I also need to train, otherwise if I encounter mutated creatures, I will be left helpless. As for acid rain, I need complete ventilation and drainage systems. Ideally, I should prepare food for over 3 days before disaster strikes. Living in this world, one will inevitably face mutated creatures. The beginning is manageable, since these creatures likely won't be very strong. At least in the survival game's determination, an adult with a weapon can definitely handle. If I choose to evade this bloody reality now, by the time the novice phase is over, there will be no time left to hone my courage and resolve. Exiting the chat channel, he entered the trading platform. As in the afternoon, everyone was still exchanging supplies for water and food. After all, survival supplies were the most scarce and important in the past few days. To his surprise, someone was trading special items. Flipping through the pages, Sumo saw a special item trading information. Scorching Pingon. Trading item: beginner monster handbook, disappears after use. Required item: 1L of water. Note: just water, just water. Those trying to trade other items, your mother will definitely be hanged on the second tree tonight. Oh, what an irritable fellow. Sumo raised an eyebrow, somewhat intrigued by the comments below. Diving into the personal trading items, the page resembled a second-hand trading site, where countless people were angrily cursing. You think you can exchange a monster handbook for water? Are you out of your mind? Ask yourself if you're worth it. Little brother, I have 500 milliliters of wolf blood. If you want it, it's enough to get you through the night. More and more comments swarmed the trading area like locusts, and it was unknown whether the Scorching Pingon was stimulated or not. After a while, he listed another new item on his personal page. Scorching Pingon. Trading item: water pair 10. Required item: 100 milliliters of water each. Note those looking for bargains don't come here. Your grandfather won't die without water tonight. Get lost if you're looking to profit off me. This wave of flaunting wealth instantly broke more people's defenses, and countless curses increased rather than decreased. Suemo, who initially wanted to contact the seller to negotiate, had to let go of that thought. He really needed the monster handbook, and although 1L of water wasn't much, his water storage device still wasn't full enough, so he could only wait till tomorrow to check again. After moving around a bit, he spent 2 units of wood to craft a wooden spear and placed it next to the bed. Suemo extinguished the torch and laid down on the straw bed. Currently, the shelter did not have sufficient ventilation. The burning torch easily depleted the oxygen in the underground base. Gradually, drowsiness overcame him. Suemo fell into a deep sleep, dreaming that when his family arrived in this world, he had already built a fully automated super luxurious shelter. No matter the meteorite strikes or absolute zero, the shelter remained unharmed. His sister smiled happily, and his parents looked at him with approving gazes. However, unaware in his dream, nearly 1 million people died silently on that day. Ample food and water gave Suemo enough stamina to resist the night's dampness and cold. But others were not so lucky. Thirst, hunger, and the ever-present threat of mutated creatures constantly challenged their nerves. As the sun rises and sets, many people cease to live for themselves after graduating from university, burdened by the expectations of their parents and relatives, as well as the pressures of society. Modern society acts like a mold, gradually shaping distinct individuals into similar entities, forcing them to become cogs in the machinery of daily life. Sometimes standing by the floor-to-ceiling window and witnessing the rapid advancements in technology, the bustle outside feels strangely alien to Suemo. After this journey through time, despite the immense survival pressure, Suemo relished the rare joy of sleeping in until he naturally awoke, unbothered by alarms. Waking up in the dark, he received good news from the survival system. Doomsday calendar, January 2nd. You have arrived in an unfamiliar world, feeling lost, but you have finally built a shelter, which is quite exciting. Survival points 50. You upgraded the water extraction device, ensuring your daily water needs. Survival points 5. You crafted a bed that barely accommodates sleeping, which significantly enhances your sense of happiness in this apocalyptic world. Survival points 5. You constructed a set of rudimentary furniture. Survival points 1. Your meals are tolerable. Survival points 1. Scanning host survival environment, evaluating survival points. You gained 11 survival points today. In total, you have gained 73 survival points today. Remaining survival points 103 points. Sumo's eyes lit up. After spending 75 survival points yesterday to expand the well water extractor, he was pleased to see his survival points return to 103 today. It seems that the more actions I take each day, the more survival points I earn. Even by just scraping by, I can steadily accumulate over 10 points. Suemo sighed in relief. He feared that this apocalyptic survival system might behave like those in novels he read on Earth, forcing him to complete missions under threat of annihilation. Or worse, it might compel him to betray his own heart, leading to a series of melodramatic events involving betrayal and awakening. However, today, I must find a way to upgrade the lighting and ventilation of the base, otherwise I might starve to death or fall in the dark. He closed the wooden door, and the base was shrouded in darkness with only a sliver of light seeping through the door's crack. Following his instincts, using the wooden spear like a guiding cane, Suemo carefully made his way to the stairs, ascending them and opening the wooden door of the shelter. The morning sunlight, accompanied by a chill, streamed through the open gap. After adjusting to the bright light, Suemo cautiously peered through the door crack, confirming there was no danger before fully opening the wooden door. As the wooden door opened, the stuffy air of the underground shelter began to circulate. The wooden board set at the entrance remained intact, showing no signs of mutated creatures attacking. After breathing in the fresh air for a moment, Suemo returned to the shelter. He first approached the well, lifting the water bucket and finding the accumulation from overnight. Record: you have obtained 920 milliliters of water. Record: your current water storage is at 970 milliliters. Today's harvest, combined with yesterday's leftovers, is considerable, but still short of the required amount to exchange for the monster encyclopedia. Under normal circumstances, a person drinks about 20 ml, 30 ml of water at a time. Sitting on a wooden chair, Suemo estimated he had consumed about 3 sips. Savoring the sweetness in his mouth, Suemo opened the trading panel. He intended to meet the minimum daily survival requirement with his current water planning to use the rest entirely for trading. Only by utilizing water to obtain ample resources in the early stages can he stay ahead of everyone else. Today's trading records have increased compared to yesterday, and clicking on the collection panel brought Suemo joy. For some unknown reason, the monster encyclopedia that cost 1 liter of water yesterday had, after a night of fermentation, its seller Chin Pingin voluntarily reduced the price by 300 milliliters. It now only required 700 milliliters to purchase. Meanwhile, the water pairs listed for sale had also dropped from 100 milliliters each to 50 milliliters. What a steal! Suemo felt a surge of happiness, placing 800 milliliters of water into his item slot and directly purchasing the monster encyclopedia and 2 water pairs. A flash of trading light occurred, and the water in his item slot vanished, replaced by the monster encyclopedia and the two water pairs. Taking out the encyclopedia and water pairs, Sumo first picked up a fist-sized pear and took a bite, instantly relishing its delightful flavor. Although the water content of the pear was less than 50 milliliters, its flesh could stave off hunger, and the pear juice contained vitamins. In the apocalypse, being able to eat one was simply a delight. However, at this moment, while Sumo enjoyed the water pear, discussions erupted in the world chat due to his extravagant purchase. Chen Pinggan's encyclopedia was snatched away for a staggering 700 milliliters of water. Damn, what a true tycoon. The buyer seems to be Sumo, right? This person sold 200 milliliters yesterday, and then 700 milliliters today. Does he think he has too much water? Can Su God come out and say something? How did he manage to dig up water? A blood oath from 10,000 people, 110,000, requesting a strategy. A blood oath from 10,000 people, 210,000. I still have food here. Does Su God need bread? I'm almost dying of thirst. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have found a water source. Sigh, such luck. A large group of people engaged in this discussion. Within a day, Sumo's name had etched itself in the minds of many. While others begrudged even a single milliliter of water, he extravagantly exchanged 700 milliliters for an early-game, useless monster encyclopedia. On the other hand, after finishing one water pear and the last meat sandwich from the previous night, Sumo picked up the book. Reminder: do you wish to use the monster encyclopedia? Once used, it cannot be returned to trading. Yes. As Sumo spoke, a function labeled encyclopedia reappeared on the game panel following the 4 available functions. Sumo clicked on it. A densely packed list appeared. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more exciting. Withered leaf snake, greenhead, turtle, mutated eagle. Selecting the withered leaf snake. Viewing details. Withered leaf snake. The snake's back is dark brown with crimson horizontal stripes. Its belly is olive gray with scattered white spots, and its head and neck are light yellowish white with dark brown patterns, possessing weak proactive aggression. Weakness: extremely afraid of fire and blunt weapon strikes. Danger level 80. In addition to the descriptive information, there is a 3D image of the withered leaf snake, which can be viewed from different angles. After observing several biological entries, Sumo exclaimed that he had struck gold. Although this encyclopedia seemed somewhat useless at present, the noted weaknesses were extremely valuable, saving considerable effort against hundreds of various creatures. Moreover, this encyclopedia possessed an exceedingly bug-like function. Scan. As Sumo spoke, a radar-like graphic appeared on the game panel with a red exclamation mark below. Detecting a mutated chameleon disguised nearby, within 265 meters, danger level 65. Please proceed with caution. Today's usage 23. Is there really one? Following the location indicated by the radar, Sumo crawled out of the shelter's entrance and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The mutated chameleon was positioned exactly where he had chopped trees yesterday. Even if he actively searched now, it would be difficult to discern where the chameleon lay. Gripping the wooden spear tightly. Should he charge in now? Naturally, that would be unwise. That's too dangerous. Not to mention the sharpness of the wooden spear. With my mediocre skills, heading over would likely just serve as a meal for it. Opening the encyclopedia, he located the entry for the mutated chameleon and began to read patiently. Mutated chameleon. The chameleon's mutated skin greatly enhances its camouflage, and the venom on its tongue allows it ample time to kill its prey after a sneak attack, possessing moderate aggression. Weakness: the mutation enhances its camouflage ability, but slows its reflexes and weakens its body. Danger level 65. There are solutions, Sumo thought thoughtfully. Under such scorching sunlight, the chameleon must need food and water, right? If he could strike when it was most exhausted, it would be an opportunity. First, I need to upgrade my weapon. When the sun is at its fiercest, I can go out and deal with this treacherous beast. Resolute, Sumo, filled with a sense of crisis, decided against gathering materials and returned to the shelter, closing the wooden door and lighting a torch. Sitting on the wooden chair, he took out the wooden spear and focused his attention. Wooden spear: a brand new wooden spear with a wooden tip that has questionable lethality, not recommended as your primary weapon for survival. Upgrade option 1. Upgrade the overall material to enhance the spear tip's sharpness, requiring 5 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade the overall material to include an electric assist device, significantly increasing the speed of thrusting, requiring 40 survival points. There are advantages and disadvantages to both upgrade methods. The first method costs less and shows quick results, with its benefits being immediately apparent. The second method is more expensive and includes an electric device that can increase attack speed. Which one to choose? Looking at the spear before him, Sumo hesitated. In his heart, he actually leaned towards the second option. After all, having an electric device in an era where everyone was still chiseling stones would undoubtedly represent a qualitative change. However, I choose the first one. Sumo remembered the description of the chameleon in the illustrated guide. Although this mutated chameleon had increased its camouflage ability, it sacrificed its mobility. Compared to the attack speed gained from spending 40 points, the first method is evidently more cost-effective. Moreover, if the electric device needs charging, there isn't even a ventilation hole in the base right now, so charging can only be done through friction. As Sumo pondered, the spear in front of him gradually revealed new colors under the system's transformation. The wood color interspersed with red and yellow clearly indicated that the wooden spear had not been transformed into a metallic or stone material. Pinewood spear, a brand new wooden spear with a delicate overall texture, its grain resembling drifting swans, strong as iron, and with considerable lethality. Seeing the attributes, Sumo felt both astonished and delighted. It is worth noting that pinewood is one of the precious materials exceptionally suited for crafting cold weapons. Compared to metal, the resilience of this wood is even more invaluable for someone without combat experience. To evolve such a high-quality wood with just 5 survival points made Missouri once again realize the power of the system. Now I just need a set of armor. I can't afford to get injured in the wild. Opening the trading panel, Sumo began browsing. On January 2nd of the apocalypse calendar, after a day's time, many people were forced to venture into the wild to survive. Although not many found treasure chests, due to the vast number of players, there were still some protective gear available on the trading panel. I don't necessarily need to buy the best while I have the system, so perhaps I can buy something and evolve it later, Sumo thought to himself while surveying. Currently, he had 100 milliliters of water in stock, and by noon he could probably save up to around 200 milliliters. This amount of water could be exchanged for a somewhat old-fashioned and heavy ceramic armor in the market. Ceramic armor may not hold up well against large creatures, but it was decent against smaller ones due to the material. Resolute, he waited until noon when the sun was at its fiercest. Sumo first spent 200 milliliters to buy the ceramic armor, then spent another 50 milliliters to buy 300 g of bread. After finishing the bread and drinking 50 milliliters of water with the remaining pair, Sumo's condition was now completely restored. In contrast to the chameleon waiting in vain on the dry ground, Sumo's attack at this moment perfectly embodied the core principle of strike when the enemy is tired. Wait just a little longer, he said. After taking out the monster guide and confirming that the chameleon was still there, Sumo calmed himself and began to equip the armor. Pieces of earthy yellow tiles were interwoven with unknown cotton threads covering the main parts of his body and legs. Worn ceramic armor upgrade path 1. Increased defense upgrade. The ceramic material enhance overall strength, requires 5 survival points. Upgrade path 2. Upgrade overall material change plasticity. Different materials yield different results. Direct upgrade requires 60 survival points. Evaluation. This armor should not be worn in battle. It would be better suited for a museum. As usual, Sumo chose upgrade path 1 again. A flash of light appeared. The previously worn armor suddenly became shiny, and a unique scent emanated from it. Hunter's ceramic armor, exquisite material, neatly stitched, considerable defense, with a unique grassy scent that can mask the hunter's odor. After straining to put on the improved ceramic armor, Sumo felt a sense of reassurance. The importance of weapons and armor in the apocalypse was self-evident. Now let's see where you run, beast. Opening the base's main door, holding the spear in both hands like a character from a TV show with a gun, Sumo strode toward the chameleon's location. Yesterday's logging had left the thicket in disarray. The ground was littered with dry leaves, obstructing visibility and making it hard to see the chameleon's precise location. But that didn't matter. Silently calling upon the monster guide for another scan, a line of prompts appeared. Detected a mutated camouflaged chameleon 19 meters away from the player, danger level 65. Please proceed with caution. Today's attempts 03. In his field of vision, Sumo finally saw the chameleon's appearance for the first time. It wasn't lying on the ground. This cunning chameleon was perfectly positioned atop the first tree that had not yet been felled. Had Sumo not discovered it today, the chameleon would have ambushed him while he was chopping trees, surely catching him off guard. Finding the enemy, Sumo restrained his steps and pretended to look unconcerned. I wonder if this beast has any intelligence, but it's always better to be cautious, he thought, slowly walking until he was about 2 meters away before suddenly exploding into maximum speed toward the chameleon. With the pinewood spear drooping in his hand, he quickly raised it, pointing it straight ahead. The chameleon lying on the tree seemed to realize its camouflage had been exposed and hurriedly tried to adjust its position. Unfortunately, its heavy reaction speed did not allow it to maneuver quickly. Charge, stab, turn. A series of actions flowed seamlessly. Although this was his first strike, and his aim wasn't perfect, not hitting its head, the tip of the pinewood spear still accurately pierced the chameleon's body. With a pull, a splash of sickly green blood was released, splattering onto the bark below, emitting a charred smell. Seeing such a potent toxin, Sumo quickly withdrew the pinewood spear and retreated decisively. The chameleon, struck with a hole the size of a bowl, began to go berserk in agony. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The continuous flow of blood had completely robbed it of its sanity, and it began to angrily attack its surroundings. Green venom sprayed out from the chameleon's mouth, creating a terrifying scene within a 3-meter radius. Hiss! This venom is truly fierce, Sumo thought, lowering his head as he felt a chill creep down his spine. The tip of the pinewood spear was now covered with many pores melting away rapidly like ice encountering fire. Silently placing the pinewood spear aside, Sumo once again utilized the game panel to craft another wooden spear, spending 5 survival points for its evolution. Once the evolution was completed, the other chameleon seemed to have also exhausted itself, collapsing on the ground and lying still, looking as if it were dead. Observing from a distance, Sumo raised an eyebrow and continued to wait patiently. From the information he gathered in the chat channel yesterday, any monster killed would surely drop resource chests. Had he not seen that message, he might have foolishly rushed forward for a finishing blow. Now that he knew the chameleon's act of feigning death had become futile. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the chameleon on the ground became wildly agitated, beginning to convulse. After a few seconds of continued spraying, it collapsed with a thud. Seizing the moment, Sumo threw the already corroded pinewood spear beside him, landing right next to the chameleon. The chameleon, in its final moments, attempted to spray venom again. However, when it raised its head and saw it was just a wooden spear, it let out a sorrowful cry and fell heavily to the ground. This time the chameleon was no longer alive. At that moment, the green venom on the ground was rapidly disappearing, and with the chameleon's corpse erupting in a dazzling light, a silver treasure chest appeared once the light faded. A silver treasure chest. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Looking at the treasure chest before him, Sumo was overjoyed, wanting nothing more than to rush over and open it to see what was inside. According to the information currently gathered by Sumo, after defeating monsters in the wilderness, the treasure chests follow a progression from wooden chests to iron chests, and then to copper chests. Many speculate that there are silver chests, gold chests, and diamond chests ahead, but based on yesterday's news, the best treasure chest opened was merely a copper chest. This monster encyclopedia was a prized item that Chun Pingon opened from a copper chest. Silver chest, oh my dear heart. Licking his dry lips, Sumo, lying on the sandy ground, felt as if he had just drunk a bottle of ice-cold cola on a hot summer day. The only words to describe his state were refreshing. Picking up his wooden spear, Sumo cautiously approached, stowed the silver chest away, and quickly retraced his steps. The monster encyclopedia had 3 uses per day. Having just used the last chance to defeat the chameleon, he could not afford to be careless now. Safely returning to the base, he locked the wooden door and sat at a small table, retrieving the silver chest. It was entirely silver, shimmering with an alluring silver glow, and with every breath it seemed to possess a deadly magic, compelling one to open it. Open the silver chest. As Sumo's voice fell, the chest began to radiate light, accompanied by the sound of dice rolling. Record: you have opened the silver chest. Record: you have obtained 1 unit of spectral energy. Record: you have obtained 1 unknown pet egg. Record: you have obtained 1 energy bicycle design blueprint. Record: you have obtained 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Record: you have obtained 5 kilograms of big Liba bread. I've struck gold. This is a real windfall. Looking at the 5 items of various shapes in his inventory, Sumo felt a surge of excitement, eager to rush out and battle another chameleon for 300 rounds. He took out the 3 items, excluding food and water, and placed them on the table, focusing his gaze. Spectral energy, one of the top-tier clean energy sources, possessing incredible effects requiring corresponding blueprints for use. Unknown pet egg, dripping player blood onto the eggshell will hatch an unknown pet. Energy bicycle design blueprint can be powered by any energy source, including, but not limited to, food, wood, gasoline, diesel, and spectral energy. It's actually spectral energy which countless scientists on Earth have tirelessly researched. Playing with the energy block about the size of a peach, Sumo suddenly gained deeper insights about this world. As a top-tier clean energy, Earth scientists not only proposed the applications of spectral energy, but also pointed out its formidable strengths. Any item powered by spectral energy is akin to being enchanted, capable of producing effects that ordinary people find hard to comprehend. Though the exact nature of these effects remains unknown, it at least represents a nascent form of future technological advancement. Unfortunately, even before the apocalypse, this concept remained confined to the Research Institute's top-secret laboratory, with formulas written on paper dozens of meters high. If the current application of spectral energy truly aligns with Earth scientists' findings, then. With this thought, Sumo concentrated and called upon the system, looking at the overall status of his shelter. Personal shelter owner, Sumo space, 100 integrity, 100 facilities, wooden bed, wooden chair, wooden table, mini water extraction well. Introduction: a generally rudimentary shelter with basic survival facilities. Food is currently your most pressing issue. Upgrade path: 1 spectral energy shelter. Requires 5,000 survival points. There really is an upgrade path, but it requires a staggering 5 million survival points, or I can provide 5,000 units of spectral energy crystals. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You should know, during the first detection for upgrades, there was no upgrade path for the shelter. Now, with spectral energy crystals in hand, the upgrade path for the shelter had directly appeared. Considering the potential of spectral energy, once it evolves into a spectral energy shelter, it would be akin to transforming the shelter into a living entity possessing terrifying disaster resilience. It could even evolve into an interstellar shelter in the future, making it possible to bathe in the sun without issue. Naturally, discussing such distant ideas is premature. Thus, Sumo turned his attention to the current only gold mine, the water extraction well. Mini water extraction well, ordinary current efficiency, 2000 mol/day upgrade path, 1 upgrade, well material enhanced sealing and purification functions, significantly extending the freshness of drinking water upgrade, consumes 200 survival points. Upgrade path, 2 deepen the well enhanced water extraction efficiency upgrade consumes 300 survival points. Upgrade path 3 evolve towards spectral energy, greatly enhance water production efficiency, improve purification efficiency. Long-term consumption of drinking water has a very small chance of physical enhancement upgrade consumes 1080 survival points. Evaluation, a must-have for wilderness survival. So expensive. Sumo was taken aback, then quickly realized that materials had not yet been put in. After putting in 1 unit of spectral energy crystals, the consumption immediately dropped to 70 points, and among the remaining materials, most were names Sumo had never heard of. After searching, he found that these materials were not available in the trade market. Select Upgrade Path 3. Now I have 88 survival points left, which is more than enough for the upgrade. As my current treasure trove, the upgrade should definitely be prioritized. In an instant, the spectral energy crystals in his hand began to vanish, and the next second a deep blue light illuminated the well, followed by a significant transformation at the well's mouth. The stone, originally grayish-green, changed into a mix of blue and black, and its material appeared to have changed significantly. Spectral energy water extraction well, fine current efficiency 7200 mol/day, 300 ml upgrade path 1 quality, 3000 efficiency, 500 low temperature resistance, 200 water quality, 5000. As he lifted the water from the well, the originally clear well water now shimmered with visible blue specks. Even the introduction had changed to spectral energy water has a slight healing effect. Long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. After trying a sip, Sumo was pleasantly surprised to discover that not only had the attributes changed, but even the taste was worlds apart. The ordinary water surprisingly tasted as rich as fine liquor from earth. A hint of sweetness blossomed on his tongue, fragrant on his lips, and his slightly inflamed throat felt much more comfortable under the caress of the spectral energy water. Indeed, the addition of spectral energy has imbued science with a touch of mystery, and with a water production rate of 300 milliliters per hour, this is a definite takeoff. After placing the bucket down to collect, Sumo examined the 2 items before storing them. While the drinking issue was resolved, there was still no good source of food. It would be fine to hatch a small creature, but if he opened up a large pet that required dozens of pounds of food daily, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. As for the energy bicycle, although there was a design blueprint, upon glancing at the complex material requirements, Sumo immediately abandoned the idea of crafting it. Though useful, even putting in 1 unit of wood could be converted into power. However, the technology of material conversion was still too complex. The top priority is to address the safety and ventilation issues of the base, and it would be best to solve the drainage issue as well. Determined, Sumo began planning the renovation of the base under the glow of the fire. The 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water opened from the silver chest proved that drinking water was still a strong asset in terms of purchasing power. Therefore, directly utilizing spectral energy water to procure supplies for rapid base development was surely a good path. First, let's think about how to renovate the ventilation system of the base. This is a major challenge for the underground shelter. Sitting on a slightly uncomfortable wooden chair, Sumo began to recall the knowledge from the era of civilization, as well as the designs of shelters in various apocalyptic films. The underground shelter requires a large air filtration and regulation system, but any ventilation duct exposed to the outside would become a safety hazard. Therefore, in Sumo's vision, an internal circulation system would be the best option, but the prerequisite is that there must be water and electricity available, which can be used to electrolyze and produce oxygen, enabling internal air circulation for the entire facility. Of course, it cannot be completely sealed off from the outside world. Such a fully sealed environment has extremely poor stability, making ventilation openings to the outside necessary. To remain concealed, these ventilation openings cannot be too large and must have sealable switches that can be closed at any time. If not for terrain restrictions, the optimal solution would be to set the ventilation openings beneath rocks that are only exposed during low water levels of riverbeds or on uninhabited islands. These slender ducts can draw in freshly filtered air into the shelter, and they can also be closed at any moment utilizing internal circulation. However, given the current conditions and equipment in the shelter, this idea can only remain a concept. After browsing the items currently listed in the trading channel, Sumo decided to stick with the most mechanical design, utilizing the periscope structure of a submarine. A window that serves both ventilation and lighting functions will be opened in the center of the shelter. The specific design involves first digging out a cavity above the shelter and installing glass with good light transmission. Moreover, ventilation holes must be made in the glass to ensure air can flow through the ducts. Along the dugout cavity, a zape turn can be created in the middle. Inside the zaped cavity, two parallel flat mirrors will be installed at a 45-degree angle to the incoming light, allowing the incoming light to be directed into the shelter to solve the lighting problem during the day. Behind the first layer of ventilation glass, a mechanical blast-proof glass can be designed to ensure that it can be closed during disasters, preventing liquids or toxic air from entering. Such a simple design could be conceived even by a high school student, but implementing it would be quite a challenge. Without the appropriate tools, achieving the precision required to dig down 5 meters into the underground shelter is a monumental task. However, I have the system. With his current understanding of the system, Sumo was now completely clear about how it worked. When materials are scarce, the system's attempt to conjure materials from survival points is extremely costly. But once materials are available, the system functions more like a construction team, requiring only a small amount of survival points to achieve upgrade goals. After some contemplation and confirming the feasibility, Sumo opened the trading channel. Currently, the resources he can utilize are as follows: ordinary mineral water, 1,000 milliliters ghost energy water, 600 milliliters, and 10 pounds of large bread. As for the remaining pet egg and energy bicycle blueprint, he did not plan to trade them. Seller Sumo trade item 50 milliliters ghost energy water, required item blast-proof glass note water that can enhance the body. Don't miss out, only taking 2 units of glass, good quality, private message me. Seller Sumo trade item 15 milliliters mineral water, limit 975 milliliters. Required item 1 iron block, single exchange, limit 11. Note: each person can only complete 1 transaction. After successfully listing these 2 items, Sumo spent an additional 25 milliliters of water to purchase 2 units of reflective mirrors, using up all the ordinary mineral water. Sumo exchanged 15 milliliters of water for 1 iron block. Although it was an extremely unscrupulous act for players struggling on the brink of life and death, it was akin to a savior's act. Additionally, the reason he limited each person to 1 transaction is that Sumo has his own plans. Water, now regarded as liquid gold, is what he wants to be consumed, not hoarded by those with ulterior motives. World Chat Channel. Those lacking water and needing iron blocks, hurry to the trading channel. Sugod is selling water again. Each person can only trade once, hurry. Wow, Sugod is generous. It's already too late. Thankfully, I followed Sugod's personal channel in advance and managed to grab a bottle of water. Just look at how Sugod has over 4,000 fans. How can you ordinary folks compete? Where does Sumo get his water? He spent 700 milliliters yesterday to buy a blueprint, and today he's using 1,000 milliliters to exchange for iron blocks. Is he not worried about having too much? Quick, go check it out. The ghost energy water Sugod listed can actually enhance the body and cure diseases. If anyone has blast-proof glass, hurry to exchange. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. I've been digging all morning and haven't found a single drop of water. I'm going to die of thirst. Each person can only speak once a day, yet a large crowd gathers in the World Channel to discuss, not to mention the bustling activity in the regional channels. Even Sumo's private messages were being flooded. In less than 2 seconds, the iron blocks he listed for sale were already traded, with 65 units quietly resting in his item inventory. And there were countless people holding other resources, shouting to exchange for a sip of water. Water is in high demand. Sumo pondered quietly. In the past 2 days, others were listing resources to buy water, while he was uniquely trading water for resources, which naturally made him stand out. Using the filtering function in private messages, Sumo filtered out 80 of useless messages by searching for the keyword iron block. After filtering through the messages, he found dozens of messages about purchasing more water with ordinary quality blast-proof glass, finally coming across a standout offer. Foaming US Sugod, I have a piece of ordinary quality blast-proof glass, but I think you won't be interested. If you're willing to pay more, I can trade you a piece of fine quality and a piece of rare quality blast-proof glass. Seeing the fine and rare qualities, Sumo's eyebrows jumped and a smile appeared on his face. The current quality classifications are ordinary, excellent, fine, perfect, and rare. Feng Mingyue, being a girl, was able to acquire rare quality blast-proof glass by the second day of the game, showing her considerable luck. She immediately asks for a price increase, but doesn't provide a counteroffer. She seems to be a tough negotiator. Sumo shook his head, not falling for it, and instead replying strategically. Sumo, you should understand the value of ghost energy water right now. Among so many items on the market, the only one capable of enhancing physical strength is this water. As for the blast-proof glass, I'm buying it to replace the windows in the shelter. The quality doesn't really matter. Feng Mingyue, how about 300 milliliters? Sumo, don't even think about it. It's just 2 pieces of glass, not worth that much. If you don't want it, I'll drink it this afternoon. Feng Mingyue, I'll think about it. Seeing her reaction, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. In a market where he was the only one selling ghost energy water, it was a seller's market. Once he decided not to sell, buyers could only stare blankly. After 2 minutes, Feng Mingyue's message came through again. Feng Mingyue, for the 2 pieces of glass, I'll add a piece of information, 300 milliliters ghost energy water. Sumo, what information? Feng Mingyue, information on how I obtained these glasses. Looking at the words in the chat box, Sumo thought for a moment and then chose to agree. In this apocalypse, materials have a price, but information is priceless. For instance, slaying a chameleon. Without sufficient information, even if he went in equipped, he would just end up as a meal. Listing the 300 milliliters ghost energy water for a designated seller in the private trading channel. The transaction was completed. Record: you lost 300 milliliters ghost energy water. Record: congratulations, you received blast-proof, glass fine 1. Congratulations, you received blast-proof, glass rare 1. Record: do you wish to extract the glass information? Extract. As the voice echoed in the empty shelter, it played back: in the wilderness, ruins will randomly refresh at intervals. When I got up today, a mysterious ruin appeared beside me. It looked very dangerous, so I only scavenged a few pieces of glass from the outskirts. Just as I wanted to continue exploring, the ruin suddenly vanished. Feng Minjiu's ethereal voice echoed continuously in the shelter until it stopped after playing for the third time. A few brief words contained immense information. Ruins randomly refresh in the wilderness. Even the glass scavenged from the outskirts is of such quality. Remembering this information, Su Mo took out 2 pieces of glass to examine. Explosion-proof glass fine strength 15, corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant. Explosion-proof glass rare strength 50, corrosion-resistant, acid-resistant, impact-resistant. After sustaining impact, where it can slowly restore the glass rigidity when exposed to light. Compared to fine quality, rare quality not only boasts terrifying strength, but also has an additional seemingly magical attribute. After thinking for a moment, Su Mo decided to place the rare quality glass on the outermost layer, using the fine quality as a barrier to be deployed during disasters. After confirming the construction plan once more, Su Mo took a wooden shovel and started digging directly above the center of the base. Although explosion-proof glass has extremely high strength, the soil cannot withstand such a great impact. This pipe needs to be made of iron, creating a stronger iron pipeline, and then use iron to secure the glass. That would be better. After digging a pit about half a person's height, Su Mo first placed down a unit of iron blocks, then set aside 2 pieces of glass and 2 mirrors, stacking the remaining iron blocks neatly before returning to the base. Focusing his attention, he looked towards the upper wall. Sure enough, new facility attributes appeared before Su Mo's eyes. Upgrade option 1: periscope structure, wrought iron pipeline, corrosion resistant, coating waterproof, coating requires survival points, 10,590. Upgrade option 2: electric ventilation structure, skylight design, good lighting, sufficient airflow, requires survival points, 70,065. Evaluation: this pitch black ceiling, referred to as ventilation and lighting, truly makes one lose their hair. With familiar complaints and a familiar upgrading method, Su Mo smiled and chose upgrade option 1. After waking up this morning, his survival points had recovered to 103 points, after deducting the 70 points for upgrading the ghost energy, while he had 33 points remaining. After deducting 10 points for 2 wooden spears and 5 points for the ceramic armor, he currently had 18 survival points left, just enough to meet the 15-point requirement for option 1. A flash of light appeared, and the earth began to rumble, as if an invisible pair of hands were molding the terrain. In Su Mo's field of vision, the previously pitch-black ceiling suddenly cracked open, and the iron blocks placed on the ground began to melt, turning into molten iron that flowed into the opening. The silvery white molten iron, under the protection of the system's coating, gradually transformed into a hopeful sky blue. At first, only a bit of light fell on the ground, but after 5 or 6 seconds, a beam of light shot straight into the shelter. Sunlight. It has come in. Along with it, the fresh air from the outside world. Standing under the pipeline, Su Mo looked up and was instantly blinded by the light. However, at that moment, with joy bubbling in his heart, Su Mo paid no heed to this. He opened the wooden door of the shelter and came to the soil mound directly above the base. The pit he had dug had vanished, replaced by a naturally formed small opening. A 50 cm x 50 cm explosion-proof glass was installed on the ground, covered with a special camouflage coating. With the ability to absorb light and repair itself, all the light gathering on the glass did not cause strong refraction or scattering, but was instead entirely absorbed inward, further enhancing its concealment. Explosion-proof window strength 50, coated with optical camouflage waterproof layer, possessing dual high-performance attributes of breathability and light permeability. Evaluation: with this window, even old Wong next door wants to see what you're up to. Truly the great power of the system. Originally my plan was to create a hole for ventilation, but now micro-perforated ventilation not only allows air to pass through, but also prevents water. How wonderful. After tidying up the remaining scraps, Su Mo returned to the base along the steps, feeling the gentle breeze from the light opening, finally feeling relieved. Just on the second day, he had completed most of the work to prevent the first disaster. There is a continuous water source, sunlight, and ventilation. As long as he can figure out a way to carve out a drainage facility in the remaining time, he should be able to survive the acid rain disaster. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and even if he went out, he could only chop some wood and plant fibers. Due to the chameleon attack in the morning, Su Mo planned not to go out until the scan count in the monster encyclopedia refreshed. He took out a large loaf of bread, split it with a stone axe, and soaked it in ghost energy water before finishing it. Sumo began his evening work. Whenever he produced a batch of ghost energy water, he could immediately exchange it in the trading market for double the amount of iron blocks compared to noon. Adhering to the principle of not disturbing market order after completing a trade, Sumo inquired about why there were so many iron blocks available in the market. Taking his own location as an example, the nearby resources mainly consist of wood and plant fibers, which can be obtained with just a bit of effort, unlike other materials such as minerals which are unattainable. Looking around, he couldn't see a trace of such materials existing. Similarly, just because there were none here didn't mean there were none elsewhere. Many people upon arriving in this world could see huge, exposed mines on the surface. By making a stone pickaxe and exerting some effort, they could knock down a good number of stone blocks from the mine, occasionally even digging up iron blocks. With many hands, the power is great. As the base number increases, so does the yield, which is why a large quantity of iron blocks flooded the market, causing devaluation. Additionally, while wandering through the market, Sumo also acquired some items with unknown functions, such as when he exchanged 100 milliliters of ghost energy water for a core component of a generator. Rotor. Quality excellent. Description: a rotating body supported by bearings such as discs and other objects without their own rotating axis. When it employs rigid connections or additional shafts, it can be regarded as a rotor. Evaluation: spinning and jumping. I close my eyes. Although the rotor is just a small part of the generator in pursuit of the bright prospects of restoring the glory of civilization, Sumo is willing to buy and collect it. After purchasing the rotor, Sumo had no time to admire it before discovering that someone had put good items on the trading market again. Large vegetable cultivation base. Sumo's eyes lit up with excitement as he couldn't help but exclaim, sure enough, many people would bring out good items to exchange for resources in the past few days. Currently, over 95% of players' food comes from the resource treasure chests. Like those fierce people who took down the mutated beasts without seasonings and cooking methods, if they weren't on the verge of starving, absolutely no one would choose to eat such unknown things. If treasure chests couldn't be found, it was likely that within a day or two, a large number of people would starve to death. Thus, constructing a place capable of producing food in the long term had already become a goal in Sumo's mind since the moment he chose the underground shelter on the first day. Even if it weren't for the emergence of the cultivation base after a day or two, Sumo would have actively gone out to dig soil, attempting to create an ecological environment within the shelter. Otherwise, who could know if the soil could still nurture plants after the first disaster of acid rain? Looking at the demands on the trading panel, Sumo began to calculate his resources, determined to acquire this cultivation base. The large-scale vegetable cultivation base instantly ignited a frenzy upon its release in the trading market. With just a patch of land, one could grow vegetables. Upon seeing this item, every compatriot seemed to awaken an innate talent buried deep within their DNA, restless, eager, and ready to act. Its seller Li Xiufeng proved shrewd. Rather than assigning a fixed price, he opted for auction, a method rarely used. Seller Li Xiufeng. Item: large-scale vegetable cultivation base. Required currency: supplies. Note: food, water, rare blueprints, weapons, armor. Any valuable item may be offered. Highest bidder wins. Note: bargain hunters need not apply. This is the sole item I obtained from a silver treasure chest, acquired at great personal risk. Its worth speaks for itself. Highest bidder wins. In an instant, not only the regional channel, but even the global channel erupted. Comparisons truly kill joy. First came Su Shun's energetic water, now Li Fengzi's cultivation base. When will fortune finally smile upon me? Bitterly. A silver treasure chest. I beg you, reveal the source of that silver treasure chest. I'll trade one precious unit of timber for the intel. A silver treasure chest. Is it really that extraordinary? I heard they only drop after slaying exceptionally powerful monsters. I'm reserving vegetables grown by this master in advance. Of course, among the crowd were those with sharper insight. What earthly use does this cultivation base serve? Only gullible fools would chase it. Anyone raised in the countryside knows full well a single crop cycle takes weeks, not some video game where you sow today and harvest tomorrow. Surely no one actually believes vegetables grow without watering. I suspect most of you barely have enough water to drink yourselves. How on earth do you plan to irrigate crops? Just leave it. Why not soak your vegetables in the coming acid rain instead, eh? Sour grapes. Ha. Bids are already pouring in. Sour dogs keep squeezing those lemons. Whoosh. Li Fengzi's personal response sent the chat channel into yet another feverish surge. Sumo, who had been quietly observing, muttered a quiet curse under his breath. To an ordinary person, this cultivation base would cost no more than 500 milliliters, easily affordable. But Li Fengzi possessed remarkable clarity of thought and uncanny precision in assessing market value. While water was desperately scarce, many still held reserves beyond mere survival needs. In their estimation, as disasters recurred, the water crisis would inevitably resolve itself, eventually. Acquiring the cultivation base now was akin to buying low in the stock market, an early strategic investment whose returns would compound over time. The auction panel itself bore witness to this dynamic. Tarkov, 800 milliliters water, 2 kilograms bread, 1 bag of yogurt, 1 unit copper, 1 unit screw, 1 unit steel bar, 3 units timber, 1 unit scrap. Hashimoto Muna, 300 milliliters water, 200 g sashimi, 4 units tangerines, 1 unit grapes, and 1 pair of original flavor silk socks. Tae Dongpu, 2 kilograms crude oil, 1 kilogram gasoline, 1 remote-controlled toy car, 4 AA batteries, 500 milliliters water. Within mere minutes, bids flooded in, wildly diverse, and the system automatically generated baseline valuations for each offer. Many bidders had never appeared in the chat channel before, until now drawn out like hidden predators by this single item. Countless ordinary survivors suddenly realized how many formidable figures had also crossed over. Among them were seasoned veterans offering mutated beast meat. After careful observation, Su Mo withheld his bid, assessing the psychological thresholds of his rivals. In auctions, composure is paramount. The first to act invariably reveals their limit, leaving themselves vulnerable in later rounds. By objective valuation, Su Mo's only truly high-value asset was his energetic water. Pet eggs and blueprints held negligible exchange utility. Moreover, energetic water could be produced infinitely. Its expenditure caused him no hesitation. Hauling up the bucket from the well, he poured out his entire reserve. 700 milliliters now sat in his inventory. Bids continued to flash beneath the listing, yet Li Xiufeng remained silent, neither reappearing nor signaling interest in any offer. After prolonged deliberation, Su Mo placed his opening bid. 400 milliliters of energetic water. Instantly, this single offering shattered the system's evaluation ceiling, soaring straight to the top. The second highest bid scored 322 points under Li Xiufeng's valuation criteria. Su Mo's energetic water earned 2122, astronomically high. Su Shun has arrived. So terrifying is this energetic water. Does drinking it make my water stronger, or let me ascend midair on the spot? Actually, yes. Its effects. Ask anyone who's tried it. Su Mo's bid ignited furious debate in the comments. Seeing earlier buyers step forward to vouch for the water, Su Mo gave a slight, expressionless nod. Though energetic water enhanced physical resilience, Su Mo estimated that even 2 liters per day yielded less benefit than 30 minutes of rigorous training. Its true value lay in healing. It effectively treated minor ailments and infections, functioning as a potent anti-inflammatory agent. That was why its valuation soared so dramatically. Recalling Li Xiufeng's remark about having fought tooth and nail for the silver treasure chest, Su Mo formed a quiet hypothesis: Li Fengzi was injured. Moments after Su Mo's bid, Li Xiufeng, rarely responsive, replied, Li Xiufeng, not enough, Su Shun. Your energetic water is superb, but this offer is far too modest. Add more, and the deal is yours. Oh, a bold demand indeed. Su Mo smirked coldly. He genuinely wished to forge ties with someone like Li Xiufeng, capable of confronting mutated beasts hidden, but the man's tactics reeked of a black market merchant. Had Li Xiufeng simply quoted a fair price or initiated private negotiations, Su Mo would have gladly paid generously. Yet this posture of holding out for ever higher bids meant that even a 1-liter offer might not satisfy him. Li Xiufeng would likely push for more. Su Mo, regrettably, that's all I have. This energetic water was painstakingly extracted from deep underground. I must retain the rest as strategic reserve. As for its efficacy, I trust you understand it better than I do. Li Xiufeng, Su Shun, please. Just add a bit more and I'll hand it over immediately. Inside a small wooden hut, Li Xiufeng leaned against the inner doorframe, exactly as Su Mo had surmised. Blood seeped steadily from his leg, soaking into the floorboards. Confronted with Su Mo's unwavering stance, even this fearless warrior, who'd stared down mutated beasts, panicked utterly. In the apocalypse, what matters most? Beyond food and water, medical care stands supreme. Humanity gained intellect, but forfeited the resilient shell that once protected its flesh. A fragile body can succumb to fatal infection from even a trivial wound, let alone the numerous lacerations now marring Li Fengzi's leg, wounds severe enough to prove lethal without treatment. Earlier, he'd traded a mirror for a single mouthful of energetic water. After drinking it, many superficial cuts had already scabbed over. Only the deeper, more serious wounds continued to bleed. Faced with imminent death, Li Fengzi resolved to part with his greatest field discovery, the silver treasure chest's sole prize, to secure more energetic water and save his life. After reflection, he chose humility and lowered his pride. Li Xiufeng, Su Shun, I acted poorly this time. I urgently need energetic water to survive. Could you possibly add more? Next time I acquire something exceptional, you'll be my first call. Li Xiufeng, 500 milliliters. Will 500 milliliters suffice? If so, say the word, and I'll delist it immediately for private trade. In negotiations, revealing one's bottom line is the gravest mistake. Poor Li Fengzi had already lost the race at the starting line, dooming his bargaining position from the outset. After a long silence, Su Mo offered no reply, merely updated his bid to 500 milliliters. Record 500 milliliters energetic water. Record 1 large-scale vegetable cultivation base. A large vegetable cultivation base, excellent. Area 35 square meters, water requirement 50 ml/day. Description: slightly accelerates vegetable growth, automatically pollinates, and the cultivated vegetables will not be lower than the quality of the cultivation base. Special ability: light sensing. As long as part of the cultivation base receives light, the effect can be transmitted to all vegetables. Seeing the attributes of the cultivation base, Sumo couldn't help but smile. No wonder Fengzi lacked confidence to continue raising the price. He probably didn't even think that the daily water requirement of 1,750 milliliters after the cultivation base is full is something that humans can provide at this stage. Moreover, using so much water to irrigate vegetables is less profitable than directly exchanging the water. However, Sumo didn't care about this at all. His keen observation made him notice the introduction of the cultivation base's attributes. The level of the cultivated vegetables will not be lower than excellent quality. This attribute seems a bit useless, but in Sumo's hands it is like a divine tool. As long as there are surplus survival points invested in upgrading the quality of the cultivation base, the vegetables will also upgrade accordingly. Just think about the rare, or even higher level vegetables later. Tears streamed down Sumo's face uncontrollably. Opening the trading panel, Sumo easily purchased enough seeds for 35 square meters of planting. The price of these seeds was also shockingly low. It only cost 10 milliliters of water. In the civilized era, what can 10 milliliters of water do? For example, a bottle cap from Nongfu Spring holds nearly 8 milliliters. Sumo traded a little more than a bottle cap of water for dozens of seeds, a deal that would bring tears even to Huata. For 2 whole days, Sumo hadn't eaten a single vegetable strand, and his mouth was almost parched. The farming talent inscribed in his ancient bloodline was activated the moment Sumo obtained the seeds. Out of the seeds for 35 square meters, Sumo planned to use most of them to grow tomatoes, while the rest would be used for garlic and bok choy. In the early years, people in the south located in fertile areas sufficiently met their BOTUS vitamin needs through a rich variety of vegetables, fruits, and seafood. However, in the north, due to water and land conditions, they could only selectively plant some vegetables that could sustain life. Among them, tomatoes, garlic, cabbage, and potatoes are the main varieties. Tomatoes aid digestion and promote bowel movements. Garlic detoxifies, kills insects, eliminates bacteria, and can be stir-fried for added flavor while also being eaten as a snack. Potatoes have a high yield per acre and can fill you up, providing enough energy for a whole day of work. Cabbage is easy to store, tastes good, and is also included in the diet of northern people. These 4 vegetables are currently very suitable for Sumo. After careful consideration, Sumo decided against planting potatoes. He summoned the vegetable cultivation base from his inventory, and the originally spacious shelter suddenly became crowded. Placing the cultivation base under the skylight, Sumo buried all the vegetable seeds in the soil according to spacing and pondered. Tomatoes and garlic have a maturity period of about 3 months, while cabbages are faster, roughly 2 months. Just don't know how much faster this cultivation base can make it. Planting is a troublesome matter. Sumo didn't understand much about agriculture, so he could only hope the cultivation base would perform well. After all, in the apocalypse, finding suitable fertilizers is very difficult. As for using some wood ash, Sumo thought about it and decided to focus on surviving the first disaster first. Without clocks, all the people living in the wasteland resumed their routine of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Sitting on a stool, Sumo began to calculate the supplies he had. First of all, the most important resource in the base, the dark energy water. After an afternoon's accumulation, the dark energy water had once again reached 1,000 milliliters. At a rate of 300 milliliters per hour, if it weren't for controlling the output, Sumo would have wanted to take it all out to exchange for supplies. Strategic mineral resource iron has now been traded for 130 units. If the shelter is to be converted to iron based on the requirement of 2 iron blocks per square meter, he still needs 70 units to fully upgrade the shelter's material structure for greater stability and safety. However, without a lightning protection structure, it can only remain a concept for now. In terms of food, Dalai Ba ate 1 kilogram in the afternoon and has 9 kilograms left. This food is filling as hard as stone. Without soaking it in water, Sumo's teeth wouldn't be able to handle it. The remaining items are a pet egg and a design blueprint. After checking, Sumo went for a stroll in the trading market. Compared to the vibrant scene in the afternoon, the market became quiet at night. Water and food are still hard currencies, and they are in short supply. Or rather, everyone is hoarding them. After all, besides Sumo, no one knows whether they will find water resources again after finishing what they have. Not finding anything valuable, Sumo, feeling bored, went to browse the chat channel, mainly to gather some intelligence. In the world channel, there were too many messages. By evening, everyone trapped in their shelters ran to communicate to alleviate their loneliness. Sumo quickly skimmed through, only stopping to glance at keywords of interest. By the end of the first day and into the second day, many players had encountered ruins refreshing near them. However, not everyone has the courage to explore. Most just observe from the periphery. According to some players who entered, if one retreats from the ruins, they will disappear. There is only one chance to explore. The time allowed inside is also limited. According to some vague statements, it's roughly around 2 hours before being forcibly ejected. As for what dangers lie within the ruins, no one has mentioned anything. Upon receiving this information, Sumo felt a chill in his heart. Perhaps the ruins are not as beautiful as some imagine. Dangers lurk within. Now there's no one to say what dangers lie inside. It's highly likely that those who encountered danger did not survive to return to the base. Only the survivors can speak. The dead remain silent. At this moment, there are only 762 people left in the area channel, the best evidence of this. In one day, over 200 people perished in the wasteland, unable to return to Earth and see their families. Inevitably, Sumo felt a sense of tragic empathy. If tomorrow the ruins were fresh nearby, should he enter or not? While hiding in the base and slowly developing with the dark energy water is a good idea, the generous rewards after defeating the chameleon made Sumo unable to resist the temptation. The upgrade direction of the Doomsday Survival System also requires items to activate. If the normal development process continues without disasters or mutated creatures, Sumo could survive here indefinitely. But here that won't work. Terrifying mutated beasts, randomly refreshing ruins, unknown disasters. Staying here feels so insecure. Ultimately, my base is too weak. Now even the door is wooden. If a stronger mutated beast comes, I might not even know how I died. If there are ruins I must go in and explore at that time, I'll just explore the periphery and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Under the bright firelight, a hint of determination appeared on Sumo's face. In the apocalypse, not advancing means retreating. In terms of supplies and shelter development, he has the system and is confident that no one can be stronger than him. In terms of individual strength and mentality, Sumo does not want to lag behind. When my family comes, I must have enough strength to protect them. After repeatedly asking himself and solidifying his determination, Sumo's mindset underwent a significant transformation for the first time. The humility and gentleness inherent in human nature during the civilized era were gradually being abandoned, while the ferocity and wildness belonging to animals were continuously activated. Holding a wooden spear, Sumo lay down on his bed. After a moment, as his breathing gradually calmed, he fell into a deep sleep. In the dark night, starlight fell, and countless dark figures moved agilely in the wasteland, raising a series of howls. More and more human shelters were breached, and the sounds of screams and beast roars echoed until they gradually faded into silence. Countless strong individuals set traps, deliberately lured, and waited to capture mutated beasts. In the mining area, many diligent workers still held torches bent over the veins, extracting resources. The second day of the Doomsday calendar. The human survival form is on the brink of collapse. On the third of the apocalypse calendar, you cautiously survived last night and stepped into a new day, survival points 3. You detected a mutated creature threatening your existence, survival points 2. You acquired basic weapons and armor, greatly enhancing your advantage in the wasteland, survival points 5. You successfully killed a mutated chameleon without taking any damage for the first time, yielding substantial rewards, survival points 20. You upgraded your spiritual energy extraction device, significantly improving your quality of life, survival points 50. You improved the ventilation and lighting facilities of your shelter, which made you happy, survival points 2. You obtained a large vegetable culture medium, instilling green hope and a sense of purpose amid the apocalypse, survival points 5. After scanning the host's living environment, today's survival point evaluation shows you earned 30 survival points. Final tally, survival points 117. Remaining survival points 120. 120 survival points. With dark circles under his eyes, Sumo sat at the head of his bed. The constant sounds of creatures moving outside last night prevented him from getting any proper sleep, as he feared something might intrude. It wasn't until around 5 o'clock that he finally fell into a deep sleep. Feeling the fresh air and the bright shelter, he smiled as he reviewed the survival points earned yesterday. The more I accomplish each day, the more survival points I earn. A ventilation and lighting device and a culture medium just added 19 points. Fantastic. In his field of vision, the culture medium placed under the ventilation outlet, though only partially receiving light, emitted a soft jade-like glow. Summoning the game panel, Sumo selected the monster encyclopedia. The scan count has been refreshed. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's scans 23. I told you who could be so unlucky to have mutated beasts nearby every day. With his worries eased, Sumo felt in high spirits and began to complete the daily tasks of the shelter. He first went to the treasure trove of the shelter, next to the spiritual energy well. After a night of accumulation, the well produced 3 liters of spiritual water combined with the 800 milliliters left over from yesterday, totaling 8 liters. He scooped out 8 liters to evenly water the vegetable culture medium. Taking out a large loaf of bread, he once again cut off a pound with an iron axe. After soaking it in spiritual water and finishing his meal, Sumo began to wear his armor. The absence of mutated beasts within 1,000 meters doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Donning his armor, he prepared for the worst. As he opened the wooden door of the shelter and stepped outside, Sumo's gaze instantly focused on a point in the distance. What is that? A patch of ruins shrouded in mist suddenly appeared on the previously barren plains. Sumo recognized the location of the ruins. Just yesterday this spot was completely bare with hardly any trees, and now a ruin had unexpectedly refreshed here. Estimating the distance, the ruins were about 300 meters away from the shelter. Standing at the door, he couldn't clearly see what was happening within the ruins. He could only see remnants wrapped in mist looking as if they had been bombarded, exuding an eerie aura. I was planning to wait until a crisis struck to take action, but now it seems I must immediately boost my combat power. Returning to the shelter, Sumo's eyes lit up as he took out the pet egg stored in his inventory. Exploring the ruins alone is too dangerous. In Sumo's plan, this pet egg was supposed to be saved for when the base had stable food production. No more waiting. Exploring the ruins is a must. The location of this refresh is so good that any slight change will allow him to retreat from the ruins quickly and return to the base. If it refreshed several kilometers away in the future, that would be troublesome. Ensuring a sterile environment, Sumo carefully made a small cut on his left index finger with the edge of the axe. As he squeezed his finger, a few drops of blood fell onto the pet egg. The silver-white pet egg began to show crimson patterns on its shell after absorbing the blood. Low growls echoed from within the pet egg, resembling the murmurs of a ferocious beast. A few strands of green light rose from the shell, splitting into 9, shooting straight up to the top of the shelter. In an instant, the shelter transformed into a green ocean, illuminating even the darkest corners. Crash! Cracking sounds continuously emanated from the eggshell. Crack! Countless fissures appeared on the surface of the eggshell, and the next moment. Woof! A woo! Woof! As the green light dissipated, Sumo stood dumbfounded, staring at the black and white creature before him. Before Sumo could react, the figure pounced over, beginning to circle around his feet with excessive affection. I got a husky. Lowering himself, Sumo embraced the dog's head, feeling a mix of joy and disbelief. The fanfare of hatching the pet egg was so grand that he expected to summon some powerful creature, something that could take off with him. Instead, he ended up with a husky. Holding the husky's head and watching it lick him enthusiastically, Sumo felt an innate sense of closeness. This was also the reason he didn't dodge when it pounced at him earlier. The pet felt like one he had raised for over a decade. Instinctively, he sensed it bore no ill will and simply wanted to be close. The husky's smooth fur shimmered with a jewel-like luster. As Sumo stroked its head, it let out a comfortable hum. It's a good thing it's a husky. Even if it eats a lot, I can afford to keep it. After just 2 days of solitude in the wasteland, Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The game panel information appeared at the right moment, dispelling his worries. Pet name: unnamed. Status: juvenile phase. Biological description: a gentle wasteland creature, a mutant husky inheriting multiple bloodlines. Its strength will grow as it matures. Please note the personality of juvenile pets will change based on their owner's character. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ability 1. High-speed movement. Its muscular structure ensures a certain level of explosive power. When activated, its speed doubles for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Ability 2. Sixth sense. Its biological structure grants it powerful perception. When activated, it can briefly predict upcoming dangers with a cooldown of 1 day. Evaluation: it's a good child provided you can help it awaken all its bloodlines. Woof! Oh! Ignoring Sumo's dazed expression, the little husky began playfully rolling on the ground, exposing its snowy white belly. Its already comical face seemed to question Sumo. Why aren't you playing with me? Seeing the little husky's expression, Sumo felt a stir in his heart and smiled as he said, being so spoiled you still don't have a name. Well, let's call you. After pausing and noticing the husky's black and white coloring, Sumo suddenly thought of an Oreo cookie and laughed heartily. My name is Sumo, and from now on, you will be called Oreo. The husky, still lying on the ground, perked up at the name, standing up with pride, its expression exuding an indescribable majesty. Oh, whoa! Woof, woof, woof. Oreo seemed to love its new name, starting to frolic and patrol around the shelter. What a mischievous little fellow. Watching the newfound vitality in the shelter, Sumo felt like a tender father, his heart full of emotion. Alone in the wilderness. 2 days felt as long as several months with no family and no one to talk to. Even the chat channels were filled with deceit. In the apocalypse, perhaps when strength hasn't reached a certain level, the word friend is too extravagant. Seeing Sumo's sadness, Oreo hurried over, rubbing its furry head against Sumo's face. All right. I'm not sad, I'm happy. I'm delighted. Sumo remembered that huskies love meat. At that moment, he opened the trading market and directly bought half a pound of mutated coyote meat. The dry, tough coyote meat was hard for humans to swallow, but Oreo devoured it with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Eat as much as you want. If you need more, I still have bread. Seeing Oreo's reluctant expression after finishing, Sumo pulled out the large loaf of bread from his storage, causing Oreo to flee in panic. For a moment, the shelter was filled with Sumo's hearty laughter. So, next up is exploring the ruins. After checking his armor and weapons once more, Sumo called out to Oreo to open the wooden door of the shelter and stepped outside. The survival point still had a surplus fully sufficient for a round of weapon and armor upgrades. However, Sumo's purpose for this outing was not to fight. From the relic information collected from yesterday to today, no one had mentioned the appearance of the monsters inside the relic. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If there were no dangers inside the relic, someone would have explored it long ago. The reason no one mentions the situation inside is likely because those who ventured in have already died. Even if I upgrade my equipment, given my current combat power, it's completely unnecessary. One must be aware of one's own limitations. Although he often exercised, Sumo did not believe his current combat strength could compare to that of a special forces soldier. After all, he was just an ordinary person with a bit of strength. You must be extremely careful and avoid injury. Oreo, come here. The mist of the relic resembled a mosaic, obscuring vision even from 100 meters away. Sumo crouched down, waving at Oreo, who was sniffing around, and smiled. Woof woof. Seeing Sumo's gesture, Oreo affectionately ran over, burrowing into Sumo's arms and rubbing his head against him. The previously serious expression management instantly crumbled, turning playful as he licked Sumo's chin. All right, once we enter the relic, I have a task for you. To be fair, Sumo absolutely did not believe that Oreo's clingy behavior was influenced by his own personality. Absolutely not. Hearing Sumo's words, Oreo perked up his ears and assumed a serious listening posture. Once we go, and don't stray too far from me, stay within 5 meters. If you sense danger, alert me immediately, and we will retreat along the path we entered. Do you understand? Oreo tilted his head, nodded after 2 seconds, indicating that he understood. Good boy. Once we go in, you might encounter other creatures. Remember, they are enemies. Don't foolishly run over and throw yourself into danger. After saying this, Sumo stood up, took out the wooden spear from his inventory, held it firmly, and walked steadily toward the direction of the relic. After walking for about 10 meters, Sumo finally got a clear view of the inner structure of the relic. The low earthen walls, around 2 to 3 meters high, bore dark scorch marks, as if they had witnessed the ravages of war. Such an eerie situation not only did not dispel Sumo's inner doubts, but it also piqued his curiosity further. Based on the information currently available, the civilization level inside the relic was not very high. At least it did not exceed his understanding. Tightening his grip on the spear, he called Oreo to his side and mustered his courage to plunge into the mist. The smell is a bit strange. Once he entered the mist, Sumo's vigilance heightened, and he began to carefully observe his surroundings. Record: you have entered the relic. Record: the game panel identification function is sealed. Please use it after exiting the relic. The sudden system voice startled Sumo, and at the same time it seemed the mist received a signal beginning to dissipate within a radius of 5 meters. Not daring to go deeper, Sumo began to circle around the perimeter of the relic, estimating that he had walked for about 20 minutes without returning to the starting point. This relic is surprisingly large. He silently noted in his heart as he started to retrace his steps. Surviving in the apocalypse is not like in novels. Recklessly charging in is the privilege of protagonists, and he knew he did not have the courage to recklessly rush into the unknown. Once he returned to the starting point, Sumo began to push forward. The yellow earth beneath his feet felt like a rural path with uneven depths. Following the earthen wall, he walked to the end where the path turned, and suddenly the view opened up before him. Something resembling an archway stood prominently on the ground not far away. From below, Sumo's keen eyesight allowed him to quickly discern the faint words in the mist within the archway: Liangfang Town. Seeing the familiar Chinese characters, Sumo did not feel a sense of familiarity, as if encountering a fellow townsman. Instead, a chill shot down his back. Oreo beside him also seemed to sense a looming threat. Previously playfully sniffing around, he suddenly crouched on the ground and glared fiercely ahead upon seeing the archway. Sumo's skin prickled, all overstimulated by the sight before him. Gazing into the depths of the mist behind the Liangfang Town archway, he instinctively sensed something was amiss and decisively retreated quickly along the small path. In the apocalypse, who would dare to venture into a scene that resembled a ghost town surrounded by mist? Few would brave their courage to explore it. He did not know if others' relics were filled with such scenes of carnage, but he was certain that seeking within with his current equipment and combat power would pose great danger. As Sumo left the corner, the mist behind him began to slowly close and gradually burying the archway. Continuing along the earthen wall, Sumo began to entertain a sly idea. Since the town looked so dangerous and he couldn't enter, it would be better to find a way to break through the earthen wall and see what lay within the nearby farms. Oreo, keep watch for me. Calling out, Sumo cautiously approached the spot he had come from and began to examine the structure of the earthen wall. Like the walls made of mud bricks in ordinary villages, Sumo poked at it with the wooden spear, immediately breaking off a small piece. This could work. Seeing that it was not as solid as he had imagined, Sumo felt excited and took out the iron axe, striking it against the earthen wall. With each heavy blow against the earthen wall, hearing the resounding contact and watching the dirt blocks fall, Sumo felt invigorated. The wall was about half a meter thick, and within 5 minutes he heard a rumble as it collapsed. From the opening, a gap large enough for 3 people to pass through had been created. Looking inside, he could vaguely see old-style brick houses typical of rural areas. There were 3 tiled houses symmetrically aligned left, center, and right. Oreo sniffed around. Is there any danger nearby? Squatting on the earthen wall, Sumo curiously gazed at the interior of the houses. Each room had a lock appearing as if the owner had already left devoid of any signs of life. After examining the exterior of the houses, Sumo's gaze fell on Oreo. Oreo perked up his ears and listened for a while, then sniffed the ground vigorously. Finally, he shook his head, indicating that he could not smell any living creatures inside. Putting away the wooden spear, Sumo held the iron axe, stepping cautiously into the courtyard, feeling alert. Although Oreo seemed to be casually observing, it had already mapped out an escape route. From the courtyard to outside the relic, it should be about 30 meters based on his foot speed. An adult's running speed in this terrain is roughly 5 meters per second. Even while exploring inside the houses, if anything fell off, he could leave the relic in no more than 10 seconds. One cautious step after another, Sumo moved towards the center of the courtyard, his eyes scanning the 3 nearby houses. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, crashing into Sumo's ceramic armor and knocking him to the ground. As a low growl echoed, Sumo lifted his head in horror, discovering before him an extremely terrifying shape. A wolf dog. Seeing Sumo being knocked down, Oreo rushed forward and stood in front of Sumo. In an instant, both sides confronted each other. Fortunately, with Oreo baring its teeth in front, Sumo, who was feeling dizzy, had a brief moment to catch his breath. After 3 to 5 seconds, as the dizziness in his head faded a bit, Sumo got up and looked closely. In the earlier glimpse, Sumo only thought it resembled a wolf dog. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized with a shiver that this was not a creature that had ever existed on Earth. Though it resembled a dog, there wasn't a single intact piece of skin on this creature. Especially on its back, a large area of skin was missing, exposing rotting flesh that dripped with dark gray blood. A pair of dark eyes fixed intensely on Sumo as if warning him, "You have trespassed into my territory." The wildness in the black dog's eyes was laid bare at this moment, suggesting that if Sumo dared to make a forward move, it would pounce on him. This was definitely not a normal creature. To flee, or to fight. As Sumo pondered, the fearsome monster lunged forward again, like a bolt of black lightning leaping from the air, trying to break through Oreo's defense. Instinctively, Sumo reached out his arm to block, but unexpectedly, just as the black dog took off, Oreo below executed a backstab, colliding with the black dog's belly and flipping it to the side. Good opportunity. A glint of malice flashed in Sumo's eyes as he rolled on the ground, and instantly completed the series of actions to transform the iron axe into a wooden spear. With a thrust and a pull, the spearhead tore through the black dog's flesh, followed by the spear body, applying all of Sumo's strength downwards, transforming the spear into a whip, striking fiercely against the black dog. Woo-woo. This whip-like strike seemed to hit a sore spot. Even as it punctured a hole, the black dog didn't make a sound, yet it howled repeatedly from the spear's lash. Take advantage of its illness to claim its life. Sumo, who had been gentle and cultured in civilized times, did not expect such immense power to surge within him. A surge of strength originated from his waist, traveled to his upper arm, then passed to his forearm, ultimately driving the spear to strike repeatedly at the black dog. Finally, after breaking the black dog's spine into 2 segments, Sumo stopped, looking down from above at the black dog struggling on the ground, his gaze lingering particularly on the dog's rotting face. Watching the black dog unable to rise for a long time, Sumo let out a sigh, feeling a sudden weakness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing Sumo's condition, the black dog on the ground suddenly seemed as if its front and back halves had separated, springing up awkwardly on its front legs, baring its black and yellow teeth at Sumo's thigh. Oreo, standing guard nearby, whimpered and wanted to rush over to help Sumo block the attack, but Oreo did not expect that Sumo was faster. As if everything that had just happened was an act, Sumo raised the spear again, aiming directly at the lunging black dog. With a loud thud, carrying immense force, the spearhead plunged into the black dog's mouth, and Sumo, gripping the spear body, was knocked down by the impact. Seeing the black dog skewered on the spearhead like a kebab, a flash of malice crossed Sumo's eyes as he licked his gums and spat out a mouthful of blood. Quite intimidating, isn't it? He set the long spear down and looked at Oreo, but unexpectedly Oreo whimpered and crouched on the ground, afraid to approach. Realizing his state, Sumo was taken aback, then he let go of the long spear. The ferocity in his eyes transformed back to the gentleness he usually displayed. Woo-woo-woo. Seeing Sumo's change, Oreo finally ran over, rubbing its head against Sumo. Sumo wanted to hug it, but as he raised his hand, he felt sore all over, and his chest, which had been hit by the black dog, felt tight. Raising his hand, the friction from tightly gripping the spear had already left numerous small wounds. Clenching it tightly caused even more sharp pain. This damn thing is really strong. This shouldn't count as a normal creature, right? It doesn't even need to breathe. Rubbing his elbow against Oreo's head, Sumo forced himself to stand up. The black dog was clearly not a creature within his knowledge base. Even the mutated chameleon he encountered earlier hadn't exceeded the realm of living beings. But this monster lacking breath and scent could still launch suicide attacks even with its spine shattered, which was truly terrifying. Steeling himself, Sumo began to lean on the spear as he walked toward the central house. He worried that the commotion from earlier had attracted other creatures, so he needed to resolve matters quickly and search for something. This lock is somewhat similar to those on Earth. Although I've never seen this design, now is not the time to study locks. He took out the iron axe and, enduring the pain in his hands, chopped down, severing the thin iron chain, holding the lock, which fell limply. Pushing open the door, a musty smell from long disuse wafted out. With the light from outside, Sumo barely made out the structure inside. The interior was extremely simple, as if it had been ransacked. Moreover, the so-called house had a Kong on the left which was favored by people from the north, taking up a third of the room. At the head of the Kong was an old-fashioned television set. Without a second thought, Sumo walked straight over and collected the TV along with the connected power strip into his inventory. Whether it was an old box TV or an LCD arriving in this world and seeing items from the previous world filled Sumo with a sense of familiarity. As long as there was power, perhaps the TV could still play, who could say for sure. After collecting the items from the Kong, he also took the tea set placed on the circular table in the middle, tossing it all in. Everyone's inventory starts with 20 slots, and before leaving, Sumo had used 6, so his storage was far more than enough. Little Master, there's still more behind this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After observing once more with the idea of looting in mind, Sumo rolled up the moldy bedding on the Kong and tossed it in before exiting the central room. The owner of this room probably took everything they could carry, or what's left is mostly inconvenient to take, or meaningless. He broke open the lock on the door to the right, and sure enough, the room was empty with nothing left for Sumo to loot. For a moment, feeling a bit dejected after paying such a price for so little, Sumo was pleasantly surprised when he opened the lock on the left door. This should be a cooking area. Oh, I didn't expect to find this left for me. The structure of the left room was even simpler, with 2 earthen pots on the left and a small table on the right holding a cutting board. These, of course, were not what thrilled Sumo. It was the jars and bottles laid out on the table that brought him joy. Half a bag of salt, pepper, chili powder, baking soda, star anise, bay leaves. 7 or 8 kinds of seasonings were stuffed into Sumo's inventory. Looking down, Sumo was delighted to discover there was also half a bag of opened flour resting in the water tank. Due to the tank's ceiling, Sumo scraped with his hand, finding that while the top was a bit dark, the bottom remained snow white, which was a pleasant surprise. Take it all. The earthen pot, the water tank, the seasonings, and the half bag of flour made the kitchen the biggest bounty of this battle. After confirming that there was nothing else in the room, Sumo stepped back, leaning on the spear, limping toward the gap in the earthen wall. At this time, Oreo stood guard, dutifully squatting at the gap, and upon seeing Sumo approach, hurriedly ran over. Woof, woof, woof. Oreo barked urgently as it tugged at Sumo's pant leg, trying to pull him outside. All right, let's go, no more exploring. We'll come back here to search thoroughly once we have better equipment. Looking at the nearby earthen-walled house, Sumo felt a twinge of desire. But upon opening Oreo's status bar and seeing that the sixth sense skill was on cooldown, Sumo felt a pang in his heart and quickened his pace as he exited through the foggy opening. The clamorous entrance to the ruins returned to calm as Sumo departed. Not long after, the dissipating fog began to envelop again, but through the gap, Sumo had cut open with the iron axe a shadow as tall as a person was clearly visible. The shadow seemed a bit restless, wandering in place before disappearing back into the fog. The mist-covered ruins began to fade suddenly after Sumo stepped out, as if they had truly transformed into vapor. At this moment, the black dog's corpse, which Sumo had brought out on his wooden spear, also became ethereal along with the mist. A gentle breeze swept by, turning into fine powder. What a pity, I thought this thing was so fierce that I could pull it out to identify what kind of monster it is, Sumo lamented while scanning the monster encyclopedia after summoning the game panel. No mutated beasts detected within a radius of 1 kilometer. Today's usage 13. The area around the shelter is all wasteland, and large animals can generally be observed with the naked eye. To ease his mind, Sumo used it once again. Dragging his weary body back to the shelter, a long-lost sense of safety returned as he shut the wooden door behind him. A surge of pain rushed in along with the feeling of safety. As he removed the ceramic plate armor, a sharp pain made his scalp tingle. The force of impact is mutual. Although the ceramic plate armor blocked the black dog's charge, the recoil still caused a bruise to form on Sumo's chest. To grip the wooden spear, the skin on his palms was rubbed raw, and in the sunlight it appeared bloodied. The other painful areas on his body were due to sudden bursts resulting in soft tissue contusions, which weren't too serious. Woof-a-woof. Oreo kept circling around Sumo with its head lowered. Though dogs can't speak, the worry in its demeanor was heartfelt. Enduring the pain, Sumo managed a faint smile. Good boy, I'm fine. This time we took a tumble, 30 years of ups and downs. Next time, I'll let them taste what modern weapons are like. Oh woo. Oreo raised its head, clearly not understanding what Sumo meant by modern weapons. Such a lovable furry child. Oreo was clearly not an ordinary pet. As a mutated creature from the apocalypse, its ability to understand human speech added an extra layer of mystery. While soothing Oreo, he moved next to the bucket storing the ghostly water. After taking a full cup and drinking it, the burning sensation in his chest diminished significantly, and even the wounds on his hands began to tingle with itchiness. Raising his hands, some slightly burst wounds began to heal under the effect of the ghostly water, and the larger wounds stopped bleeding. A lesson learned through hardship. After this exploration of the ruins, Sumo finally recognized the necessity of fighting in the apocalypse. Merely hiding and avoiding battles would only push him into an irreversible abyss. In times of peace, one must strive. In the chaotic wasteland of the apocalypse, one must strive even more. The ghostly water is not omnipotent. Even with unlimited consumption, it lost its healing effect on small wounds after reaching 300 milliliters. Picking up the leftover mirror from the light and ventilation pipes, Sumo focused his gaze. Due to inheriting his parents' outstanding looks, the young man in the mirror had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding a youthful beauty. The specks of blood on his face and his tousled hair did not make him look disheveled. Instead, they highlighted a masculine vigor and a perfect jawline that made his profile striking. Looking down, Sumo saw his chest in the mirror. Previously, it appeared a horrifying purplish red stained with stagnated blood. After drinking the ghostly water and activating its hidden healing properties, the stagnated blood began to flow, and the purplish red color transformed into a slightly bloodstained hue of purple. Nodding, Sumo set down the ghostly water cup. The time he spent inside the ruins was roughly around 9 in the morning, but when he exited, it was already at least 4 in the afternoon. This completely contradicted the information he had previously gathered, which stated that he could only stay inside the ruins for 2 hours. Opening the private message panel, he found Feng Mingyue and proactively sent her a message. Sumo, hello, I would like to inquire more about the ruins. I can offer ghostly water as a reward. After a delay of 2 or 3 minutes, Feng Mingyue replied. Feng Mingyue, hello Sugod. What questions do you want to ask? If you're inquiring about the source of the explosion-proof glass, I'm afraid that the ruins this morning did not refresh, and I couldn't enter either. Sumo, I want to know everything you saw and heard after entering the ruins. Because I also entered the ruins once, I will use my experience to judge the authenticity of the information. I hope we can have a pleasant transaction. Sumo chose to speak frankly without any pretense. In fact, from the moment he entered the ruins, he had keenly sensed that his ruins were different from others. They were simply too vast. Others encountered ruins that, despite their size, could barely glimpse into their depths from where they stood. However, his ruins took over 20 minutes to walk around the perimeter without being able to exit, let alone see what was inside. Feng Mingyue, alright, but it will take a little time. I'm currently in the wild, and it's inconvenient for me. Sugod, when I return to the shelter, I'll describe it to you in writing, and you can give me water based on its value. This isn't a big secret. After replying, Sumo closed the private message channel. He was now 100% certain that there was something wrong with his ruins. Opening his inventory, Sumo began to pull out items one by one. First, he took out the item with the highest market value, the television. 32-inch color television, excellent. Description: a technological product from an unknown era, mainly composed of a power circuit, public channel audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system, with a frame rate of 25 frames per second and 625 lines per frame. Special ability: when placed in the shelter and powered on, it can monitor the area within 1 kilometer with functions to zoom in and out and change perspectives. Evaluation: in front of this television UI there is no privacy with righteous indignation. Damn, there's even such a bug-level thing. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The attributes of the television left Sumo astonished. What seemed like an ordinary television inside the ruins turned out to have such a bug-level function outside. If he could power the television, it meant that within a kilometer Sumo would have absolute initiative. Not knowing the working principle of the television was not a concern, just the power of this scientifically inexplicable feature was enough to drive one mad. Indeed, risks and rewards are equal. In that moment, Sumo's thirst for electricity reached its peak. Speaking of which, since arriving here, he had not played with his phone for 3 days. Now that he had some leisure time, he suddenly felt the importance of electricity. After properly storing the items he had checked, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Sumo's mind. If even a television exists in this town, then surely there must be generators. In such a large town, it would be unreasonable not to have strategic resources like generators. With this thought, Sumo's mind became active. As long as there are firearms, those previous monsters are nothing to worry about. Perhaps I can quickly develop the shelter with the help of the ruins. Gathering all his hopes in his heart, Sumo continued to look at the moldy blanket that he had snuck out. 3-piece set, ordinary. Description: composed of a quilt, bedsheet, and pillow. Special ability: the unique fabric slightly enhances comfort and has a certain ability to block moisture. Evaluation: the love that white sheets do not have. This red double happiness 3-piece set compensates for you. Having opened an ordinary item, Sumo did not feel disheartened. He had not held high hopes for this item. When taking it, the fact that a moldy blanket could still possess a slightly enhanced comfort feature was already quite rare. Taking advantage of the sunlight outside, Sumo stepped out of the shelter, spreading the three-piece set flat on the ground, where it could be sunlit, allowing the bedding to fully absorb sunlight to eliminate mold. In truth, if it weren't for the lack of conditions, Sumo would have been very willing to wash these items with water before taking them out to dry. However, given the current living conditions, he had to simplify everything. Returning to the shelter, Sumo continued to take out the table tea set and seasonings he had previously retrieved. This time, unfortunately, the game panel couldn't recognize these items and could only treat them as ordinary furniture cups and seasonings. However, the half bag of flour he obtained from the kitchen made Sumo happy. Refined flour excellent. Description: creamy white in color between high and low flour with a half-loose texture suitable for buns, steamed buns, noodles, etc. Special ability: the flour has an automatic dust removal function, is not prone to spoilage or mold, and can be stored for a long time. Evaluation: what? Looking at it, don't you want to make a bowl of oil-splashed noodles and savor it? Sumo has low demands for food, as long as it can be stored for a long time without spoiling it's sufficient. The special properties of flour perfectly align with his needs. At this stage, everyone's meals are extremely simple. Sumo's rye bread at least contains enough salt to meet his daily needs. Others are not so lucky. Some can only scavenge grass or peel bark for their 3 meals a day, and some are so hungry that they dare to eat dirt just to survive. As for the mutated beast meat available for trade, due to the harsh natural environment, these animals generally have very little fat in their meat, making it as tough as eating bark. Only Oreo is indifferent to this, enjoying the food without restraint. Sumo is quite pleased with this. Compared to the exchange rate of 100 milliliters of water for 500 g of bread at the trading market, he can exchange 100 milliliters of water for about 700 g to 800 g of mutated beast meat. Opening the trading panel, Sumo's gaze flickers. Today he decides to reward himself, spending a bit more water to exchange for some delicious food to celebrate his safe return from the ruins. After stockpiling for an entire afternoon along with what was left from the morning and what he had consumed for healing, he now has a substantial 3.8 of spiritual water. This stash is unrivaled among survival players globally. Sumo would claim second place if asked, as no one would dare to claim the first. After searching and finding no rare items for sale, he directly began searching for keywords. Chicken, sorry, no trade items related to chicken found. Pork, sorry, no trade items related to pork found. Beef. The items in the trading channel are varied and strange. Some people even open good things from treasure chests from Earth, but without exception, there are no meat products available. After searching around, Sumo can only helplessly change direction. This time his keyword becomes canned meat. Sorry, no trade items related to canned meat found. There isn't even this. Cured meat. 2 items found for you. After changing direction, Sumo reveals a satisfied smile. A 400 g piece of cured meat and a 200 g piece. Based on the unit price, 1 milliliter of water can be exchanged for 3 g of cured meat, which is quite expensive. After opening a private chat and messaging the seller, upon seeing that it was Sumo, the seller's face lit up with surprise, asking if he would trade with spiritual water. After receiving Sumo's affirmative response, the seller proactively lowered the price. They lowered the price to 1 milliliter of water for 6 g of cured meat, which left Sumo dumbfounded. Although the news about spiritual water being a healing holy water has circulated in recent days, many only know of it and are unsure of its authenticity. Seeing the seller's willingness to negotiate, Sumo simply advertised the item and traded at the original price, earning the seller a round of gratitude. After spending 200 milliliters of spiritual water on the cured meat, a flash of light occurred, and the water level in the barrel containing the spiritual water decreased insignificantly. In Sumo's item inventory, 2 pieces of cured meat of varying sizes appeared. Taking out the cured meat, he noticed the marbled fat and lean meat glistening and vibrant with color, making his fingers twitch with anticipation. Taking out 6 units of iron for the base transformation, Sumo switched to the manufacturing page. Iron stove, iron 66, a wood 11, soil 22, confirm manufacturing. Iron 6, wood 1, soil 2. A familiar rural stove appeared in Sumo's inventory with a flash of manufacturing light. Finding a spot near the corner with a thought from Sumo, the stove appeared in position. This is one of the benefits of system manufacturing. During the first placement, you can simply choose the placement location with your mind. Taking out the earthen pot rummaged from the ruins, after pouring in 100 milliliters of spiritual water for cleaning, Oreo, who was lying at the door, started howling. I almost forgot about you. Since returning, Oreo had voluntarily positioned itself at the door obediently, not at all resembling a husky. At this moment, driven by the smell of cured meat, it was tempted to come over and beg for food, yet it feared that if it left, monsters might invade, and it wouldn't be able to protect Sumo. Wait until we eat together, don't rush. Looking at Oreo with an approving gaze, Sumo saw the latter stop howling after receiving affirmation, though the drool at the corners of Oreo's mouth revealed its honesty. Huskies are originally working dogs, but after being domesticated in cities, they gradually lost their wildness, with their only remaining job being to destroy things. Now watching the door, it is no less than a rural stray dog. After cleaning the earthen pot, Suma placed it on the stove. As a child raised in the countryside, unlike children in today's cities who only know how to turn on the gas stove with a twist, Suma took out a unit of wood and stuffed it underneath, taking out the lighter he had traded earlier, igniting the plant fibers which easily caught fire. Pouring in nearly a liter of spiritual water, Suma tossed in both pieces of cured meat. Given the simple conditions, he planned to make a nutritious cured meat soup to enjoy a warm drink. It's a pity that the cabbage and tomatoes nearby were just planted, otherwise adding some fresh vegetables would enhance the flavor even more. Adding salt for seasoning, followed by a bit of fermented black beans, cooking wine, and black pepper for flavor. Before long, the fragrant aroma of the cured meat soup wafted through the air. Sitting by the earthen pot, Suma also found himself craving the food. For a full 3 days, he hadn't eaten anything seasoned. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that just a simple cured meat soup without any vegetables could make him crave so much. Seeing that the soup was almost ready, Suma opened the trading panel and bought a pound of mutated coyote meat. Using 3 units of wood, he crafted 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks. Suma placed one of the small bowls on the ground, tossed in the coyote meat, and transferred some of the cured meat soup from the pot, including the 200g piece of cured meat, into the bowl. Oreo, it's time to eat. Today's feast is a reward for you protecting your master during battles. You must keep it up. During the fight with the black dog, Oreo stepped in to interrupt its second attack, creating a great opportunity for Suma. At this moment, it was only right to reward it. Watching Oreo spin around excitedly, feeling the heat and aroma, Suma laughed heartily and poured all the remaining soup from the pot into his bowl. The spiritual water has a naturally sticky and fragrant flavor, and once heated, the sweet aroma wafted freely through the air. Fortunately, the rich savoriness from the cured meat timely halted the relentless spread of sweetness. The soup was slightly white with oil droplets floating on the surface, making it incredibly appetizing. Using chopsticks to pick up the cured meat, a gentle bite released juices, offering a rich flavor that was neither fatty nor dry. The culinary delights of the Chinese people are always so soul-soothing. This is not a doomsday scenario, rather it brings a sense of happiness floating in paradise. Ignoring the still hot soup, Suma eagerly sipped from the small bowl, savoring the lingering flavor and enjoying the aftertaste. After a feast, both he and the dog lay back, thoroughly satisfied. Oreo's belly was round, and with its adorably quirky head tilt, it was utterly cute. While waiting for the food to digest, Suma opened the private message panel. Sure enough, a few private messages from Feng Mingyue had already come through. Feng Mingyue, since no precise timekeeping tools are available, I estimate my entry into the ruin occurred around 8 o'clock in the morning based on the sun's position. Feng Mingyue, the ruin's exterior is shrouded in mist, yet upon approaching its interior becomes faintly discernible. Reading Feng Mingyue's private message from 2 days prior, Su Mo nodded thoughtfully. Across all accounts, the timing of the ruin's appearance and its architectural form, everyone's descriptions aligned closely. Su Mo lowered his mental focus and continued reading. Feng Mingyue, upon entering the ruin, I regained awareness only to find myself standing inside a building surrounded entirely by the blast-resistant glass I traded to you. I attempted to peer outside through the window, but thick mist obscured all view. Fearing the unknown, I remained indoors, clutching several panes of glass until the automatic ejection after 2 hours. Feng Mingyue, upon exiting, precisely 2 hours had elapsed in the real world, matching the duration within the ruin. Feng Mingyue, though I never ventured beyond the building, I am certain this ruin does not belong to Earth. Su Mo's expression darkened as he read her message, a chill of foreboding settling deep within his chest. The first 2 reports, regarding the ruin's emergence time and physical structure, remained consistent. Yet the latter 3 diverged sharply. Not only Feng Mingyue, but every survivor who had entered and exited the ruin described emerging inside a building. Su Mo alone appeared in an expanse of barren wasteland, so desolate he was forced to break through a farmer's wall just to enter the courtyard. Moreover, he was 99% certain the location he entered bore undeniable ties to Earth. Su Mo, what grounds do you have for such certainty? With a subtle shift of intent, he sent the question. His thoughts churned quietly as he held a white porcelain teacup, lost in silent contemplation. Elsewhere, in a slightly damp underground base, a woman leaned against a wall panel, gazing at the message glowing on her screen, and smiled. Firelight danced across her features, luminous eyes, radiant teeth, a smile both graceful and knowing. Utterly unlike the haggard desperation etched upon other survivors' faces. Were Su Mo present, he would instantly recognize her as Feng Mingyue. Feng Mingyue did not reply immediately. Instead, she opened her private messaging interface and sent messages to others. Moments later, 4 figures entered the underground base. 3 men and 1 woman. Each tall and upright, their bearing resolute, their presence unmistakably extraordinary. Well, what did Su Mo say? The woman rushed forward, voice edged with urgency. At the mention of Su Mo's name, the 3 men exchanged expectant glances. It's difficult to tell. Su Mo is exceptionally cautious. I suspect his strength far exceeds ours. He's already ventured beyond his shelter to explore. Feng Mingyue shook her head gently. Silence fell over the group. Feng Mingyue continued. He purchased blast-resistant glass to reinforce his shelter. He possesses a steady supply of water, resources most would hoard like gold, nurturing themselves slowly. Yet Suemo entered the ruin anyway. That alone proves he is no ordinary survivor. Can we still recruit him? Bring him into our team. The scarred man on the left blurted out, unable to contain his impatience. We'll proceed step by step. For now, none of us possess transport. Mobility is nearly impossible. Only proximity allows us to coordinate at all. Phone menu, Master Su. Surely you've seen the glass's attributes. No technology on Earth matches this. It borders on sorcery. Moreover, others in our group have stepped beyond their own buildings and glimpsed the outside world. Should you consider joining us, these observations could be shared freely. Suemo shook his head, a wry, quiet laugh escaping his lips. It wasn't solitude he feared, nor distrust of their intentions. At this stage, forming alliances demanded more than goodwill. It demanded proximity. Should he join their ranks, his sole immediate contribution would be his stock of energetic water, a trade far less advantageous than independent barter. After transferring 100 milliliters of energetic water as compensation for intelligence, Suemo closed the private messaging interface. If my next ruin entry again differs from theirs, I'll consider purchasing intelligence directly. No need to rush. For now, the gravest threat remained the unpredictable cyclical disasters. Exploring ruins could only begin once his shelter's integrity was assured. To neglect that foundation would be catastrophic. Should disaster breach his shelter, he'd lose everything: safety, resources, and time alike. After a moment's reflection, Suemo stilled his mind and resumed fortifying his sanctuary. Iron procurement had progressed steadily, but constructing the entire shelter from iron was impractical at this early stage. An all-iron shelter offered negligible structural strength. Though it formed a Faraday cage against lightning, its overall utility remained extremely limited. Reinforced concrete, ideally reinforced with steel rebar, represented the optimal solution. Opening his inventory panel, Suemo began organizing acquired resources. First, iron. He had accumulated 130 units. Intermittently, 6 were used crafting a cast iron stove, leaving 124 remaining. Second, would having entered the ruin today, he'd harvested none. Only 1 unit remained in stock. Plant fiber and stone had been fully depleted. Soil, 6 units. Energetic water. After cooking, cleaning, purchasing meat, and compensating, phone menu stood at 1.8 liters. He had no intention of hoarding it. Energetic water regenerated daily, yet raw materials required manual collection and sale, a labor-intensive process. Suemo remained wary. The current trading system was riddled with exploitable flaws, lacking safeguards enabling instantaneous item transfer across distances. In the short term, this posed little issue, but as time passed, financial specialists would inevitably seize control, manipulating arbitrage opportunities to exploit ordinary survivors mercilessly. The survival game itself would not permit such systemic corruption indefinitely. Once the beginner phase concluded, the trading system would surely face strict regulation, or even complete abolition. Crucially, the exchange ratios for essential commodities, water and food, would inevitably normalize over time. Leveraging resource asymmetry for developmental advantage would grow exponentially harder. By then, exploiting such imbalances would become nearly impossible. Having clarified this, Suemo opened the trading interface and began acquiring supplies. Rare items remained unsold. Turning to common materials, he sorted listings by unit price. Excluding wood, soil, and plant fiber, stone proved the cheapest resource available. Harvesting 1 unit on the Great Plains required 15 to 20 minutes. Miners near or deposits, however, extracted 1 unit in roughly 5 minutes. Calculating labor value, 1 unit of stone equated to 5 milliliters of water. A quick mental calculation made Suemo exhale sharply. This is a black market mine. If anything, even capitalist sweatshops wouldn't dare operate so ruthlessly. 1 hour of backbreaking labor under the scorching sun yielded merely 60 milliliters of water. That amounted to just 2 mouthfuls. Hence, many miners rested by day and worked only at night. Daytime heat sapped vitality too rapidly. 60 milliliters could scarcely offset an hour's exhaustion. Only at night did that same quantity suffice to sustain basic physiological needs. The deeper he analyzed, the clearer the grim reality of other survivors became. Suppressing rising frustration, Suemo drew a slow, steadying breath and murmured, "A game of life and death." At its core, it masqueraded as a survival simulation, but behind every avatar burned the fierce, unyielding will to live. Mining wasn't livelihood, it was sheer, grinding suffering. Refuse to mine, and you perish. Still, miners ranked among the relatively privileged, unlike those stranded on vast plains like Suemo's where no or veins existed. Their survival meant felling trees, yielding even fewer resources, barely enough to sustain 1 person per day. Shaking his head with quiet resignation, Suemo dismissed the flood of images that had just surged through his mind and whispered softly, "When impoverished, cultivate virtue in solitude. When prosperous, extend benevolence to all. Consider this my modest contribution." On the open market, his energetic water exchanged at a ratio of 1:10.3 against standard water. Yet he chose not to convert it. Instead, he deployed energetic water directly to acquire bulk materials. Monopolistic trade proved astonishingly lucrative. 1 liter secured 200 units of stone. Of his remaining 800 milliliters, he allocated 500 to purchase food, stockpiling it carefully. His selections adhered strictly to 4 criteria: long shelf life, high caloric density, adequate salt content, and resistance to spoilage. Hence he chose only bread. Combined with the 8 gene of rye bread dough he'd previously reserved, his current bread inventory totaled 14 gene. Gazing at his overflowing inventory, Sumo's earlier despondency over humanity's plight gradually receded, replaced by quiet confidence. Calmly he declared, relying on the system may not reflect true mastery, but who can foresee the future? So long as I draw breath, humanity shall never vanish. Someday I will grow stronger and endure longer. Perhaps I will build a sanctuary so formidable no cataclysm, however vast, shall ever shake its foundations. His voice grew ever more resolute. Ollie, who had been lying nearby on watch, turned toward him and barked eagerly, affirming in his own way that this monumental endeavor belonged to them both. On the 4th of January in the apocalypse, you slept soundly, fully restoring your spirit and state survival points too. You discovered a ruined survival points too. You gained your first companion in this wasteland, Oreo, bringing you immense joy and lifting your depression survival points 20. You explored the ruins, gaining some understanding of the unknown survival points 5. You defeated a formidable enemy within the ruins, enhancing your combat power survival points 10. You reaped rich rewards in the ruins survival points 5. Your meals were quite satisfying, significantly increasing your sense of happiness survival points 2. Scanning the host's survival environment, evaluating survival points, you earned 36 points today. Final tally survival points 82. Remaining survival points 202. The morning sun poured in as Sumo woke up feeling warm thanks to the bedding set he acquired yesterday, banishing the cold of the night. Oreo, lying beside him, saw Sumo wake up and obediently placed his head on the bedside, signaling Sumo to pet him. After giving Oreo a pat on the head, Sumo stretched lazily while sitting at the head of the bed. After 2 days of accumulation, the survival points finally exceeded 200, meeting the minimum requirement for shelter material transformation. Opening the chat channel after passing through the confusion of the past few days, the remaining survivors began to face reality and the harshness of survival in the wasteland. First, he entered the world chat channel. The first round of acid rain disaster is coming tomorrow. By the way, are you all prepared? Prepared for what? I wish it would rain acid today. This damn weather is unbearably hot. My throat feels like it's on fire. Are you serious, brother upstairs? Drinking acid rain. I respect you as a warrior. Isn't boiled acid rain drinkable? Isn't it? To clarify, acid rain is not entirely undrinkable. It depends on the concentration. For example, acid rain is just diluted sulfuric acid, and the harmful impurities will still remain even if you boil and filter it. If the concentration is low, processing a small amount is fine, but if it's high, I suggest you fend for yourself. God will bless us survivors. Compared to the initial crowding in the world chat, the current discussions are sparse, and one can easily discern every individual's remarks. The content has shifted from despair and pessimism to sharing small bits of knowledge. Tomorrow is the disaster. Time flies so fast. Arriving in the wasteland world, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After switching to the area channel, Sumo first looked at the number of survivors on the far right, 774. Not bad. This number is much better than expected. During the beginner phase, there are unlikely to be crazy mutated creatures attacking at night, so surviving humans can at least endure through the night. But on the last day before the disaster strikes, everyone will have to consider how to survive this calamity. He got up, pouring the stored ethereal water from the night into the vegetable growth medium. After storing the remaining ethereal water into a bucket, Sumo began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the 4th day in the wasteland. Taking out the skillet that he had washed last night, Sumo placed it on the stove, lighting the last unit of wood beneath it. The sweet-smelling ethereal water poured into the skillet, beginning to heat up. Sensing a faint aroma, Sumo continued to take out the large bread, breaking it apart like lamb soup. The bread pieces about the size of a finger were added to the pot. As the water temperature gradually softened them, they melded into one. After breaking approximately 1.5 pounds, the water in the skillet started to boil. In an instant, the rich flavors of the peach nuts mixed with hazelnut crumbs burst forth, creating a unique ethereal fragrance. So fragrant. This water is simply a natural seasoning. Sumo took a deep breath of the fresh aroma. If last night's meat soup was satisfying, today's bread soup was pure enjoyment. Although he had entered the wasteland world for less than a week, Sumo felt as if he hadn't tasted something this delicious in at least a month or 2. His mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. If only I had some vegetables. Sumo controlled the heat while opening the trading channel. Searching for vegetables. Swipe. There were dozens of pages of vegetable packages. All prices were inflated. Some vegetable packages were acquired from treasure chests, while others were leftovers from instant noodles. Sumo initially wanted to trade using ethereal water, but then thought, why not try the world channel instead? With that thought, he opened the world channel. Since coming to the wasteland, he hadn't used his loudspeaker even once. Sumo, a bowl of fragrant bread soup, made with ethereal water in exchange for vegetable packages, highest bidder wins, serious inquiries only. A message quickly slid across the world channel. Now Sumo's personal page had over 1 million followers. As soon as the message was posted, it was immediately noticed by many. Damn, is Su God really that generous? Ethereal water soup. Wow. Although most people had accepted Sumo's generosity, a small minority who rarely followed the world chat were utterly shocked. In just a few seconds, Sumo received thousands of trading messages. Some indeed had vegetable packages, while others planned to offer other resources in exchange. Su God, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please just let me have a sip of that soup. I have an oil lamp, can I trade it for a sip? I have a package of Kong Shui Fu pickled cabbage instant noodles, can I exchange it? I have a portable vegetable package of full 100G, can I trade it for something? Su God. So many people came to trade. The bustling scene even took Sumo by surprise. As Sumo brought out a bowl of approximately 200 milliliters of bread soup, the trading channel exploded even more. 200G bread soup, excellent description, a bowl of bread soup, made with a special water blend rich in aroma and packed with happiness. Special ability, consuming it slightly increases fullness and restores a certain degree of injury. Evaluation, can you remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten? Dio, this chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. After adding ethereal water, the artificially made bread soup reached the excellent grade, causing a frenzied market rush. Sumo naturally traded with whoever offered the most vegetable packages. After considering for a while, he spotted someone who seemed willing to bid high. Ellen Brando, hi Mr. Su, I have 2 small packages of dehydrated vegetables totaling 250G, and I also have a 200G package of gunpowder. Can I exchange them for your bread soup? Not only does he have the vegetable packages Sumo needs, but he also has an unexpected find. Most purchasers were using vegetable package resources, while this guy unexpectedly had such strategic level supplies. Although creating firearms with the current technology level is unrealistic, it's always good to be prepared. Sumo immediately designated Ellen as the trading partner, choosing his 3 items for exchange. This designated trade meant that others could only watch and not participate. Within seconds, Ellen's items were snatched up and the trade was completed. Gunpowder is a delicate item, and Sumo had yet to find a place to store it, so he had to keep it in his inventory for now. He took out the vegetable package and poured a 100G mix of various vegetables into the remaining soup. Gurgle, gurgle. The small shelter was filled with the mixed aromas of ethereal and vegetable scents. Oreo had already obediently positioned himself by the pot, staring intently at the vegetable bread soup, drooling profusely as it dripped onto the ground. Sprinkle some seasoning, and it's ready to serve. As a true native of Shaanxi, Sumo wasn't used to such bland fare. He took out some chili powder scavenged from the ruins and reluctantly sprinkled a little in. Instantly, the spicy aroma combined with the fragrant bread soup, creating a delightful and spicy scent. Sumo took a deep breath and moved the skillet aside, getting ready to serve. Haha, wow, woof. Oreo wiggled his nose, lying on the floor, unable to contain his anticipation. You little foodie. Sumo smiled and shook his head, lifting the pot and pouring some into Oreo's bowl, keeping the rest for himself. The soup made in the skillet carried a warmth and flavor hard to find in the city. The soft bread crumbs melted in his mouth at the slightest touch. Sumo chewed slowly, not missing a single vegetable strip, closing his eyes, feeling as if he had returned to the civilized era. If I could have this meal every day, how delightful. Both man and dog enjoyed a hearty meal. By the time they finished eating and cleaned the pot, the sun was already high in the sky. The morning chill had completely dissipated, marking a perfect time to go out and work. Today we must sort out the drainage to prevent flooding. After finishing his meal, he grabbed the shovel and dashed outside. It was 10 a.m. in the wasteland. Time for Sumo, the diligent worker, to clock in. After scanning the area, he found no mutated creatures near the base today. What a shame. I'd hoped for a delivery today. To most, mutated beasts were terrifying predators. To Sumo, they were mere couriers. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, shifting one's mindset could unveil an unexpected richness of experience. Standing atop the small hill of the shelter, Sumo gazed outward. Endless desolation stretched before him, vast and austere. Days of relentless sun had bleached the earth's faint green hue into a brittle, sun-scorched yellow. He stepped toward the thicket he'd felled earlier, the spot where he'd encountered the chameleon, yet the night winds of the plains had long erased all traces of that encounter. Aside from scattered debris, there was no visible evidence that combat had ever erupted here. Drawing out his iron axe, Sumo began chopping trees. Wood traded cheaply at the market. Even 100 milliliters of water could fetch dozens of units. Yet Sumo's purpose extended far beyond mere acquisition. Much like the shinobi of Earth's famed anime, even after mastering chakra, one must still begin with foundational training, climbing trees, walking on water, honing precise control over energy flow. So it was with Sumo now axe control. With every downward swing, he pursued absolute precision. Force control. Each strike demanded exact calibration, neither excessive nor insufficient, but perfectly measured. Even armed with firearms, close-quarters combat remains inevitable in this world. The deeper he pursued control, the more acutely he felt its daunting difficulty. I possess no mythic, overwhelming strength, the kind that shatters all techniques with sheer power. So I must master speed and precision, instead strike vital points, move swiftly, strike forcefully, aim flawlessly. Gazing at the clean, even gash on the second fallen sapling, far neater than the first, he experienced a quiet epiphany. Blocking is inferior to evading is inferior to striking first. Before engaging, one must plan as meticulously as when felling a tree, where to strike for maximum efficiency. If I can eliminate my foe before they even raise a hand, I need not fear my lack of formal training or my inability to evade their attacks. The more he reflected, the sharper his axe handling grew. Within less than an hour, he could consistently maintain both force and accuracy across a broad operational range. By then, he had gathered 20 units of timber and 8 units of plant fiber. Returning to base, he drank several mouthfuls of cool water, delivered a portion to Oreo, who patrolled nearby, and turned his attention to drainage design. The shelter lacked sewage infrastructure, toilets were makeshift outdoor affairs, so wastewater management could wait. The placement of the safety shelter had subtly reshaped the hill's topography into a gentle slope. Under ordinary circumstances, natural drainage posed no concern. Yet such terrain easily formed depressions. During heavy rain, pooling water would accumulate beneath the shelter's foundation, gradually forming lake-like stagnation, eroding structural integrity through persistent dampness and hydrostatic pressure. Worse still, acid rain would corrode the surrounding land, leaving it barren and inhospitable, hindering the base's long-term development. A simple ditch won't suffice. I need a channel capable of diverting runoff decisively, ideally routing water 400 to 500 meters away. After sketching a rough path in his mind, Sumo set to work. Fortunately, the shovel forged by the game interface possessed auxiliary properties, requiring only minimal effort to lift large swaths of earth. Still, it took 3 or 4 hours, until dusk, before the drainage channel extended just over 50 meters. 3 shallow, crooked furrows, resembling claw marks, lay exposed, unlined by concrete or mortar, appearing frail and unstable. Yet their efficacy was undeniable. Summoning the survival system inwardly, Sumo scrutinized the newly dug channel. Basic drainage facilitant upgrade path 1, reinforced structure with improved materials, greatly enhancing drainage efficiency. Cost 150 survival points. In upgrade path 2, install subterranean piping. Higher efficiency and greater concealment, rendering it less vulnerable to damage. Cost 550 survival points. In description, don't attempt to curve this channel. You'll sink right in. Let me test adding 1 unit of stone. Weighing the 2 upgrade options, Sumo placed a single unit of stone onto the channel. As expected, upgrade path 1's cost decreased by 3 points. The description updated accordingly. In upgrade path 1, stone reinforcement. Boosts drainage efficiency, durability, and corrosion resistance. Cost 147 survival points. Nee's inventory held 200 units of stone, cheap and abundant, so he felt no hesitation. 10 units, 20 units. After placing precisely 47 units, the required survival points ceased decreasing with further additions. It stabilized at 9. Select upgrade path 1. At his command, an emerald light radiated from Sumo's body, merging the 40-odd stone units seamlessly with the channel. From his feet outward, the once loose earthen channel began revealing veins of stone. With each sweep of the green light, more stone coalesced within the soil. After 3 or 5 seconds, the stone drainage channel was complete. In gray-black rock formed a clean, orderly channel, striking against the wasteland like a miniature Great Wall, awe-inspiring in its stark grandeur. Its surface resembled machine-laid masonry, utterly devoid of tool marks, appearing as if carved by nature itself. The longer he gazed, the deeper his delight grew. Player detected first cataclysm, survival probability exceeds 99, a globally unique achievement. None lottery draw granted. Standing atop the hillock, gazing into the distance, Sumo felt doubly blessed, and immediately opened the game interface. There behind the familiar sapphire panel gleamed a new iridescent feature, lottery. Never imagined digging a drain would yield such an accolade. I should have done it on day 1. Fixing his gaze upon the spinning lottery wheel, Sumo leaned in. The wheel bore 5 sectors, pet, blueprint, tool, item, resource. And no thanks for playing sector, definitely not a family production. All 5 options held immense practical value. With Oreo already at his side and resources plentiful, Sumo saw no burden in feeding another mouth, even if the draw yielded a pet. He pressed the lottery button without hesitation. The wheel spun rapidly at first, then inevitably slowed, its needle settling firmly upon the blueprint sector. In record, congratulations. Player has drawn the hunting compound crossbow blueprint. The interface notification faded, and a crimson glowing schematic materialized in his inventory. In hunting compound crossbow blueprint, a long-range combat tool. Slow reload, high muzzle velocity, formidable lethality, essential for wilderness survival. A ranged weapon, how extraordinary. His eyes lit up. Even before his first sortie, he'd contemplated crafting a ranged weapon, but lacking both viable blueprints and sufficient survival points, he'd shelved the idea. He never imagined he'd obtain a crossbow, superior even to the bow. The fundamental distinction lies in precision. A crossbow user need not simultaneously draw and aim. Though slower to reload, it boasts greater range, higher impact, and superior accuracy, making it a devastating long-range armament. A bow in a woman's hands, limited by arm strength, might reach only 20 or 30 meters. A crossbow, however, once mastered, delivers pinpoint accuracy within 50 meters, its precision unnerving. Crushing the blueprint, Sumo watched a shimmering stream of light fuse into the crafting function of his interface, and eagerly opened the manufacturing menu. He reviewed the material requirements for crafting one hunting compound crossbow and accompanying bolts. As the page was pulled down to the bottom, Sumo focused his thoughts and clicked, bringing up the list of materials. Hunting crossbow wood 08, iron 08, copper 04, nylon 02, composite nylon 01. After unlocking the blueprint for the crossbow, the blueprint for the accompanying arrows is included and does not require Sumo to obtain it again. Iron is easy to handle. Now I just need nylon and composite nylon and copper as well. I wonder if others have nylon or copper. Should be relatively easier to get. While pondering, Sumo called Oreo back and walked back to the shelter. While exploring the game panel, it is easy to overlook the surrounding environment, so Sumo usually browses the trading market from within the shelter. Previously, when checking trading items, Sumo had seen many strange little things. Now upon searching, he indeed found traces of copper on the trading panel. Currently, a piece of copper is priced at 100 milliliters of water, while nylon is still nowhere to be found. The prices these people are asking for are too high. After browsing around, Sumo suddenly realized that there were only 2 people selling copper. The newly listed copper had already been taken by these 2 before he could buy it. These players, akin to game merchants, hoard resources that are still somewhat scarce and drive up prices. It's better to collect materials myself and trade with spiritual water instead. Sumo pondered for a moment and set up several trading options. Seller Sumo. Trading item 50 milliliters of spiritual water. Demand 1 copper. Inventory 200 milliliters. Trading item 100 milliliters of spiritual water. Demand nylon 2. Inventory 200 milliliters. Trading item 200 milliliters of spiritual water. Demand composite nylon. Inventory 200 milliliters of spiritual water. The impending acid rain in the eyes of most people is not called a disaster, but rather a supply. Since morning, the purchasing power of water has been steadily declining. Not only for exchanging materials, but even for exchanging equivalent food, it has significantly decreased. Fortunately, the purchasing power of spiritual water remains robust. The materials he has collected can just meet the demand for crafting the hunting crossbow. Less than half a minute after listing the copper for trade, all 4 units were exchanged. Big shot, where did you dig up the spiritual water? Don't worry, let's split it 19-1 after we get it. Sugat, I still have copper, please accept mine. I haven't had water for a day. Sir, I have nylon, but the price isn't enough, oh, it needs to go up. A stream of private messages flooded in. This was already the nth time Sumo had listed spiritual water for sale, so almost everyone guessed he had a steady source of income, with water flowing continuously. Most people who bought spiritual water didn't just use it to quench their thirst. They primarily stored it as a strategic medical supply. In case of injury, it might just save a life. In the World Channel and Regional Channel, another large group of people opened up a discussion surrounding the 2 types of nylon that Sumo needed. After the earlier probing, Sumo had learned that nylon was not a scarce item. Only a portion of people were reluctant to sell it with the intention of raising prices. Watching the increasing number of private messages, Sumo set the keywords for composite nylon and stopped paying attention. Since he hadn't encountered any lethal threats, yet there was no immediate need for the composite bow. Perhaps if he waited until evening, some people might sell it at a lower price. After sorting by price, Sumo received 50 units of stone, compensating for the previous loss in repairing the water channel. After slowly taking out all the construction resources and piling them up in the shelter, Sumo felt exhilarated. Living in a wooden shelter was fine at first, but as time passed, the wood would inevitably face structural loss, making it quite unsafe. Having gathered enough materials to upgrade the stone shelter, Sumo wasted no time and began the manual upgrade. The first upgrade was to the shelter's door, the first line of defense in the wasteland. Shelter door effect: slightly theft resistant, slightly radiation resistant. Upgrade option 1, increase the thickness of the wooden door, enhancing its sturdiness, making it slightly fire and water resistant. Upgrade option 2, change the material, upgrading the wooden door to a stone door, significantly increasing durability and other attributes. 5. Evaluation: you wouldn't want to rely on a wooden door to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, would you? Selecting upgrade option 2, the stones on the ground began to glow green as 10 units of stone were melted and affixed to the wooden door. After a brief wait, the original wooden door vanished, replaced by a quaint stone door. Pushing open the stone latch and slowly opening the stone door with the wooden handle, Sumo was once again pleasantly surprised. The thickness of the stone door exceeded 20 centimeters, making it difficult for even bullets to penetrate. As long as he closed the door securely inside, no matter how many people were outside, they couldn't break in. Of course, the precondition is that these people don't have explosives. The craftsmanship outside the stone door was quite rough. The system also took concealment into account during the upgrade. Although it still looked out of place in the wilderness, at least ordinary creatures would see it as just a rough rock. After closing the door and returning to the base, Sumo began upgrading one by one. Each scan of the green light transformed the original wooden floor into a light gray stone floor. After upgrading the foundation, Sumo began to upgrade the load-bearing structures and the ceiling. With the last piece of wood changing color, the shelter was completely renewed. Firstly, the internal environment. There was no longer a damp feeling. The accumulated dirt on the wooden planks from days of activity had also disappeared. At this moment, the floor was clean, entirely composed of light gray, and due to the extremely smooth and even polishing, it almost looked as if gray tiles had been laid down. The previously pitted areas were now filled in under the system's upgrade. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The color of the stone walls was a slightly antiquated deep brown with occasional stone patterns running through, making the shelter seem less dull. The ceiling overhead was made of the same color as the walls, enhancing the sense of unity. Not bad. Sumo assessed both the interior and exterior before opening the game panel to see the overall view of the shelter. Personal shelter description: a shelter entirely made of stone, exceptionally sturdy, offering good security, with unique advantages in moisture isolation and warmth preservation. Space 100, height 4.2 m. Integrity 100. Facilities: iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, spiritual water extraction device, dining table. Introduction: everyone must pay for their youth, but you must build a house for your own youth. This is the greatness of human civilization. What a pity! If only there were electricity. Living in this stone house is nowhere near as comfortable as reinforced concrete. In the future, I could install a bathroom, a bathtub, watch a movie, and drink red wine. Looking at the ceiling, Sumo sat on the steps, lost in thought. In this world, the closer the shelter's environment resembled Earth, the more complex his emotions became. From nothing to something, humanity took over 5,000 years to develop, from the Stone Age to the Electric Age. Yet an individual's lifespan barely lasts a few decades. In this uncertain apocalypse, will there ever be a day when electricity is restored? Clenching his fists, Sumo cast aside his gloomy thoughts. Now is not the time for lamentation. He hasn't even ventured 3 kilometers into the nearby wilderness, so how can he talk about the future? After taking stock of his supplies, the current reserve of spiritual water, excluding the 400 milliliters listed for sale on the trading market, had once again recovered to about 2.5 L. Leaving 1 L of water as a backup, Sumo began the last wave of shopping before the disaster struck. P.S. Is anyone watching this? So cool. So refreshing. The first item that came to Sumo's mind for procurement was cloth. Currently, there aren't many uses for cloth in the shelter. Tasks like washing pots and scrubbing are handled with plant fiber mats. Considering the possibility of leaks in the base, using cloth to block holes is also a reliable choice. The trading market has a decent stock of cloth, whether from old clothes for sale or from treasures opened from chests. There is a mishmash of various types. Just buy 2 rags and some ordinary cloth to plug the holes. After a round of trading, he spent 50 milliliters of spiritual energy to acquire 1 gray rag and 1 dark blue rag, along with a cloth piece the size of a human head. Now that I have cloth, the next thing is various resources. Just as Sumo was about to continue browsing, a private message popped up in the lower right corner. It was a message from Chin Pingin, who had previously sold monster illustrations. After their transaction, they had automatically added each other as friends, so Sumo could see the message prompt when he opened the game panel. Chin Pingin: Su God, do you need composite nylon? I happen to have a piece here. Sumo: yes. Do you need food or water? I can prepare food on the spot. Seeing the words composite nylon, Sumo felt a surge of joy. The composite nylon he had been looking to purchase from the trading market all afternoon had yielded no news. By evening, and unexpectedly, Chin Pingin had it. It seems he is quite capable. Such items cannot be found in the wild, Sumo mused. Having crossed into this wasteland, Chin Pingin had either relied on luck or strength to be the first to acquire the rare item, the monster illustration, which indicated his considerable ability. Based on the frequency of exchanges, Chin Pingin's living situation should not be bad. At least with his combat strength, he wouldn't perish before any large-scale natural disasters. Chin Pingin: I want water, specifically spiritual energy water. 1 composite nylon for 500 milliliters of water, is that okay? Sumo: sure. Chin Pingin: wow. Is it really that terrifying? Aren't you going to haggle? Last time he had listed a monster illustration and spiritual water in the trading channel. The trolls flooding in were simply overwhelming. Ignoring the various people wielding small knives, there were even several thousand dragon-slaying swords. Some even directly asked, "Give Big Brother a favor, can you just give me that monster illustration?" Thus, during this trading session, Chin Pingin intentionally quoted a high price unexpectedly. Sumo: You can back out, but after this our trading will end here. I will blacklist you. To deal with such people, Sumo was well aware of a basic principle. This was also a principle he had realized during regular shopping. The same food, the same price. When placed in a market, people always think about haggling a bit, trying to lower the price. In contrast, placed in a supermarket, no one can haggle, so they have no choice but to take it as is. Even if one successfully haggles in the former, upon reflection, there would be some dissatisfaction, as buyers can never grasp where the seller's bottom line lies. The latter, although there is no bargaining, everyone adheres to the same price, so they don't feel how much they have actually lost. If Sumo agreed to Chen Pinggan's price increase now, it would plant a seed of boundless principle in his heart. Subsequent transactions might not go as smoothly as they are now. Chen Pinggan, Su, God please. I was just joking. You are like my brother, don't be mad. 500 milliliters is fine. I urgently need spiritual energy water to survive. The wilderness is too dangerous with monsters everywhere. Sumo, have you explored outside? Chen Pinggan. Yes, I chose the shelter on the ground, relying on scavenging resources from the map to survive. The monsters in this wasteland are increasingly fierce, and I can only pray that no biological mutations occur during future disasters or otherwise. It would truly be a disaster for humanity. Looking at Chen Pinggan's words, Sumo felt a bit curious. After suppressing his desire to ask Chen Pinggan about the outdoor environment, he initiated the trade and specified Chen Pinggan as the seller. Back and forth, 500 milliliters of spiritual energy water successfully exchanged for a rare composite nylon. In the short time of the transaction, the price of water continued to plummet. Even the price of food was steadily declining, while the prices of minerals, which were usually cheap, were slowly climbing in value. The upward and downward trends in the market seemed like an invisible hand manipulating the fate of humanity in the wasteland. Sumo remained silent. He had already guessed the reason for this development. But with a mouthful of bitterness, how could he calmly articulate this cruel reality? All humans who had crossed into the wasteland were not lacking water or food. The real reason was those who could not endure the early stages and had no means to stably acquire water and food in the wild have already perished. It was now the evening of the fourth day in the apocalypse. After 4 days of time, those who could not obtain water had forever fallen in this wasteland. Without concrete numbers, Sumo could not guess how many people there were. He could only judge the fate of this human community from the current market prices. In the trading channel, watching the increasingly chaotic market price fluctuations, Sumo had no choice but to take action himself and start collecting materials. This time the collection was still focused on materials for base development, trying to gather as much iron and copper, which were highly visible materials, as possible. Oreo, go guard the door, I'm going to make dinner. After calling to the silly dog, Oreo, upon receiving the command, dashed to the door and squatted obediently. The stone door could not block the smell. Oreo's role in this environment was equivalent to that of a monster illustration. Carefully scrubbing the iron pot with a rag, Sumo added 600 milliliters of water to the pot and followed the morning's recipe to add in some bread. As the heat rose, the water began to boil. He added some seasoning and a vegetable pack. 2 bowls of hot bread soup were ready. After finishing dinner, the sky in the wasteland had completely darkened and only the faint warmth remained in the shelter. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The iron and copper pieces listed before dinner have also been mostly collected. Luck was on his side. Most people had not yet reached Sumo's stage and had not realized the importance of hoarding basic resources. Unfortunately, no one chose to sell ordinary nylon. Just when Sumo thought he wouldn't be able to collect ordinary nylon today, the 100 milliliters he had listed in the trading channel was sold in 2 quick seconds, successfully netting him 2 nylons. With this, the materials for crafting the hunting composite crossbow were complete. I've got everything. Sumo felt a surge of joy and opened the crafting interface. At this moment, in the weapons section of the crafting interface, the blueprint for the hunting composite crossbow was lit up with the hammer symbol indicating that it could be crafted. With a thought, he clicked the blueprint. He chose to craft the hunting composite crossbow and 5 matching bolts. Confirmation to create. As the small hammer struck the blueprint, the materials in the inventory gradually disappeared. The iron block turned into molten iron, starting to mold into the crossbow shape, while the copper block lifted from the ground, beginning to transform from a standard square into a pliable shape. 2 pieces of nylon were stretched taut, and the composite nylon was pulled tight on the crossbow form. Record you have lost with 10A iron block 9, copper block 4, nylon 2, composite nylon 1. Record you have obtained a hunting composite crossbow. Record you have obtained bolts 5. Watching the progress bar complete. Suddenly in the inventory there appeared a crossbow that emitted a cold light just by looking at it. With a thought, Sumo's right hand held a crossbow that looked exquisitely crafted, as if it was naturally formed. On the ground lay 5 bolts that showed no sign of error, seemingly copied from a mold. In the world of Earth, crossbows are considered standard regulated weapons, largely inaccessible to the common people. In his previous life, he had only visited a shooting range once, accompanied by his benefactor, where he encountered modern crossbows. The crossbow crafted from blueprints now presented a tricolor design of yellow, silver, and black, exuding an aura of cold mystery. Two small circular discs polished from brass hung on either side of the crossbow, serving to draw the nylon string back. The simple latch in the middle was responsible for releasing the crossbow bolts. Sumo tested it, and it could accommodate 5 bolts at once. Although the crossbow couldn't fire in rapid succession and required reloading after each shot, the ammunition storage was impressively ample. After securing the crossbow, Sumo began to use the stringing device to draw the string back. The first bolt slid smoothly into the firing chamber. Suppressing his excitement, Sumo retrieved a unit of wood from his inventory, fashioned it into a wooden board, and placed it in a corner of the shelter. Aiming at the wooden board, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The initial speed rivaled that of a small police handgun, instantly embedding itself into the wood. Damn, it truly packs a punch considering it's directly cast into shape. Watching the quivering crossbow bolt, Sumo quickly approached the wooden board resting on the ground. Flipping the wooden board that was a solid 6 centimeters thick, the sturdy bolt had penetrated through, half remaining on the front and half on the back. While this power couldn't compare to the high-precision crossbows manufactured by major arms companies in the civilized era, it was certainly impressive. A creature like the chameleon from earlier would likely have perished instantly from such a hit. Let's try again. Sudden excitement surged within Sumo as he acquired such a formidable weapon. However, he understood that despite the crossbow's immense power, it relied heavily on precise aim. Earlier, Sumo had aimed at the exact center of a 1 meter by 1 meter wooden board, but during the shot, a slight tremor caused the bolt to hit the upper right corner, nearly missing the target. Such a deviation could occur even over a mere 10 meters, not to mention the precision required at 50 or 100 meters. From accuracy to power trajectory and shooting feel, Sumo began to gradually experiment with different shooting techniques. Crossbow bolts were not consumables. A single bolt could be recovered and reused more than 5 times after shooting into the wooden board. Only after multiple uses would the bolts show slight deformation. Furthermore, 5 bolts required only 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron, making it entirely affordable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each shot, he continually researched and adjusted the angle of elevation and aiming precision. Sumo's proficiency skyrocketed. Training and shooting clubs on Earth would cost several thousand per day, but in this apocalypse he could indulge without restraint. With each shot, Sumo aimed for precision rather than speed or power. After repeated refinement over 20 or 30 attempts, he then shifted his focus to the strenuous task of drawing the string. Stringing the crossbow had always been a significant issue, not to mention the composite rapid-draw crossbow in his hands. From the earliest crossbows, which utilized a stirrup-style stringing device, all crossbow enthusiasts have been continuously exploring ways to make stringing easier. Later, hand-crank gear systems and pulley systems along with specialized stringing devices emerged, greatly improving efficiency. After stringing it 3 or 4 dozen times in succession, Sumo began to feel his arms grow sore and weak, while also gauging his current speed limit. The first 3 bolts could be strung, aimed, and readied within a minute. However, for subsequent shots, each would require an additional half minute to a minute of preparation. After 10 shots, each bolt would take at least a minute and a half to complete the series of actions. If only I could modify it to an electric stringing system, that would be comfortable. With thoughts of the powerful upgrades available in the survival system, Sumo felt a surge of enthusiasm. Focusing his mind, he called upon the system and gazed intently at the crossbow. Hunting composite crossbow, regular description, a long-range combat tool with a slow loading speed and high initial velocity, possessing considerable lethality, making it an essential tool for survival in the wild. Rate of fire 140 milliseconds, range 80 m, maximum lethality 165 m, effective lethality 330 m, longest lethality. Upgrade option 1, enhance the crossbow materials to increase its draw weight and reduce stringing pressure, requires survival points 180. Upgrade option 2, upgrade the crossbow materials, add an electric stringing device, alter the design for automatic firing capability, and increase ammo capacity, requires survival points 400. Note: humanities students shoot Cupid's arrows at girls' hearts, while only science students use powerful crossbows to confess. Praise the machinery. Damn. Unfortunately, lacking culture, he could only express himself with a single exclamation. At this moment, looking at the second attribute before him, Sumo felt slightly shocked and exhilarated. Earlier, when upgrading the wooden spear, an option for an electric device had also appeared. However, the electric device for the wooden spear and the crossbow before him could not be compared. They were worlds apart. With the addition of the electric device, the crossbow completely transformed its shooting method. It could not only fire in rapid succession, but also draw the string electrically. As long as there were enough bolts, Sumo was confident he could create a feeling akin to a Gatling gun with just one crossbow. Moreover, this upgrade only required 400 points. Given his current progress, as long as he could survive for about 10 days, he would almost gather that amount. At that time, his combat power would soar. Unfortunately, it still requires electricity. Without developing a power source or finding a device to convert power, this would just be a waste. He sighed deeply. Once again, Sumo felt the importance of restoring electricity acutely. The rapid advancement of technology in the civilized era was primarily due to the invention of electricity. Electricity allowed every common citizen to truly experience the allure of technology. However, without power. Seeing Sumo lost in thought, Oreo trotted over, shaking its head, as if to say, "Leave the tough problems to me. Oreo, I command you to generate electricity for me right now. This is the master's task." Sumo laughed heartily, calling Oreo over and hugging it tightly while rubbing its head. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The poor Oreo still did not understand what electricity was. Upon hearing it was the master's task, a glint of wisdom sparkled in its eyes. From Sumo's perspective, Oreo seemed to be pondering something. When Sumo turned its head back to look, Oreo's initially clear eyes became murky again. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's attempt 03, after using the last opportunity for the day and detecting no mutated beasts nearby, Sumo stepped outside with a torch. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the acid rain disaster. He needed to check once more if the drainage facilities had been blocked by the sandstorms on the plains. I must ensure 100% safety. Summoning Oreo to be vigilant, Sumo quickly produced 3 torches and planted them in the ground. The originally silvery moonlight now turned into an eerie red glow as the disaster approached. The red light bathed the ground, merging with the flames, creating an indescribably strange and beautiful aura. In just half a day, the wind and sand on the plains had nearly covered everything with a thin layer. Taking out a shovel, Sumo began clearing the drainage channels. Once everything was finished and confirmed to be clear, he returned to the shelter. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the sturdy stone door, the exceptionally smooth stone walls, and the polished stone floor in the flickering firelight. On the last night before disaster struck, Sumo covered himself with a blanket, his breathing gradually calming. The ample breath gave him full confidence to face the impending calamity. However, in the increasingly cold, deep night, countless people wandered the land with torches, desperately seeking to make last-minute preparations against the disaster. Only a few with complex expressions sat in the shelter waiting for the disaster to arrive. A strong sense of crisis lingered apart from Sumo. No one could find sleep. Drip, 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 drip. Night deepened, all things fell silent. Flocks of pitch-black birds flapped their wings across the land, diving downward. The once ceaseless wind over the plains stilled, as if the heavens and earth had been shrouded beneath a veil of obsidian. The crimson moon's glow began to fade, gradually vanishing behind roiling black clouds. Water. It's water, salvation. We have water. Across countless dark subterranean shelters, tiny flames flickered to life as the patter of rain grew louder. In the next instant, elated survivors burst from their shelters, standing bare beneath the sky, reveling in the caress of the falling rain. Crack. A lightning bolt split the heavens, a blinding vertical scar that illuminated the earth and revealed their rapturous, feverish faces. Then came the thunder, a deafening, apocalyptic roar that shook the firmament itself. Whoosh. As time ripened the storm, the scattered drizzle swelled into a torrential deluge. Under the ink-black night, rain became the sole, sovereign symphony. The parched earth drank greedily from the celestial nourishment. Cracks fissuring across sun-baked soil softened and sealed beneath the rain's tender touch. All things seemed reborn, yet. My face. Why has my face become like this? When the first person's face erupted with pitted acid-scarred craters, as if seared by concentrated sulfuric acid, the crowd who'd rushed outside froze in stunned silence. By the lightning's fleeting glare, those drenched outdoors glimpsed the horror. Their exposed skin was charred black, peppered with minute painless craters, and numb, unnervingly so. Most terrifying of all, it happened without warning, utterly silent. Meanwhile, in the global channel, meteorologists and chemists newly transmigrated into this world simultaneously flagged the anomaly: acidic precipitation. Everyone, be wary. Do not let the rain contact your body for more than 1 minute. This rain is abnormal. It may not be sulfuric acid. I ran tests, no corrosion on wood or soil. Those with resources collect samples. We'll study it together. Professor Lee has exhausted today's speaking quota. I speak for him. He believes this acid rain contains a neurocorrosive agent. Avoid prolonged direct exposure. Wipe immediately upon contact. I only showered for 10 minutes, and now I've lost all sensation. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. I want water. I don't want to stay here. Please save me. My stomach burns. I drank a little rainwater. It hurts so much. More and more hollow, detached messages flooded the global channel, spreading a suffocating, apocalyptic dread. Water began seeping through the cracks of crumbling huts. Poorly sealed underground shelters gushed with infiltration. Depressions at low elevations rapidly filled with rainwater. More survivors grasped the true meaning of catastrophe, not localized but universal. An extinction-level calamity, for all. Acid rain indeed was this terrible. Woof, 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 a woo. In the dim shelter, Sumo opened weary eyes, gazing at Oreo, his dog, pacing frantically beside the bed. His drowsiness vanished instantly. What's wrong? Propping himself up with one hand, Sumo sat upright and pressed lightly against his chest. Days of exhaustion and wounds sustained inside the ruins had finally begun to heal. Following Orio's frantic gaze, Sumo suddenly noticed water already seeping beneath the stone door, dampening a wide patch of floor. Damn, it's the rain. Orio's bared fangs and agitated snarling sent chills down Sumo's spine. Instinctively, he dressed swiftly while opening his game interface to check the global channel. As the interface activated, system alerts chimed one after another. Log, attention all players, attention all players, attention all players. Log, first catastrophe acid rain is imminent, novice protection active. All players must proceed with utmost caution, do not underestimate it. Log, this catastrophe will last 36 hours. Log, note system announcements will cease operation after the conclusion of the first novice catastrophe. Log, congratulations player Sumo, your shelter's disaster resistance rating ranks 1 globally. Would you like to publish this ranking and activate live-streamed shelter resilience coverage? Log, note the live stream will not reveal interior shelter footage. Instead, it will orbit above your shelter, showing only external architecture to other players. Log, sustain live stream for 15 minutes or longer and survive the catastrophe to receive 1 randomized survival airdrop. Log, activate live stream. A cacophony of alerts exploded in Sumo's ears, like 100 birds shrieking at once. The catastrophe has already begun, and there's a live stream. Within seconds, Sumo clarified his situation. The acid rain had indeed begun. The water seeping in was unmistakably it. Yet, even his compromised shelter ranked first globally, Sumo dared not imagine how dire conditions were elsewhere. Setting aside the system prompts, Sumo entered the global channel. Instantly, its flood of messages revived the chaotic intensity of day 1, the very moment they'd crossed over. My shelter's flooding. When will this rain end? I hate it. I hate that I didn't dig drainage trenches. My feet are gone, eaten away by the rain. I have no feet left. Aya. Never expose bare skin to the rain. Neurocorrosion begins instantly. Where possible, use plant fibers to absorb moisture. Under no circumstances let it touch you. This isn't natural disaster. It's purification. Only beneath this downpour can humanity find its path forward. Amen. O Lord, will your faithful enter your heaven upon deaths? 99% of the chat window overflowed with hollow, detached utterances. Sumo stared for only 3 or 4 seconds, then stood speechless. Earth's acid rain, however terrifying, followed known chemical logic, its composition fully documented. Yet according to the global channel reports, this rain contained an acid inert toward inanimate matter, but violently corrosive upon human contact, silent, undetectable until too late. Neuroacidic compound. Stunned, Sumo suddenly recalled the black dog he'd encountered inside the ruins. Its hide had been covered in revolting necrotic lesions, yet the creature remained oblivious, even unresponsive, when Sumo jabbed it with his spear. He closed the global channel and opened the regional channel. There the member count glowed an ominous blood red, unbearable to behold. 323. Last night before sleeping, Sumo had memorized the count: 645 survivors. In a single night, half had vanished beneath the rain. The remaining 300 now clung to existence by a thread. Those who built surface shelters fared better. If terrain wasn't excessively lowlying, they avoided the hellish spectacle of acid surging inward. The resourceful used wooden shovels and buckets to carefully divert runoff. The quick-witted fashioned crude raincoats and umbrellas from plant fibers. Clad in fiber raincoats holding fiber umbrellas aloft, they climbed onto the roofs of wooden shelters and hastily assembled small lofted cabins from planks and crates to ride out the storm. Those who'd rushed out to drink their fill perished on this wasteland, forever silenced. After observing briefly, Sumo shut the game interface and fixed his gaze sharp and resolute upon the leaking threshold. If the rain truly possessed such horror, then his shelter's top ranking made perfect sense. As an underground refuge, not a single puddle had formed in the subsoil. Oreo, stay away from that water. After calling Oreo back from the dripping threshold, Sumo retrieved cloth scraps stored pre-catastrophe and began devising a waterproofing solution. Most people, while gathering supplies, did not think to utilize cloth scraps with better water absorption, so at this moment, they could only resort to using inferior plant fibers as a substitute. Soma carefully retrieved a piece of cloth from the corner of the cabinet, counting it in his mind, feeling a sense of relief. It should be enough. Lighting a torch, Soma cautiously approached the stone door to investigate where the water was seeping in. After leaning in to observe for a while, Soma felt reassured. The area where the water was seeping in was the lower right edge of the stone door. It seemed that due to the uneven terrain, the shelter was slightly higher on the left and lower on the right. This directly led to acid rain seeping in through the lower gap on the right. Moreover, because of the unevenness, the left side remained unaffected. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if both sides were leaking. If that's the case, it's not too serious. Watching the water trickling in from the leak, a bold idea emerged in Soma's mind. If this acid rain can be collected, wouldn't that be akin to a type of poison, a potent one at that? While others were brainstorming ways to survive the disaster, Soma, in his luxurious shelter, was quickening his thoughts. The more he pondered, the more convinced Soma became that this could be done. Excitedly, he said, since this acid rain doesn't corrode anything except the human body, I might as well create a guide rail to collect the incoming acid rain using a water tank. Without further ado, he spread the cloth flat and carefully placed it in the area where water had pooled. Watching the water on the ground being quickly absorbed by the dried cloth, Soma felt his heart settle. Beside him, the anxious Oreo seemed to sense that the danger was dissipating, and his expression relaxed. Taking advantage of the water absorption period, Soma began to check the harvest situation from yesterday's survival point. Doomsday calendar month 1 a day, 5. You have safely survived the first night of the disaster without suffering any harm. Survival points 5. Due to your relentless training, your combat power has slightly increased. Survival points 2. You have established the first small construction facility belonging to the shelter drainage channel. Survival points 30. Your base has undergone a tremendous transformation, transitioning from the wooden age to the stone age. Survival points 50. You have acquired your first ranged weapon, significantly boosting your combat power. Survival points 10. Your range shooting ability has improved. Survival points 2. Scanning the host's survival environment. Survival point assessment in progress. Today's total survival points earned 52. Final tally: survival points 151, remaining survival points 153, 153 survival points. Seeing the subsequent statistics, Soma felt a slight surprise. The previous upgrade of the shelter had nearly exhausted all survival points, leaving only 2 points, resulting in a sharp drop in security. Unexpectedly, thanks to the drainage facility and the stone shelter, the survival points had recovered to 153. Now I don't have to worry about the disaster suddenly escalating. Compared to the shelter, the recovery of survival points undoubtedly provided a greater sense of security. Sitting on the stone chair looking at the stable shelter, a wave of safety washed over him, and soon his stomach began to grumble in protest. You must be starving too. Touching his belly, Soma laughed, and Oreo, sensing that food was about to be served, walked around joyfully, as if he could fly. After taking out the ethereal water stored overnight, and confirming the water quality was fine with the survival system, Soma poured all the water into the wooden barrel for storage. Using a wooden basin, he scooped out about 1 liter of ethereal water from the barrel and poured it into the ground pot, starting to make a fire to cook. It was the same old bread soup with a rich broth, slightly white in color and a taste that lingered. While others were precariously avoiding disaster, being able to sip on such a hot soup in the underground shelter was truly comforting. After eating and drinking to satisfaction and cleaning the pot, the cloth had absorbed almost all the acid rain, leaving only a little. After carefully poking the cloth to the side with a wooden stick, Soma took the torch and baked away the last traces of water. It seems to be just a minor leak. It accumulated this much water overnight. After observing the door gap, Soma gained a clearer understanding of the current shelter's disaster resistance capabilities. Acid rain is indeed terrifying, but in the classification of survival game disasters, it belongs to beginner-level disasters. It means that as long as everyone uses their heads and remains cautious, surviving the first disaster is not difficult. In fact, those who managed to survive primarily relied on their own methods, and getting through a day was generally not a problem. After utilizing the storage space to conveniently move the water tank to the edge of the steps, Soma began to create a guide rail to collect the acid rain. After forging an iron plate with iron edges using 2 units of iron, Soma took out 2 units of plant fibers to make a hemp rope, securing the iron track with a wooden box. All rainwater seeping through the door gap would slide down the stone steps, ultimately landing on the iron plate and sliding into the water tank. Given the current efficiency, it should not be a problem to collect around 1 liter of rainwater before the disaster ends. After completing all this disaster prevention work, Soma began sitting on the chair to continue gathering information after watering the vegetable patch. Unable to go outside, almost everyone had gathered in the chat channel. Skipping through the dizzying world channel filled with spam, Soma clicked into the regional channel that had suffered heavy casualties. The regional channel, which used to be somewhat lively, was now sparse, with most discussions revolving around trivial matters. Sigh, when will these hard days come to an end? I'm doing alright here. I picked a high ground, and it seems like I won't have any issues getting through this disaster, but for the next one. Previously, my neighbor Xiao Lu by the base has been out of contact since yesterday, and I don't know what's going on. I've heard that some people out in the wasteland have abandoned their shelters, resorting to raiding others for supplies. Everyone should be cautious during the disaster. Don't let these beasts attack you. Yes, in this lawless, chaotic world, who knows how many lives will be lost. If they dare to come, I'm not a pushover either. I will make them pay. Besides, these people must have stolen a lot of stuff, or perhaps I can profit from it. Don't joke around. They come in groups, and you're all alone. Your fists can't fight against 4 hands. After observing for a while, Soma silently exited the regional channel. He had long suspected that some would abandon their shelters and choose to roam, collecting supplies by attacking their kind. He just hadn't expected the descent of such human depravity to happen so swiftly. It seems that in the future I need to be wary not only of mutated monsters, but also of these wasteland wanderers. After silently adding a rule to his decision-making process, Soma began to examine the newly appeared function. At this moment, under the chat function, in addition to the world channel and regional channel, there was indeed an anti-disaster channel. He clicked into the anti-disaster channel. It resembled a live streaming room from the civilized era with a page evenly displaying 10 video streaming pages from 1 to 10. Even the titles of the live streams varied. The universe's first shelter, no need for gifts, just come in and you're my bro. Today's live stream on surviving acid rain, host personally explaining shelter design standards, Huaxia shelter recruiting strong members, any professional technical members welcome, providing food and accommodation for nearby disaster victims, top strategies looking ahead to future disaster trends from an offensive and defensive perspective, lone wolf survival guide, Zeus shelter recruiting strong team, members requirements. Currently, only 4 shelters in the domestic top 10 have live streaming privileges, ranking at 3, 5, 6, and 9. Abroad there are 6. Seeing this number, Soma was slightly surprised. In his estimation, having 2 domestic shelters in the top 10 would be quite good, but he hadn't expected there to be 4. After all, in terms of practical skills and combat abilities, the sparsely populated overseas regions offer more opportunities for training. Conversely, many people in the relatively stable domestic environment have not had the chance to practice in the wild. Upon entering the live stream of the top-ranked Zeus shelter, the scene abruptly transformed, simulating a fully immersive experience, as if one were truly present. The sky hung heavy in gray rain, cascading endlessly, striking the ground with a continuous pattering sound. Following the camera downward revealed an endless expanse of mining mountains. Stretching from one horizon to the other, the sight was overwhelmingly vast. As the camera zoomed in at the foot of a mountain, Sumo spotted a cluster of wooden cabins known as the Zeus shelter. Built relying on the mountain's terrain, the wooden cabins aligned roughly north to south, numbering about 20 to 30. Apart from 3 main houses in the center that appeared well constructed, the other rooms looked hastily assembled, crooked, and uneven. Thanks to the mountain's topography, acid rain naturally flowed downward without posing a threat to the Zeus shelter. The choice of this terrain is quite clever, Sumo thought, impressed by such a massive complex. With the mountain at its back, even moderate disasters could be weathered without harm, let alone smaller calamities. Moreover, with the current consolidation of dozens of people forming a combat force, the efficiency of exploring ruins would undoubtedly surpass that of a lone individual. It seemed the owner of Zeus shelter did not mind the shelter structure being publicly known, as all viewing permissions were open. Attempting to control the camera himself, Sumo zoomed in closer. In the center of the main house sat a blond man with a full beard, speaking incessantly. After switching perspectives, the image in front of Sumo stabilized into a fixed camera view like that of a broadcaster. "Welcome everyone to our Zeus shelter, the safest refuge worldwide," the bearded man declared. "Currently our shelter houses over 80 people, including more than a dozen wilderness survival experts and 30 veterans, with formidable combat strength, ensuring absolute safety for all members. Of course, we do not harbor idlers. Applicants must meet the following criteria. Men must be at least 175 centimeters tall, women no less than 168, with weight maintained within a healthy range and possessing a skill. As long as you can contribute to constructing this large shelter, your arrival is welcome. Technicians need not participate in hunting expeditions and may remain inside the shelter." Although the bearded man appeared taciturn, his speech was well structured. With the aid of an in-game translation panel, Sumo listened effortlessly. As he spoke, the bearded man showcased the current base's supplies. Following his camera, they arrived at the supply room, where a mound of mutated beast meat loomed like a small hill. About 1 or 2 tons of processed meat were piled together, an astonishing sight amid a post-apocalyptic world plagued by scarcity. But that was not all. Nearby stood 3 large vats over half a person's height. As the bearded man lifted a lid, the contents revealed a murky yellow liquid. Eyeing the liquid, the man showed a hint of craving, yet chose to purse his chapped lips, then closed the lid. They then moved to the adjacent armory, housing a row of wooden spears and 3 handmade-looking bows and arrows. Finally, the bearded man entered the largest room. Though the room had windows on all sides, a central fire dispelled the chill. Around 40 or 50 shelter members, both men and women, gathered, singing loudly, with occasional dancers rising to perform. Witnessing this scene, no one would believe they were amid an apocalypse. The bearded man puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. "This is the strength of our Zeus shelter in the land of Dami, who joining us means ample food and water and the safety you have always dreamed of." I see some in the chat mention Huaxia. Huh, really? You're willing to join a shelter where you must work over 15 hours a day? Where you risk your life scavenging supplies outside only to support others inside? The bearded man's words sparked laughter among those gathered by the fire. Don't say I speak harshly, but in such a wasteland, everyone must have their own resolve. Look at your Huaxia shelters, haha, a motley crew trying to save countless burdens. The next disaster will surely annihilate them all. Hearing the arrogant words of the bearded man, Sumo turned his stiff neck and exited the live stream. It seems these shelters hold conflicting survival philosophies. Skipping the second-ranked stream, Sumo directly entered the third-ranked Huaxia shelter livestream. Again, the sky was gray and drizzling. Unlike the mountainous terrain near the bearded man, this Huaxia shelter shared the same vast plains as Sumo's own shelter. United we stand to resist disaster and rescue. As his gaze moved downward, Sumo noticed a banner hanging amidst the sprawling buildings. The banner was made from an unknown source of white cloth hung between low wooden cabins with charcoal script inscribed upon it. 1, 2, 10, 15, 25. Counting carefully, Sumo was astonished to find the Huaxia shelter comprised no fewer than 43 houses. More than 10 of these houses were generated by the survival game's default shelter mechanics. Unlike the bearded man's shelter relying on terrain for disaster resistance, the Huaxia shelter built dikes to fend off rainwater damage. On the ground, winding channels crisscrossed the land. Over 100 people clad in cumbersome straw raincoats and umbrellas labored diligently to clear the drainage. Unlike the joyful expressions of the Zeus shelter members, Sumo saw no such mirth on these hard-working faces. Yet what he saw was a different emotion: hope. Every laborer bore a hopeful countenance, a yearning to live. This stirring feeling could only be understood by Huaxia people who alone grasped the responsibility that such hope demands. Switching to the broadcaster's perspective, the camera shifted to a torchlit room near the outermost houses. Greetings to every Huaxia viewer tuning in. This is the Frontline Command Center for Earthquake Disaster Relief affiliated with the 13th Army's 79th Regiment Disaster Site. The live broadcast covers a radius of 50 kilometers. Every Huaxia citizen within this range may contact the shelter center after the disaster. The shelter will dispatch aid in due course. Please be patient and do not lose hope. Repeating, Huaxia has not abandoned any citizen. Please remain within your shelters, endure the calamity, and a beautiful tomorrow awaits us all. Those not near any Huaxia shelter, please do not worry. There are currently 42 military-established shelters known. Avoid reckless travel, protect yourselves, and await expanded search and rescue efforts. Do not venture into the wilderness alone. Repeating, the young black-haired woman delivering this message repeated these 4 sentences tirelessly. Her lips were cracked and bleeding from constant speaking, yet she seemed oblivious. Shinko. With a heavy heart, Sumo memorized her name and exited the Huaxia shelter livestream. Compared to the Zeus shelter's selective recruitment of talented individuals, the Huaxia shelter's approach was difficult for outsiders to comprehend. They surely could not understand why in an apocalypse ordinary people without strength or skills must still be protected. Yet at this moment, Sumo believed that every Huaxia viewer felt a surge of hope amid the apocalypse. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate. One day Huaxia will rebuild its homeland upon this wasteland. After perusing all the live streams, Sumo abandoned his ambition to top the disaster relief rankings. Though broadcasting live promised unknown airdrop supplies and was enticing, the top 10 shelters were undoubtedly collective groups. An innocent man bearing a treasure suffers suspicion. It was obvious that a single person establishing a shelter surpassing other groups would raise issues. Without modern firepower, yet Sumo resolved to remain patient and cautious, always remembering Ming Taizu's strategic principles: build high walls, store abundant grain, and delay proclaiming kingship. One must never emulate the Eastern Han warlord Yuan Shu, who upon obtaining a jade seal, dreamed daily of emperorship, eventually proclaiming himself emperor. He immediately became the target of nearly all warlords' attacks, ultimately failing and dying a laughingstock. Revealing my location within 50 kilometers now would be risky. If no one noticed, fine, but if someone did, the danger would be immense. Unwise. After much consideration, seeking peace of mind, he turned off the live stream. Watching the construction of the top 10 shelters left Sumo deeply contemplative. The so-called common folk mindset upon entering this unknown world focused solely on survival, upgrading shelters, and enduring disasters. This resulted in neglecting the most vital aspects: enhancing combat power and exploring the outside world. In this disaster, all of the top 10 live streaming rooms, without exception, chose to establish ground shelters, primarily using wooden houses. Only the 9th-ranked Lone Wolf Guide live stream was composed of a 7-member team. They did not stay in the shelters provided by the survival game, but instead chose to move directly to the foot of a mountain. For 5 days, these individuals worked day and night to dig a cave, finally managing to carve out a dwelling for 7 people just in time on the last day. Backed by a mountain, it was extremely stable. I wonder if these people gave up the game-provided shelter, or if they never even considered it. Sumo pondered internally, beginning to consider how to develop the shelter. Previously, based on the prompts from the game panel, he had subconsciously placed greater emphasis on the shelters generated by the game panel. This resulted in his current development being trapped within the confines of the shelter. It was a good thing, but to some extent it was also a bad thing. I am alone while they have 7 or 8 people, some even have dozens. In terms of resource accumulation speed in the early stages, I am definitely not as good as them. The only path to surpass them is to climb the technological tree. I never thought that someone like me who has only studied and memorized since childhood would one day start to plan a base in a somewhat decent manner, but my hair. Sumo bitterly laughed at himself. Simply hoarding resources and upgrading the shelter will only result in a fortified grave. When the speed of upgrading can no longer keep up with the severity of the disaster, it'll have no choice but to surrender. The valuable items in the ruins require combat power. Exploring the wilderness requires combat power. Without better equipment and weapons, it's simply impossible. The urgent task is to find a way to develop electricity. I have an advantage, and I must utilize it. Sumo's gaze became serious. I can only take it step by step. As the heavy rain continued outside, Sumo stood up and began to carefully weave a grass raincoat and a grass umbrella. He had to go outside to check the situation around the shelter to ensure nothing unexpected happened. After weaving for a while, could it be that my weaving is too poor? The system doesn't acknowledge it at all. Looking at the system that could not display the attributes of the grass raincoat, Sumo pouted and spent 4 units of wood to craft a wooden box. After placing the grass raincoat inside, he silently hypnotized himself. This is a wardrobe, this is a wardrobe, this is a wardrobe. He repeated it 3 times, concentrated, and inwardly called the survival system to look at the wooden box. Simple wardrobe description: made of wood used to store clothes. Reserve grass raincoat. Please select an upgrade. Item 1. Wardrobe 2. Grass raincoat. Sure enough. Seeing the attributes of the wardrobe, Sumo raised his eyebrows. After crafting the grass raincoat, he called the survival system, but it could not see the attributes and upgrade direction of the grass raincoat. Clearly the system did not acknowledge this item at all. Just like the table and tea set taken from the ruins, there was currently no upgrade direction developed for them. After crafting the wardrobe and placing it inside, the upgrade item prompt appeared. I choose 2. Silently repeating this in his mind, when he looked again, the attributes of the grass raincoat had already been displayed. Grass raincoat description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers with weak rain resistance. Upgrade direction: 1. Change material, change shape with greater comfort, requires survival points, 25. Upgrade direction: 2. Change material, add electric assistance with stronger impact resistance, radiation resistance, and corrosion resistance, requires survival points, 300. Why are these the only 2 directions? Sumo frowned. If I want to go outside, I definitely need better waterproof capabilities. But now the 2 upgrade directions presented are not clear about where the enhancements are. Spending survival points like this is simply a waste. Trying it out, Sumo silently thought, system, can you change the upgrade direction to exchange for stronger waterproof capabilities? As Sumo's voice fell, a flash of light appeared, and the originally presented 2 upgrade directions flashed away, transforming into a new interface. Grass raincoat description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers with weak rain resistance. Upgrade direction: powerful raincoat. Branches waterproof, 10 material, 10 insulation, 10 corrosion resistance, 10. Description: a powerful waterproof raincoat that ensures you stay dry on rainy days. Avoid prolonged exposure to sunlight, air dry instead. I can't believe it can really change. Sumo was taken aback. Aside from the upgrade method for the ghostly water well, this was the first time he had seen such an independent attribute upgrade method. Compared to those vague, broad upgrade options, this upgrade method, though more expensive, allows for the selection of desired attributes, making it more suitable for use in the current scenario. It seems there are many gameplay mechanics of which I am unaware. Silently noting the information from earlier, Sumo spent 20 survival points and chose to upgrade waterproofing and material. In an instant, the grass raincoat placed in the wardrobe began to change. The water-resistant layer, originally woven from grass, started to tighten, and the material began to change, gradually transforming from grass into a material similar to modern waterproof cloth. The color also changed from the initial yellow-green to a mix of black and white. Once the upgrade was complete, Sumo took out the powerful raincoat and began to examine it closely. As expected of a system-upgraded raincoat, this craftsmanship could never be achieved without machinery. Waterproofing requires precision. At that moment, after putting on the raincoat, Sumo discovered that the powerful raincoat was actually a pullover style, covering his entire body, including his hands and feet, eliminating the need for an umbrella. From head to toe, the raincoat seemed tailor-made, fitting perfectly. There were tiny air holes on the face for breathing, and it was coated with a water-repellent layer to ensure no water molecules could escape inside. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's usage count: 23. Summoning Oreo to stay inside the base, Sumo opened the door and pulled up the bolt before stepping outside. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. A wave of humid warmth hit him. The patter of raindrops fell on his head and naturally dripped down the raincoat's material to the ground. Even under the wind, many raindrops pattered against the raincoat's face shield. Extending his hand, Sumo wiped the water off the mask, looked outside, and couldn't help but gasp. Outside the shelter, it seemed to have turned into a swamp. Standing on the slope of a small hill, the once parched earth that was about to crack had now soaked up moisture and turned into soft mud. The once yellowed vegetation also began to turn a vibrant green. The rain here is unexpectedly heavy. Thankfully, I have a specially made raincoat. Sumo felt a bit uneasy, shook his head, and checked the soil around the shelter. The rainfall varied in each area, which was information he had gathered from the live stream. Even the top-ranked Zeus shelter didn't have rain as terrifying as this. One step deep, another step shallow. Sumo reached the back of the hill. At this moment, the 3 drainage ditches that had been dug were working at full capacity, ensuring that water would not accumulate under the shelter on the hill. 60 meters away from the shelter, a small lake had begun to form. Upon seeing this, Sumo felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have simply repaired a drainage ditch, extending it a bit further. But who would have guessed that the rain would be this heavy, capable of gathering into a small lake about 10 meters in length and width behind the base? Goodness, if this rain stops, they'll be living right next to a water source. After checking that the drainage facilities were not blocked, Sumo wandered around the vicinity of the shelter, checking for any loose soil. Fortunately, the days of intense sunlight had left the soil extremely lacking in moisture, preventing it from turning into quicksand. Otherwise, after the disaster passes, it would be impossible to walk for a day or two. After patrolling for half an hour, Sumo began to head back. Thanks to the waterproof properties of the raincoat, his body remained dry and comfortable. He returned to the entrance of the shelter. Sumo opened the door, but just as he opened it, a casual turn of his head caught his attention about 10 meters away on the grass. An unusual mark drew Sumo's attention. Upon closer inspection, his pupils instantly contracted. What is this? Footprints. Wiping the rainwater off his mask, Sumo pretended to shake his head and casually glanced again. This time he looked closely. These are human footprints. These are not my footprints. 2 thoughts raced through Sumo's mind, and he furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. There are people near the shelter. In the past 2 days, Sumo dreamed of people near the shelter working together to create a harmonious home. However, when real human traces appeared near the shelter, Sumo's heart was filled with only unease. He didn't know where this person was hiding or what their intentions were. The end of the world. Humanity is humanity's greatest enemy. Stocking up on food without weapons means your home is a granary. Stocking weapons without food means everywhere is a granary. In such extreme disasters, it's only natural for someone to go mad over resources. At this moment, Sumo no longer hesitated, opened the shelter door, and slipped inside. The rain on the plain fell again, beginning to erase all traces that Sumo had left behind. Standing in the corner of the shelter, Sumo spread his arms and waited for his raincoat to dry naturally before gradually taking it off. The heavy rain masked the scent, which was also why Oreo didn't alert him. Having been careless for days, upon suddenly discovering human traces, Sumo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he recalled the situation. I just saw they said wild raiders were attacking ordinary civilians everywhere. I didn't expect it to land right on my head. It's no wonder my drainage ditch is too obvious in this wasteland. I wonder if this person saw my upgrades to the drainage system yesterday. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Sitting on a stool, Sumo took a deep breath to suppress his unease, his eyes hardening. Oreo, come here. Calling Oreo, who was sleeping soundly in the corner, Sumo rubbed the soft fur on Oreo's head. Activate your 6th sense and sense if there's any danger nearby. Oreo understood the command, lying down, perked up his ears, and began to listen carefully. After a full minute or two, Oreo's initially goofy expression changed. He started sniffing the ground and finally barked low towards the southwestern corner of the base. Are you saying there's danger in that direction? Seeing Oreo nod his head, Sumo quickly began to recall the scene he had seen in the southwest earlier. That area was the direction of the base's drainage ditch, where a small pond had formed. Further out was a thicket of bushes, the color of the trees of vibrant green. The more he recalled, the more he viewed the earlier sight from a third-person perspective. Black. A flash of black. Suddenly, Sumo thought of the blackness in the thicket, which was different from the color of the trees. Had there been no warning, he definitely wouldn't have paid it any mind. Now on high alert, he immediately noticed the clues. That black shadow was about 100 meters away from him. I didn't see him, but he definitely saw me. Oh no. Slapping his thigh instinctively, Sumo thought of putting on his gear to friendly exchange with the person. This person must have realized he was alone. To establish such a stable underground shelter and possess such a massive drainage system. Improbably seen as a little fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered right now. I didn't expect that the first creature my crossbow would face would be my own kind. If you don't provoke me, I'll let you go, but if you dare to come. Standing up, rubbing his forehead, Sumo walked to the bed and placed the crossbow on the bedside table. The left side of the bed was about a meter away from the stone wall. Summoning the crafting interface. Iron pickaxe normal 2 iron blocks 1 wood materials fulfilled. Selected the iron pickaxe. Confirmed crafting. Log iron block 2 wood 2. Log iron pickaxe normal successfully crafted. Sumo now held an ordinary looking but extremely practical iron pickaxe. Swinging it, Sumo began to hammer forcefully at the stone wall near the bed. It's hard from the outside but easy from the inside. Before long, the originally smooth stone surface was chiseled open, and over time it gradually turned into a large hole about half a person's height. Silently invoking the survival system, Sumo focused on the large hole. Entrance passage description: an entrance passage that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction: safe passage. Branches expand: 5 open, 60 material, 40 strength, 200 passage door 40. Introduction: a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. If you want to ambush me, you must pay the price in blood. Seeing the attributes of the passage, a smile involuntarily tugged at Sumo's lips. In the current exposed situation, recklessly going out the front door would be tantamount to delivering oneself up. If they set up an ambush the moment the door opens, I might be turned into a pincushion. Thanks to his imaginative thinking, Sumo thought of a clumsy method to create a second route out of the underground base. Relaxing his gaze, the upgrade options disappeared. At this moment, it was not yet time to reach the end of the road and reveal his dagger. Regarding his kind, Sumo always maintained his last bottom line. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. At the same time, he also held hope that everyone could avoid violence, encouraging each other to endure the trials of the apocalypse together. Watching Oreo still anxiously pacing around the base, occasionally perking up his ears to listen and then sniffing the ground vigorously, Sumo felt both pity and heartache. Be good, wake me if there's anything unusual. I will take a nap first. After buying 2 pieces of mutated beast meat from the trading market and placing them in Oreo's bowl, adding some spiritual water, Sumo returned to bed and fell asleep in his clothes. Daytime is not terrifying. Nighttime is when the bloody horn is sounded. He must maintain the best state, keeping watch at night, guarding against nighttime raids. The heavy rain continued to pour down, threatening to flood the entire world, aiming for apocalyptic destruction. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In the midst of the entire world, under the cover of rain, no other sounds could be heard. Squeak, squeak. Half asleep, Sumo dreamily imagined today was just a false alarm, with no one coveting the shelter or plotting against him. Gradually, the outside world began to darken. The sun started to set and darkness slowly crept in from the horizon. Under the cloak of night, someone had arrived. 5 shadowy figures stealthily crawled up from the south of the shelter, which is the direction of the drainage ditch. Walking along the stone waterway, the 5 men walked while quietly cursing. Damn it, this guy is really lucky. I don't know where he got such a design plan, lying in the shelter and sleeping soundly. Why don't I have such good luck? Lower your voice, Lu Ba. Don't expose us. What's there to be afraid of? A young man just has a bit of luck. If he dares to come out, I'll be the first to take him down. Lu Ba, the man in question, not only didn't quiet down, but instead grew more aggressive. If he doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do. The little guy combing his hair on the far left could see clearly and pointed out the difficulties the group faced. Sumo's shelter is too solid. So solid that the 5 were startled when they first saw it. The ancient patterns carved on the stone door looked natural, embedded in the dirt. The drainage ditches scattered across the hillside were entirely made of stone, shocking the 5 men beyond measure. Boss Wang, do you think what we're doing is a bit unscrupulous? Why don't we knock on the door and let him give us some supplies, and we can continue wandering? The bespectacled man left behind in the group surveyed his surroundings as he walked, looking calm, but his words were quite fierce. Furried brat, didn't you chop people without a quiver before? Why are you panicking now? Scared? Lu Ba has scouted clearly today. There's only one softy in this shelter relying on his good luck to live here. As long as we can get him to open the door, this place will be ours. The leader, Boss Huang, sneered contemptuously, brandishing a 0.5% high spiked club that could silence a child at night. Relying on our efforts to kill mutated beasts only yields so much supplies in a day. Have you forgotten how much we got from people over the past couple of days? Use your brain to calculate this. Is this person going to be harder to kill than a mutated beast? At this moment in the shelter, Sumo had also been awakened from his dream by Oreo. In just a few breaths, Sumo became alert, flipped off the bed, grabbed the spiritual water on the bedside, and downed it in one go. Grabbing the crossbow, he instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Is it a human or an animal? Clinging to his last shred of hope, Sumo looked at Oreo, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, his heart sank completely. Descending the steps, Sumo pressed his ear against the stone door, straining to catch the sounds from outside. Through the stone door, only the sound of the rain pattering against the ground could be heard, along with a dull thud from the door. Suddenly, a sound distinct from the rain pierced through the stone door. Huang, die, knock, way. He's still. Some way to break the door open. The fragmented voice continued to trickle through the stone door. Sumo couldn't help but grip the crossbow tightly. The visitors were not friendly. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. It certainly wasn't just one person. Outside the shelter. By now it was the end of the first day, and the rain not only showed no signs of abating, but was pouring down even more violently. The sky had not yet turned completely dark. Despite the presence of dark clouds, a sliver of light struggled to maintain its position on the horizon, preventing the ground from becoming entirely obscured. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated 5 men clad in raincoats wielding black umbrellas. These raincoats were unlike ordinary straw raincoats. They were adorned with colorful rag strips on the outside to cover any potential drafts. This kid is really lucky. I don't know where he found such a shelter with a stone door, no less. Boss Huang spat to the side while with the other hand, he summoned a stone axe and struck the stone door twice. Listening to the muffled sound, Boss Huang's expression darkened. This door is very thick, at least 10 centimeters thick. If we keep knocking here, we won't be able to get it open by morning. How about we try digging around the foundation? He can't possibly have made it all out of stone, Lu Ba interjected, looking quite experienced. He also pulled out a shovel from his inventory and waved it around. Boss Huang nodded in agreement and began giving orders. All right, Lu Ba, Shizi, Sun Matzi, you three find a spot to start digging. Jingjing, light a torch for them, and keep an eye on the stone door. Don't let him charge out suddenly. We'll go take a look around to see if there are any other ways in, or it can't possibly be completely airtight. Upon hearing Boss Huang's orders, the others voiced no objections and began to follow the plan. I must say the torches produced by the game's crafting panel are truly useful. Just like in simulation construction games on Earth, they can't be extinguished by wind or rain, completely defying common sense. Thud, thud. The three found the right spot on the right side of the stone door and began to dig with their shovels. Goodness, this person's shelter is as tough to deal with as the underground treasure we discovered before. It's incredibly solid. If this were a team, I really wouldn't dare to provoke them. The ground around this shelter is so hard, if it weren't for the water softening it a bit, we really wouldn't be able to dig at all, Lu Ba complained, while sweating profusely after digging for about 3 to 5 minutes. I say these people are foolish. In such times they still listen to the commands of this broken game. I don't believe it. At worst, I'll just end up with a big scar. 18 years later, I'll be back as a great man. Let's take care of this person today and rest for a day before moving on. Hurry and dig, otherwise Boss Huang will have something to say, Shizi said without lifting his head. Do you think there will be any women in this shelter? It's been tough for us to catch a woman these past few days, and unexpectedly she's quite fierce. If only Shed joined us, brothers, she could have had a life of luxury. Sun Matzi leered as if reminiscing about their recent exploits. As the three chatted nonsense, they dug vigorously into the soft mud, pulling it out with each shovel. Thud. After more than 10 minutes, when they reached their physical limits, they finally dug to the wall of the shelter. At that moment, they had unexpectedly unearthed a large hole. Boss Huang, we found it. Lu Ba shouted excitedly, calling out to Boss Huang, who stood atop a small hill. Hearing this, Boss Huang hurriedly rushed down the slope and into the deep pit they had dug. Jingjing also raised the torch to illuminate the contents of the pit. But as soon as they looked, all 5 of them were dumbfounded. What the hell? This wall is also made of stone. What is this? Did this person come through with an excavator? Damn it, I can tolerate a stony drainage channel, and I can tolerate the door being made of stone, but the wall too. Lu Ba and Sun Matzi stood in the pit, drenched in mud, staring at each other in disbelief. Step aside, let me take a look. Boss Huang called to the two to make way, then flipped over and jumped into the pit, splashing mud everywhere. He took out a stone pick and tapped on the exposed stone surface. It still produced the familiar dull sound, indicating that the thickness of the stone was definitely not low. Dig around the door. I refuse to believe that he has so many resources to turn the area into stone. Boss Huang gritted his teeth and took out the stone shovel to join the digging trio. In an instant, mud and water flew everywhere. Amidst the heavy rain, the 4 of them were like diligent little bees, tirelessly gathering honey in the downpour. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After digging 3 meters to the left, they looked at the entirely yellow-white stone surface before moving to the left side of the stone door to begin digging there as well. After another 3 meters, the area around the shelter's stone door was fully exposed. The yellow-white stone bore a hint of natural patterns, as if mocking the folly of the 4. Damn it, I can't keep digging. Lu Ba threw the shovel to the ground and sat down, starting to sulk. From the light still lingering on the horizon before 6 o'clock, they had dug until 9 o'clock in the evening. For a full 3 hours, the 4 of them had toiled like laborers at the entrance of someone else's shelter for 3 whole hours. What a sin this was. You say this kid's shelter is so powerful, why hasn't it made it onto the top 10 shelters? Is this broken game playing tricks on me? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Sun Matzi also looked at the stone wall with a face full of frustration, cursing under his breath. In the 3 days they had spent, they had breached shelters that were easier to crack, but there had never been one as troublesome as today. Leaving aside the door of the shelter, just talking about the wall, ridiculous. Could it be that this is similar to the underground treasure we discovered before? I clearly saw someone living inside. Jingjing chimed in. Damn, you filthy creature inside, listen up. Hurry and open the door, otherwise when I get in there you'll suffer all kinds of torment. Furious, Lu Ba crawled out of the pit, smashing the door with the stone shovel while cursing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each strike brought forth a low hum. However, the stone door of the shelter remained incredibly solid, showing no signs of any cracks. All right. This shelter hasn't made it onto the top 10 shelters, so there must be a flaw. Let's all get up and find it. I refuse to believe that this dead shelter can stop a living person. Boss Huang's face was dark, almost dripping with water. He put away the stone shovel and, covered in mud, followed the dug pit, while casting a menacing glance at the stone door. At the same time, his mind began to race. This shelter is made entirely of stone, which means there must be some kind of opportunity, or they must have dug up something good to be this rich. If I can pry this shelter open, I'll take care of this kid and extract the secret from him. Who knows? As he thought about this, Boss Huang raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the four still nearby the pit. Hurry up, look for any flaws. Since this door is so well sealed, he must need a place to breathe. Keep your eyes on the ground. With a shout, the five began to act separately. One hand holding an umbrella, the other wielding a torch, they carefully examined the ground. Boss Huang, I found it. There's a piece of glass here, it should be his ventilation hole. Jingjing, with his good eyesight, quickly spotted the explosion-proof glass in the center of the hill. Good. Get me some plant fibers to smoke this bastard out, and see if he comes out. Boss Huang walked over with a face full of surprise, looking at the glass embedded in the ground, overjoyed. At the same time, he looked at the other four with a hint of malice that was usually undetectable. A wisp of blue smoke began to drift into the shelter through the ventilation duct. Inside the shelter lit by the torch, the smoke began to spread, gradually reaching Sumo's nose as he sat on a stool with his eyes closed, resting. Have they finally discovered it? In the next moment, Sumo opened his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing across his face. It was a moonless, windy, rainy night, perfect for enacting justice by killing. These beasts won't get away. He walked to the wall, donned his raincoat, returned to the table, and picked up the crossbow, gazing at the hole from which smoke continued to spread. I choose to top the leaderboard and activate the live broadcast function, fixing the camera angle above the shelter for a bird's eye view, forbidding the audience from observing the shelter at will. Sumo said coldly as he opened the game panel. Record, congratulations, player Sumo. It has been detected that your shelter's disaster resistance attribute is far superior to other shelters, automatically topping the leaderboard. Record, maintain a live broadcast for over 15 minutes based on your ranking, automatically receive a random survival airdrop 1. Record, you can now enter the live broadcast page and manage your broadcast room. A flash of brilliance illuminated the game panel as Sumo entered through the game chat interface, clicking into the disaster relief livestream page. At that moment, a page distinct from the other live streams appeared at the top. In the scene, flickers of firelight were vaguely visible. Meanwhile, the foreign live stream, originally ranked 10th, was pushed down. A live stream marked with Hua took the top spot on the page. Moreover, the disaster relief rating below the live stream was more than 3 times higher than that of the second-place Zoo shelter. Without paying attention to these details, Sumo quickly entered the live stream page, casually titled it Justifiable Actions, and began watching the feed using the broadcaster's privileges. In the darkness, 5 points of firelight stood out conspicuously. In an instant, Sumo confirmed the positions of the 5 individuals. Well, all of you are just waiting to die in the ventilation duct, huh? With a smile born from confidence while maintaining observation of the live stream, Sumo approached the hole he had made near the bed. Focusing his thoughts, the attributes of the large hole were instantly displayed. Entrance passage description: an entrance passage that has not yet been fully opened. Upgrade direction: safe passage. Branches expand: 5 open, 60 material, 40 strength, 200 passage door 40. Introduction: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Choose to expand, choose to open. As his voice fell, the survival points dropped by 65, and a green light emanated from Sumo. The originally rough hole began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The space, only big enough to accommodate someone half a person's height, gradually melted into a height sufficient for an adult to bend through under the system's mighty power. The surface of the hole began to smooth out, and the cuts on the entire stone wall transformed into a perfect circle. Inside, the soil seemed to melt away, disappearing rapidly. In just a few seconds, the green light retracted, signaling the completion of the transformation. Lowering his head, Sumo tentatively stepped inside. Although there were no steps, the soil in the safe passage was very hard due to compression, and the slope was gentle. In no time, Sumo reached the end. At the end was a crude wooden board, and with a slight push, Sumo opened a gap. Shifting his gaze, he found the location of the wooden board on the live stream page. It happened to open at the front of Acid Rain Lake. If he hadn't known about the hole and observed carefully, he would never have discovered this place. Pushing open the wooden board door, he stepped out of the shelter. The patter of acid rain fell on the surface of his raincoat and crossbow, adding a tinge of slaughter to the arrowheads. Crouching down, he advanced cautiously. Keeping an eye on the bright spots on the screen while also watching the road ahead, Sumo moved extremely cautiously. With the black raincoat on his back, he resembled a grim reaper wielding a scythe of death in the pitch-black rainy night, sending chills down people's spines. 1 step, 2 steps. Gradually, not only in the live stream did he see the firelight, but a point of firelight also appeared before Sumo's eyes. Is that a guy wearing glasses? Using the firelight, Sumo saw the face illuminated by the flames in the dark. Without revealing his intentions, he began to shift his steps to the left. The first strike, the most lethal, he needed to confirm he could attack the one among the 5, who seemed to possess the highest combat power. Shifting his gaze, a second point of firelight appeared. Scar on the face, thick neck, looks quite arrogant. The best way to judge a person's combat power is to observe their neck and arms. Anyone with a thick neck is either a trained fighter or possesses great physical strength, making such individuals much more troublesome than ordinary people. You're the one. Hearing the cursing from the scar-faced man from a distance, a cold light flickered in Sumo's eyes. Lying on the ground, he carefully rested the crossbow on the ground, aiming at the swaying Scarface, and gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! A sharp sound exploded amidst the rain, and before Sumo could fully appreciate the beauty of this sound, he saw the scar-faced man clutching his chest, staggering to the ground. Using the torch that had fallen and was about to extinguish on the ground, Sumo saw the crossbow bolt embedded in the scar-faced man's chest. This was a bolt laced with acid rain. Even a hit to the chest was enough to be fatal. Ah! A scream echoed from afar, sounding exceptionally tragic in the rainy night due to the environment. In the live stream, the four torches became instantly chaotic. However, the movements of the four were remarkably synchronized. Not a single person chose to save the scar-faced man. Instead, they all hid away, with one person even cleverly extinguishing their torch at the first opportunity, blending into the night. You're so clever, it seems I'll have to deal with you next. The one who extinguished the torch was none other than the man with glasses. In an instant, the glasses wearer rolled, throwing the torch near his teammate to divert attention. Unfortunately, the red cloth behind him was glaringly obvious on the live stream. Without making a sound, Sumo began to lie on the ground, loading the crossbow with both hands. With a powerful raincoat in hand, he didn't need to worry about the raindrops falling on him. Meanwhile, the four opponents had to constantly hold their umbrellas, squatting in place, making them easy targets. 15 seconds later, Sumo loaded the second crossbow bolt and began to slowly move on the ground. The glasswearer's supposedly excellent hiding spot started to gradually appear in Sumo's line of sight as he moved. Draw the crossbow. Aim. Shoot. Another dark arrow flew beneath the glasswearer's neck. The immense impact instantly knocked the glasses wearer to the ground. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and in that fleeting moment, the glasses wearer saw Sumo's position on the ground. His expression was one of sheer horror, as if he had seen a ghost wanting to stand up and shout. Unfortunately, the blood flowing from his neck blocked his voice in his throat. 3 to 5 seconds later, the glasses wearer announced his demise. At this moment, all 5 torches had been extinguished, making it hard to discern their positions. Lying on the ground, Sumo loaded another bolt, while using the broadcaster's convenience to adjust the view and magnify the observation of the others' locations. Got you beneath the mask. A faint smile tugged at Sumo's lips. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Perhaps I can understand why some people want to use full map visibility in shooting games. A somewhat comical thought flashed through, easing Sumo's tension from just killing 2 bandits. 30 seconds later, the crossbow was fully loaded. Changing positions, searching for targets, aiming to shoot. Another cold light flashed as an arrow struck the lower back of the pockmarked face, the tremendous energy piercing through his abdomen and straight into his belly. The immense pain caused the pockmarked face to stand up, immediately shouting, "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Kill Huang Biao. He killed 7 people. I didn't kill anyone. He forced me to do what I want." In the rainy night, the pockmarked face stumbled while running, collapsing helplessly on a hillside. The arrowhead and shaft, coated with acid rain, almost instantaneously corroded through the fragile internal organs, sealing his throat with blood. The remaining 2, upon hearing Huang Ma's cries, realized they could only wait to die in the spot they were hiding and stood up to run wildly. In the night, 2 figures darted off in opposite north-south directions. Coincidentally, as Sumo loaded his crossbow, a scruffy-looking man was racing towards his direction. The man was running in a panic, completely unaware of Sumo not far off. It wasn't until Sumo raised the crossbow that the man belatedly realized and wanted to shout. Whoosh! His words caught in his throat. He collapsed helplessly. Chase! Looking at the rapidly moving figure on the live stream, Sumo stood up, not glancing at the man, loading his bow with both hands as he pursued. This must be the Huang Biao they speak of. Indeed, a thug, even in flight, he has such strategy. Huang Biao was unfamiliar with the nearby terrain. While running, he stumbled, but was incredibly fast. Thanks to his familiarity with the terrain and the livestream reference, Sumo was not slow either. As they chased and fled, Sumo quickly closed the distance to about 50 meters. While jogging, he held the crossbow steady. A black arrow shadow flashed by, but the bolt failed to hit Huang Biao due to the high speed, and instead accidentally struck the umbrella pole, splitting it in 2. Seeing this, Sumo quickly lay on the ground, pulled out 5 bolts from his inventory, and began loading them into the crossbow. As Huang Biao was running, the umbrella was broken, forcing him to return helplessly to grab it, shouting, good man, don't believe what Sun Ma said. I'm a good person. I've never killed anyone. He did it and framed me. Let me go, please, for the sake of being fellow Earthlings, spare my life." A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Huang Biao saw Sumo loading on the ground, causing cold sweat to stream down his back. Only now did he clearly see the weapon that had taken the lives of 4 people. Under such a weapon, he felt there was no need to escape anymore. "I will leave all my supplies. I know of a place, a ruin rich in supplies. I also know where people are. I will tell you everything. Spare me. I will tell you everything." Huang Biao raised his hands high, shouting repeatedly, seemingly wanting to surrender. However, as Sumo lay on the ground loading his crossbow, he clearly noticed Huang Biao's small steps beneath him, constantly moving forward, getting closer. "You say there are ruins. What ruins? Where? Not far away, just a few kilometers. I found it underground. There are many good things inside, but our brothers couldn't open it, which is why we had to wander. But I know you must be able to. Your base is so large and so good. You're so handsome and powerful, it must be easy for you. While speaking, Huang Biao subtly moved about 20 meters closer, coming within 30 meters of Sumo. This distance could be covered by a normal adult in 3 to 5 seconds. Huang Biao was no exception. After moving forward 5 or 6 meters, his voice rose. In that ruin, there are plenty of good things. And your head. Upon uttering the word head, a spiked club appeared in Huang Biao's hand. In the rainy night, he threw away the umbrella, disregarding the hurt from the rain, and ran wildly. 20 meters. 10 meters. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and at this distance, one could almost see Sumo's face beneath his mask. In an instant, as Huang Biao recognized Sumo's face, a look of horror suddenly crossed his features. In the next second, a crossbow bolt pierced into his abdomen. You're Sumo. Holding his stomach, Huang Biao helplessly knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. You know me. As Sumo distanced himself, while loading, he spoke coldly. Unfortunately, the words did not leave Huang Biao's lips before another flash of lightning struck, allowing Sumo to see Huang Biao's expression clearly. It was a mixture of disbelief and regret. Under the night sky, the 5 bandits with ulterior motives would forever lie near the shelter. Blood was the only trace they left behind to prove their existence. I just want to live. If you don't want me to live, then I have no choice but to ask you to die. Putting away the crossbow, Sumo looked at the struggling Huang Biao on the ground, coldly turning back to check for any finishing blows, not at all coveting the so-called ruined secrets Huang Biao spoke of. The heavy rain continued to pour, slowly washing away the traces of the encounter. In just 3 to 5 minutes, billions of players who had fully watched the entire live stream in the broadcast room were left in shock. It had completely exploded. When will this endless downpour finally cease? The acid rain here shows no sign of letting up. Holy, everyone check the live stream page right now. A Chinese shelter has just topped the global rankings. A Chinese shelter has reached number 1. Wait, what? It's Sumo's shelter. Unbelievable. It utterly crushed Zeus' shelter. Moments earlier, the World Chat channel had been flooded with laments about the apocalypse, until this sudden surge of excitement swept through. Instantly, the torrent of messages froze into stunned silence. In its place, a deluge of viewers flooded into the disaster response channel, and there prominently displayed on the first page was Sumo's live stream. Title: Upholding Heaven's Justice. Beside the room name, a bold, sinuous Chinese character, Hua, coiled like a celestial dragon, evoking awe and reverence. Upon entering the stream, viewers were greeted by a sweeping overhead shot revealing the shelter's full layout below. Whoa! In an instant, the comment feed erupted like a raging flood, torrential, overwhelming, unstoppable. No way. I'm not hallucinating, am I? This is truly a shelter built by Chinese people. My heavens, look above his shelter. Stone-built drainage channels, 3 in total. How many residents does Lord Sumo's shelter house? In my lifetime, I long to join it. Among the top 10 shelters globally, this is finally the first underground one. ID assumed no one would dare choose subterranean construction. Newcomers surged in, buzzing with speculation. The sudden appearance of an underground shelter, so radically novel after hours of watching surface-level ones, left them breathless with wonder. Then an ill-timed comment flickered across the screen. So this is China's shelter, forcing residents out on patrol in such weather. Pathetic. You trash from Zeus' shelter. Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll slit it open myself. Still laughing? Let me tear that smirk off your face. Why don't you compare ratings? Our shelter's score dwarfs yours. Trash from the United States. Get out of our shelter's live stream. You're not welcome here. Meanwhile, at Zeus' shelter, this Chinese man is insufferable. He must have planned this all along, waiting for the perfect moment to surge to the top and recruit members. Watching countless enraged viewers unleash torrents of fury, Zeus' spokesperson, a burly man with a thick beard, finally snapped. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing furiously, but each sentence he posted was instantly drowned beneath hundreds, even thousands of scathing replies. Damn it, their pathetic shelter will surely crumble beneath the next cataclysm. With a roar, he hurled his wooden cup to the floor, so enraged he nearly foamed at the mouth. It wasn't merely outrage, it was disbelief. How could any shelter possibly surpass theirs so dramatically in construction scale and sophistication? Basil, calm yourself. His shelter lies on flat terrain. Perhaps he simply struck lucky, uncovering some rare artifact that accelerated his growth. When it comes to shelter engineering, he cannot hold a candle to us. Look at our scale. No one understands shelter design better than I do. Seated beside Basil, a distinguished middle-aged man with golden hair and refined composure spoke softly. I'm just furious. Shit. Basil began, but the next second his words choked off as his gaze locked onto the live stream. Under the pitch-black rain-lashed night, every viewer watched in real time as a shadowy figure emerged silently from behind the shelter, gliding like a wraith across the sodden earth toward the 5 individuals everyone had mistakenly assumed were shelter residents. Though the camera couldn't zoom in, the angle made it unmistakably clear Sumo held a weapon in his hands. It's a crossbow. A rapid-firing crossbow. Someone actually handcrafted this. Absolutely insane. Hold on. I do believe Lord Sumo is an 8th-tier machinist, but how did he produce such a devastating weapon in just days? Wait, aren't those 5 people actually not from Lord Sumo's shelter? While you're obsessing over weapons, did anyone else notice the hidden exit path behind Lord Sumo's shelter? I'm absolutely kneeling. What kind of colossal team could possibly construct a shelter of this magnitude? Lord Sumo's raincoat is leagues more advanced than ours. Sob. I guess comparing ourselves really is soul-crushing. As viewers gazed upon this cinematic spectacle and Sumo's lithe, precise movements, the stream's popularity soared exponentially. It was nightfall. Aside from those stranded in dire circumstances, billions worldwide were now transfixed by this live broadcast of lethal precision. From the first bolt piercing the scarred man's chest to Sumo's final confrontation with Huang Biao, effortlessly ending his life, the global audience, having witnessed every second, stood utterly dumbfounded. Brutally efficient, unflinching in slaughter. Executioner, demon sovereign, China's premier shelter. Exquisitely equipped, elegant. Strike that, dream lover. I've met my destined one. When so many contradictory labels converged upon a single figure, Sumo's identity became shrouded in impenetrable mist, concealing the truth beneath. Who is Sumo? Perhaps he embodies all these titles, or perhaps none, as he strode step by deliberate step back up to the shelter's elevated entrance. The camera panned with him, revealing, before the entire world, the true nature of an underground sanctuary. A massive stone gate rose from the earth, its intricate craftsmanship and ancient motifs unmistakably beyond human capability. Through an excavated trench beside the gate, viewers glimpsed the shelter's colossal stone walls coiled deep into the bedrock, radiating an immediate visceral sense of absolute safety. 3 stone drainage channels, resembling deep claw marks, ran diagonally along the hill's crest, channeling the torrential acid rain directly into the acidic lake below. Several corpses lay scattered haphazardly near the shelter's perimeter, all of this unfolding within less than 20 minutes. The next moment, as the camera zoomed in, sparking collective anticipation that Sumo would finally speak, explain his sanctuary, and invite others to join, the live stream abruptly cut to black with a sharp electronic screech. A message appeared: the broadcaster is currently offline. Please wait for the next broadcast. Huh, is Lord Sumo that aloof? So this is the bearing of a transcendent master, truly worthy of worship. Did we miss something? I'd join Lord Sumo's shelter unconditionally, even if it meant working 18-hour shifts daily. I'm charging in head first. Weekends. Overtime. No problem. All I ask is to live inside such a shelter. Could it be? This shelter belongs to Sumo alone. That's why he hasn't opened recruitment. Surely not. Could one person possibly build something so vast, so impregnable? Wait, does anyone recall day 1? Lord Sumo hung water outside to sell, and even purchased Chen Pinggan's old dog compendium. Chen Pinggan, that old dog is utterly inhuman. As Sumo shut down the stream without a word, everyone was left speechless. Across private messages and group chats, the name Sumo exploded into a global trending topic, every user dissecting what they had just witnessed. The world's only fully underground shelter, a sovereign of slaughter. If Weibo still existed tonight, this event would dominate the top trend. Uncontested, unchallenged, unyielding. Record: your continuous live stream duration has exceeded 15 minutes, and the random airdrop reward will be distributed the day before the next disaster arrives. Upon hearing the notification from the game panel, Sumo decisively entered the management interface and chose to turn off the live stream. Every move was being monitored by billions of people. In the civilized era, he might have laughed heartily, pleased that he had gained popularity. However, in this brutal apocalyptic world, the more one exposes, the greater the danger. Hastily walking to the place where the scarred-faced man died, Sumo surveyed the scene. These people are indeed troublesome to deal with. Killing someone requires only a gentle pull of the trigger, but handling these bodies requires considerable effort. It's fine in the rainy night, as the scent doesn't spread far. If it were under the scorching sun, it would likely attract hordes of mutated creatures in a day or two. It could even lead to an outbreak of plague. Opening the crafting page, Sumo began to fashion a stone spear anew. Holding the spear, he suppressed his nausea and hung the spear tip on the scarred man's clothing, taking a deep breath. In the civilized era, he was terrified even of killing a chicken, yet upon arriving in the apocalypse, he had already taken 5 lives. Although these people were bandits, the moral concepts established during civilization still slightly restrained his humanity. Hey, what is this? After dragging away the scarred man's corpse, Sumo was astonished to find a shell emitting a faint glow at the spot where the scarred man had fallen. Isn't this the shelter that was supposed to be placed at the beginning? Picking up the shell, Sumo was overjoyed and began to examine its attributes. Damaged shelter core: the shelter is bound to the player and can only be placed on the ground once chosen, making it immovable. When a player dismantles their shelter, it will automatically revert to being damaged and cannot be placed until repaired. All items of the player upon death are stored within the shelter core. Record detected that the player has a complete shelter core. Would you like to absorb it? I can actually absorb another person's shelter core. Looking at the attributes on the game panel, Sumo hurriedly walked over to the other three individuals. Sure enough, the bespectacled man and the pockmarked face both had damaged shelter cores beneath them. Arriving near the rat-faced man this time, he found a complete shelter core that had not yet been placed. Great. Looking at the 3 damaged cores and 1 intact core in my hand, Sumo laughed heartily. Indeed, a horse won't get fat without night grass, and a person won't become wealthy without windfall. These people ruthlessly killed so many innocent souls, and now they have fallen into my hands. It's only fair. Throwing the 4 cores into his backpack, Sumo briskly walked to the acid rain lake and began to dig a pit. Having made gains, even working in the pitch-black rainy night felt lighter to Sumo, who couldn't wait to finish dealing with these corpses and return to the shelter to absorb and inspect. A day's worth of rain had softened the soil considerably. After about half an hour, Sumo dug out a pit that was 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. After prodding each of the bandits' corpses into the big pit with his spear, Sumo returned to the front of Huang Biao with a light step. Huang Biao, who had previously struggled on the ground, had left only a deep handprint on the soil and was now silent. Prodding with the spear tip, he indeed found a damaged shelter core under Huang Biao. Since you came from far away to provide me with equipment, I can't bear to leave your corpse in the wilderness. Let's hope you can be a good person in your next life. Huang Biao's face had already been corroded beyond recognition, appearing bizarre and terrifying like a zombie from an American apocalypse movie. Not daring to examine closely, Sumo poked at Huang Biao's rain poncho with the spear tip. One step at a time, he dragged the person to the big pit. After placing Huang Biao in the pit, Sumo began to fill it in. Gradually, with the earth covering and the rainwater binding, the 5 individuals remained permanently in this pit. After completing all this, Sumo inserted a stick as a marker at the site and retraced his steps back to the entrance of the tunnel. The wooden board-paved tunnel door was quite convenient to exit, but by the time Sumo returned, quite a bit of water had seeped into the passage. Surveying the tunnel entrance, Sumo had a thought: if I need to go far, exiting from here would be a good choice. It allows for an upgrade. He silently recited the survival system, and the passage attributes appeared. Entry and exit passage description: the passage has been opened. Upgrade direction: safe passage. Branch expansion: 20 material, 40 strength, 200 passage door 40. Introduction: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The passage door. Upgrading it to stone is fine, as I still have quite a bit of stone material here. As the stone materials were gradually laid down, the survival points required for the passage door began to decrease rapidly. It continued to change until it reached 20 points, then stopped. Choose to upgrade the passage door. Spending 20 points, a green light radiated from Sumo's body. In just a couple of breaths, the wooden door, which had been quite gapped, transformed into a stone door identical to that of the shelter, appearing tightly sealed against the rain. After shoveling some dirt to cover the stone passage door, Sumo returned to the entrance of the shelter with satisfaction. This passage, intended for surprise attacks, was to be forgotten in daily life, except for when going far or conducting a surprise raid. It's best to keep it as a trump card. In critical moments, it can exert a charm comparable to a dimensional strike, just like today. As for the issue of exposing defenses in the live stream, that is not an immediate concern. Returning to the main door, Sumo looked at the barren stone walls that had been excavated on both sides. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. What was once a proper underground shelter had been turned into an above-ground shelter after several hours of digging by these people. This is fine. I won't fill it in for now, just waiting until the rain stops to make some modifications. After circling around and surveying the dugout areas, Sumo shouted out to the shelter, "Oreo, open the door and back." As soon as the words fell, there was a frantic scratching sound from inside, and with a clang, the stone door opened a crack. The crafty Oreo first surveyed the doorway before stepping aside. "Good job, little guy, you are quite clever." Wearing a raincoat, unable to stroke Oreo's head, Sumo gestured for Oreo to stand back before closing the big door and taking off the raincoat in the corner of the shelter. During the recent raid, he had formulated 2 plans. Plan A was to launch a surprise attack from the back door while these people were caught off guard. Plan B was to have Oreo make some noise at the door to attract attention and create a killing opportunity if there were no chances. Unfortunately, these people were a disorganized rabble with very low combat capability and little vigilance. They never expected Sumo to suddenly emerge from the rear for an ambush. After removing his raincoat, Sumo turned around and sat down on the wooden bench. He watched the bright flames flickering in the stone base and Oreo, who had run to the table to act cute. Sumo felt a wave of relief. No one expected that just an hour ago he was an ordinary person struggling to survive in this wasteland world. An hour later, he had become a heroic figure bearing the weight of 5 lives, enacting justice on behalf of heaven. Taking out the spoils, Sumo held the shell with his left hand, using a cloth to wipe it, while his right hand picked up another cloth to begin cleaning. The ancient-looking shell became more luminous like jade as he wiped it with the cloth. After finishing all the cores, Sumo picked up the initially obtained damaged shell and with a thought triggered the fusion function on the game panel. Then let's start the fusion with this damaged core. Record detecting that the player possesses a complete safe house core meeting the absorption conditions. Do you wish to absorb it? Without hesitation, Sumo concentrated his mind and confirmed the selection. In an instant, the turtle shell in his hand began to tremble violently, or more specifically, it produced a resonance. The entire shelter seemed to come alive, small tremors rippling through it. 1 second, 2 seconds. The frequency of the shelter's vibrations began to closely match that of the turtle shells. Visible to the naked eye, the turtle shell started to crack and melt, turning into a stream of blue water that slipped from Sumo's hand and cascaded down to the stone floor. Boom. The ground began to tremble, the entire shelter shaking as if it were experiencing an earthquake. In the next moment, Sumo stared in shock at the magical scene before him. Record, you have successfully absorbed the damaged safe house core. Record, your shelter's area has increased. Record, current shelter area 110 square meters. The familiar shelter transformed, appearing as if it had gained weight, suddenly expanding by 10 square meters. In the newly added space, several items were neatly arranged. Woof, woof, woof. Oreo, who was resting on the ground, now barked incessantly at the unfamiliar smell and the newly appeared area, as if it had seen a ghost. Hastily walking to the new area, Sumo began to examine the items on the ground. There were a total of about a dozen. First, he saw 3 pieces of clothing with bloodstains, colorful, and even featuring a pink bear cover. Next to the clothing were 2 tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to Sumo's current wealth, this person's equipment seemed pitifully lacking, but it was unclear where they had the confidence to raid the shelter. Fearing there might be hidden traps or poisons, Sumo didn't dare to touch them directly. Cautiously, he used a stone spear to poke at the clothes, revealing the supplies hidden beneath. There were a total of about a dozen items. Among them was dried beef jerky purchased from the trading market on the first day, looking to weigh at least 300 grams. Additionally, there were 4 boxes of pure milk, a whole loaf of bread, 2 corn sausages, an old yogurt, and a bottle of unopened Pepsi. 2 bottles of opened but unfinished mineral water. I hit the jackpot. After confirming the attributes of the supplies through the game panel, Sumo was overjoyed. No wonder these people chose not to properly develop their shelters and instead turned to robbery. Working hard surely couldn't compare to stealing batteries for profit. Just these supplies alone, if sold in the trading market, would be worth at least several liters of water in exchange, and that's assuming there was a market for it. Most of the food currently sold in the market consisted of bread that required a lot of water to eat and dry, hard-to-swallow mutant beast meat. Despite days of shopping, Sumo had yet to snag any luxury-level food from the market. He never expected these free supply boxes to just fall from the sky. Since merging 1 damaged core can increase the area by 10 square meters, then I will merge them all. Taking out the remaining 3 damaged cores, he selected them one by one, and the safe house began to tremble again. Record, you have successfully absorbed 3 damaged safe house cores. Record, your shelter's area has increased. Record, current shelter area 140 square meters. Record, the level of your shelter has increased. Please check the game panel for details. After a series of shaking, the shelter gained an additional 40 square meters of space. The already spacious shelter now felt even more vast. A pile of items lay scattered on the ground. Just looking at them made Sumo feel blissfully dizzy. In the innermost part, there was a device resembling a large television. Sumo was not unfamiliar with this device. It was exactly what he had been dreaming of and wishing for at night, a generator. At this moment, Sumo could no longer suppress his excitement, rushing over to the machine as if he were meeting a beloved. The entire body was covered in sky blue paint, surrounded by 3 thick black iron pipes with a side skirt serving to keep out dust. Bending down to see the main body of the generator, Sumo's initially eager heart suddenly cooled. This was a diesel generator marked with waxy Siemens, presumably taken from the bodies of the mutant beasts these people had killed or seized from others. But the problem was that the fuel tank had been stabbed with a large piece of iron plate directly sheared off, exposing the interior of the fuel tank. Squatting in front of the generator, Sumo began to carefully recall the principles of generators he had read in miscellaneous books at the university library. It's simple to generate electricity with a generator inside the diesel engine's cylinder. Clean air, filtered through an air filter, mixes fully with high-pressure atomized diesel sprayed from the injector. Under the compression of the piston moving upward, the volume shrinks and the temperature rises quickly to reach the ignition point of the diesel. Once the diesel ignites, the mixed gases burn violently, rapidly expanding in volume, pushing the piston downward, known as doing work. Each cylinder does work in a specific sequence, and the thrust acting on the piston is transmitted through a connecting rod to become the force that rotates the crankshaft, thereby driving it to spin. By installing a brushless synchronous AC generator coaxially with the crankshaft of the diesel engine, the rotation of the diesel engine can drive the rotor of the generator, utilizing the principle of electromagnetic induction to output induced electromotive force, which can generate current through a closed-load circuit. After recalling all this, Sumo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the crucial current control device that was damaged. If that had been the case, the generator would definitely be beyond repair. Now only the fuel tank had a small rupture. It was damaged, but could be repaired with a small amount of points. Focusing his attention, Sumo called out to the system and looked at the diesel engine. Diesel generator damaged. Efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees Celsius. Oil consumption 230 grams per kilowatt, full load 82 Lauer. Description: a diesel generator produced by Wuxi Siemens Group in Jiangsu, not yet put into use with good electrical function, but a damaged fuel tank. Upgrade option 1: replace and repair the core components of the generator to enhance its power efficiency and reduce its power consumption, requiring survival points 1680. Upgrade option 2: change the generator's operation mode to biomass power generation, requiring survival points 6500. Description: what am I to you? You are my Yomei. No, I want to be your generator. Damn, it costs so much 1680 it would take me 10 days or half a month to gather enough points to upgrade. Shaking his head, he dismissed the crazy idea of accumulating survival points to upgrade the generator. Sumo began to think about changing the method. Changing to a single category small function upgrade method, although it would slightly increase consumption and wouldn't be as cost-effective as an overall upgrade, it was a good way to address immediate needs given the current scarcity of survival points. It's expensive, but as long as it can be repaired, the development speed of the base will double. A flash of light passed as the original upgrade method began to evolve. Diesel generator damaged. Efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees Celsius. Oil consumption 230 grams per kilowatt, full load 82 Lauer. Upgrades: repair 130, expand capacity 50, increase conversion efficiency 300, change materials 420, change power supply method, biomass 4450. Repair actually costs 130. This price is quite reasonable and not high, but Sumo currently couldn't afford that much. After today's harvest, I have 153 points left. After spending 20 points to upgrade the raincoat and 65 points to upgrade the safety passage, I now only have 68 points left. I can only wait until tomorrow to repair it. Suppressing his excitement and impatience, Sumo began to gather supplies and tally the spoils of this battle. The resources that burst forth from Huang Biao's core were evidently far more abundant than those of the other three. At a glance, Sumo spotted 3 large bags filled with at least 5 to 6 kilograms of biscuits. The biscuits resembled those bulk snacks from supermarkets. After tasting one, Sumo nodded in satisfaction, finding the texture comparable to that of packaged biscuits. With a storage space that had a refrigeration function, items placed inside entered a state akin to Schrodinger's cat. They would only manifest when Sumo was observing. He gathered the biscuit bags together. Sumo then noticed 2 large barrels sitting in a corner. Approaching them, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, everything came as a set. Along with the generator, Huang Biao had also brought 2 barrels containing 200 liters of diesel. I initially thought I'd have to make biodiesel myself, but to my surprise, this is a stroke of luck. Homemade biodiesel could easily damage the generator's internals, but with the system in place, any damage could be repaired with a few survival points. However, having diesel to get through the difficult early stages surely meant he could trade for more later. After spending 2 hours organizing his items, burying the unnecessary ones outside, Sumo opened the chat channel and casually messaged a user with a dim avatar. 1 generator, 200 L of diesel. Biscuits 6 kilograms, bread 2 kilograms, unopened purified water 2. 5 L, 800 G beef jerky, 7 boxes of pure milk, 3 corn sausages, 1 old yogurt, 2 bottles of Pepsi, and 2 bags of Lay's potato chips. 1 bag of already opened salt, confirmed non-toxic, a small bag of unopened chili oil. 1 rechargeable flashlight, fully charged, an extremely heavy wolf tooth club, and a pair of unworn sports shoes size 43. 15 units of wood, 19 units of plant fibers, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron blocks, 1 unit of copper block, and a map that seems to depict the nearby terrain. Important. After tirelessly recording all the supplies, merely looking at the statistics on the screen filled Sumo with immense satisfaction. Of course, in such moments, Sumo was more than willing to share his joy. He took out 2 corn sausages from the pile, unwrapped one, and took a big bite, tossing the other to Oreo, who was drooling beside him. Goodness, if I'm taking care of you now, you'd better pay me back double later. Oreo, with grease all over his mouth, couldn't help but let out a joyful howl. With a tasty morsel in his mouth and not overexerting himself, Sumo was in high spirits as he called up the game panel to check how to upgrade the shelter. Having absorbed 4 damaged safety house cores, triggered the upgrade system. Originally, the shelter did not display any level, but at this moment it suddenly revealed its current level. Personal shelter. Level LV1. Description: a shelter constructed entirely from stone, extraordinarily solid, offering good safety, with unparalleled effectiveness in moisture isolation and warmth retention. Space 140, height 4.2 m. Integrity 100. Facilities: iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, ethereal water extractor, dining table. Current available permissions: reconstruct shelter layout, automatically generate partition walls. Once, please adjust carefully. It can actually generate partitions. This is what a shelter is all about. This is true living. Looking at the game panel's prompt, Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The once spacious shelter, now a large flat, initially greeted him with dark corners devoid of light. During the day it was fine, but at night it could be quite unnerving. People don't get fat without night snacks, and horses don't get fat without night grass. Having garnered such rewards from taking down a few bandits, Sumo couldn't help but consider starting a live stream to draw more hatred, calling for more evildoers to come and deliver supplies. Level 1 can only be constructed once, so I need to plan carefully. Sumo looked at the planning on the panel. With a thought, a box appeared on the interface. Inside the box was a 3D model of the shelter with the floor stone walls and all sides clearly marked. Sumo quickly browsed through all the functions, closed the interface, and opened the chat interface. After tonight's battle, Sumo had completely resolved his inner turmoil regarding others in the outside world. In this wasteland, the more one desires to distance themselves from the chaos, the more they are ensnared within it. Completely isolating oneself and treating the shelter as an island in the ocean is without a doubt the most foolish course of action. There are priorities in learning, and each craft has its own specialization. The architectural style and overall construction approach of the Chinese shelters are remarkably clever, surely crafted by someone highly skilled behind the scenes. For such specialized design work, Sumo decided to outsource it to maximize the use of space within the shelter. Having a rare opportunity to reconstruct, Sumo was very dissatisfied with the current shelter structure, but had no idea where to start. Firstly, the entrance is a long staircase. This staircase is manageable under normal circumstances, but once someone breaks through the door and rushes in, it would turn into a close combat situation with no safety at all. A second buffer zone, or even a third, must be added. Then inside the room, the base's central area was occupied by a 30 square meter cultivation base, taking up space and significantly affecting future development. Aside from the renovations, Sumo had another idea. After tonight's encounter, if those underground residents were trapped above, getting out would require a risky ambush. Once or twice might be fine, but as the frequency increases, the chances of a mishap would also rise. Thus, constructing a buffer zone above ground is also a very necessary measure. One cannot completely relinquish control of the surface just because it is an underground shelter. With this determination, Sumo found the private message feature, and following the contact information from the daytime Chinese shelter, initiated his first historic call. The person in charge of the meeting was the young girl who spoke in the shelter during the day, Shinku. Sumo, hello, I am Sumo from China, and I would like to trade with your shelter. Is that possible? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. A short while after sending the message, 3 urgent messages came through. Before Sumo had a chance to read them, the other side directly initiated a video call. After a moment's thought, Sumo did not refuse. After all, he had already shown himself to the entire world, and there was no need for any further concealment. The call connected. Shinke's face appeared on the screen. Hello Sumo, I am the publicity officer for the 13th Army's 79th Regiment Disaster Relief Point. We agree to your trading request. May I ask what type of transaction you are interested in? Looking at Sumo's face on the screen, Shinku did her best to suppress her inner shock and not show it. In her gaze, the first thing that caught her eye was the striking generator and the 2 large barrels of diesel beside it. Following that were the luxurious cola bread biscuits and other daily supplies. In her peripheral vision, she also caught a glimpse of a corner of the cultivation base. The affluence within the shelter was too shocking to Shinke's worldview of the apocalypse. As for Sumo's handsome face, it appeared even more mysterious against this backdrop of supplies. I would like to ask someone to help me design the structure of the underground shelter. Ideally, I would appreciate a drawing as well, Sumo said. Hearing this, Shinku quickly nodded. We have the renowned designer from China DR. Shin, who is also my uncle. I can ask him to design it for you. Is that all right? No problem, no problem. I believe you are aware of the structure of underground shelters, right? According to. Upon hearing it was DR, Sumo was a bit surprised, but maintained his composure as he began to articulate his needs. On the other side, Shinku promptly called her uncle Shin Etienne, allowing Sumo to communicate face-to-face with him. Before long, the two finished discussing the details. Okay, we understand your needs. I will hand you the design drawing by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Rest assured, I will strictly adhere to wartime management and confidentiality agreements. Shin Etienne was very straightforward. After discussing the requirements, he picked up his umbrella from the side table and left a man of his word. Sumo had heard of this doctor before. Many super buildings in the country, including the 840-meter tower, were designed by him, so designing a shelter was certainly a small matter. After Shin Etienne left, Shinku returned to the center of the screen. Dr. Shin didn't mention the price. I wonder how many supplies would be needed for this design drawing. Seeing Shinku hesitating to speak, Sumo directly asked straightforwardly. Regarding the price, he believed Shinku would not take advantage of him from the outset. When she hadn't asked too many questions, Sumo realized the Chinese shelter came with genuine intent. However, the next moment Shinke's words stirred up intense unrest within Sumo. Mr. Su-mo, this design drawing doesn't require much in terms of supplies. Consider it our first trade. The sincerity of the Chinese shelter is here. We hope Mr. Su can lend a helping hand to the suffering Chinese people even in this wasteland world. We must support each other and strive to move forward. Of course, regarding those evildoers from tonight, Mr. Su, you may exercise your right to self-defense 100%. We support your approach. Looking at Shun Kes' determined little eyes and her succinct military demeanor, Su-mo nodded, tacitly accepting Shun Kes' terms. The next moment, the previously serious Shun Ku could no longer maintain her stern expression, and a bright smile blossomed on her lovely face. Su-shin, the trade at the shelter is complete. Can I make a private deal with you now? A mischievous grin appeared on her charming face. No one would refuse to hear her request. Go on, Su-mo replied with a faint smile, his expression conveying an unspoken indifference. I want to exchange 1L of spectral energy water. The items for trade are a wire and a mechanical controller for writing control programs, and I can also include some intelligence. My. Upon hearing Shin Kes' words, Su-mo turned his head and noticed that his video call had inadvertently exposed the generator behind him. He chuckled and shook his head. No wonder Shun Ku proposed the trade. She had accurately gauged his developmental needs. Don't worry, you'll tell my uncle, and when he designs the blueprint he will also help you plan the circuits, and such. Seeing Su-mo's expression, Shun Ku quickly continued, anxious that Su-mo might say no at any moment. 1 liter of spectral energy water might seem incredibly precious in the eyes of others, but they would never know that this precious resource can be produced at a rate of 7 liters a day at the shelter. The inequality brought by information was simply advantageous in this trade. Su-mo smiled slightly and said, all right, I'll make the exchange, that's not a problem. As for the intel, how much do you know about the ruins? He was genuinely curious about Liangfang town. His ruins were unlike those of anyone known. There were plenty of good things inside, and as long as one could clear a room with weapons, unimaginable rewards awaited. Seeing Su-mo agree, Shun Ku brushed her hair back from her face, pondered for a moment, and calmly said, we've organized personnel to explore this ruin, and we indeed have quite a bit of intelligence now, but this information isn't worth much. Everyone will know sooner or later. According to the information we currently have, the ruins can be divided into 3 types. The first type is the fog ruins that everyone has mentioned in the chat channels. The places players visit in these ruins are bizarre, but based on the intelligence we've compiled, these ruins mostly lead into the prehistoric civilizations of our Earth. I can't determine exactly which ultra-ancient civilization it is due to insufficient exploration. The second type of ruins is, you know the treasures from novels, right? We Earthlings might not be the first species exiled here to participate in survival. There were other species before us. Thus, some didn't survive the natural disasters, and their shelters remained, becoming fixed ruins. The third type. We suspect that other civilizations are merging with the wasteland world we currently inhabit. Which civilization it is, and what their intentions are, we don't have a concrete conclusion, yet the evidence is insufficient. We can only wait for technology to recover and investigate slowly. Shun Ku spoke, carefully detailing the 3 types of ruins that had been discovered. After silently recording all the information again in a private message, as if speaking to a dead person, Su-mo nodded, indicating the transaction was complete. Great. I'll go get you the wire and controller now, Shun Ku exclaimed, joyfully bouncing to her feet. After saying their goodbyes, she ended the video call. Shortly after, Shun Kes' trade request came through. After confirming it was correct, Su-mo uploaded 1,100 milliliters of spectral energy water and left a message. Thank you for your intelligence and your observational skills. This 100 milliliters is a personal gift to you. Stay alive for everyone. A flash of light passed, and the trade was complete. In the vast Huaxia shelter, in an inconspicuous small room, Shun Ku raised her arm and called out eagerly, throwing all the wires into the trade items. Hee, now you all can't say I'm just a girl who can only do clerical work. With a silly grin, Shun Ku confirmed the trade and received the spectral energy water. But when she saw the quantity of the trade items and Su-mo's message, an inexplicable wave of bitterness surged within her. Tears of gratitude suddenly welled up, soaking her face, which had become yellowed and darkened due to lack of water. Realizing she was crying, the girl didn't wipe her tears immediately. Instead, she greedily licked the tears with her dry, cracked lips. Then the bright girl stopped her tears, grabbed an umbrella, rushed out of the room, and shouted, don't worry about getting a cold tonight. We've traded for spectral energy water. Everyone will get their share before bed. Wow, spectral energy water. For minor ailments, even medicine cannot compare to the rumored healing effects of spectral energy water. In the camp, those who were still working hard late at night raised their heads, their eyes filled with gratitude and relief. They did not shout. They did not cheer. Because since the first day they entered the shelter, they received the rule, save your strength, do not shout or cry. We do not have enough food and water, but we must survive and return to Earth. Oh, it seems I really have become a bit reclusive. There isn't a single person to talk to, only a silly dog. Humans indeed are social animals. Looking at the pile of wires meant for setting up the circuits, Su-mo, wanting to be a sloth, lay back down on the small bed. The silly dog Oreo also ran over, jumped onto the bed, and then jumped back down. The black and white dog's face wore a provocative expression. You little rascal, you don't want to be called a silly dog, huh? Take that. Leaping off the bed, the person and dog began to chase each other in the shelter. Sumo's hearty laughter echoed throughout the entire shelter. After a while, seeing Oreo still energetically running ahead, Sumo, panting, had no choice but to sit down on a bench. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oreo was still amusing himself at a distance, and upon seeing Sumo stop chasing, he let out a chuckle. Rest assured, for me, for Mom and Sister, I will survive, Sumo said with determination. However, when looking at Oreo, there was a rare softness in her gaze. After resting for a moment, she spread out the map she had obtained on the table. Sumo carefully identified the location of the ruins. According to what Shinka said, it seems this location marked on the map should be where Huang Biao and the others discovered the ruins. The starting point of Huang Biao and his group should be about 20 kilometers from the ruins. If this three-way comb is my base, then the ruins should be to my west, 3.5 kilometers away. The markings on the map used the most primitive pictographic method. It was fortunate that they found paper to record, and the records were relatively clear, otherwise an ordinary person would truly find it difficult to understand such an abstract map. The X marks on this map should indicate attacked bases. Tisk, what a ruthless bunch of beasts. After counting, Sumo suddenly realized that these 5 had looted wherever they went. The red crosses on the map had already formed a straight line totaling as many as 16. Perhaps they didn't know that destroying safe houses would drop the cores after someone died. However, even if they learned about it, it wouldn't matter. Only placed safe houses can absorb these cores. When I'm properly equipped, perhaps I can head west and see if these cores are still around. Sumo had a lot of time to think during the day and night of the acid rain disaster. As an ordinary person with no academic advantages in this apocalypse, everything could only rely on sheer determination. Not only did he need to actively inquire about information, but he also had to take the initiative to strengthen himself. Looking at the treasure map pattern on the map, Sumo smiled, stood up, and gazed towards the west. In 2 days, let me see what kind of divine being you are. Today marks the 6th day in the wasteland. It's the 6th day of the Doomsday calendar. The disaster is not over yet. Is it too much to sleep in? Finally, I don't have to rush to catch the 7 o'clock bus. Oreo is sleeping, looking at the drool on its mouth. I wonder what delicious dreams it's having. What a silly dog. The supplies in the shelter have become abundant, and the power will be connected soon. I am certain I can hold on. Soma, keep it up. After recording the Empty Nest Elder's diary for the 6th day, Soma closed the game panel. Even after last night's 5 kills, I still slept soundly until almost 8 o'clock. Lying on the soft and warm little bed, listening to the pattering rain outside, which has now eased, Soma quietly awaited the end of the disaster. Outside the shelter, the terrifying acid rain that has persisted for 36 hours is about to come to an end. As the clock strikes 8, the system's settlement notification chimes timely. Doomsday calendar, January 6th, an unknown disaster has struck. You safely in the shelter are quite at ease. Survival points 5. You have upgraded a set of simple disaster resistance equipment. Survival points 2. While patrolling outside, you discovered a group of malicious villains demonstrating keen observation. Survival points 5. You opened a second passage in the shelter. Survival points 20. You eliminated 5 bandits, ensuring your safety and the shelter's ownership. Survival points 35-4. The first time your name, Soma, has made an impression on over 1 billion people. Survival points 200. You have seized a large amount of supplies, enriching your shelter. Survival points 10. You have upheld your humanity as a human, knowing you are not a frenzied beast. You have people you care for and want to protect, and you wish to survive and return to Earth. Survival points 25. Scanning hosts' living environment. Survival point assessment in progress. You have gained 53 survival points today. Final settlement. Survival points 365. Remaining survival points 433. How I can't believe there are so many. I just hit a jackpot. Seeing the settlement points, Soma sat up abruptly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Every day has been just over 100 points, and suddenly receiving 400 points feels surreal. In front of 1 billion people, getting 200 points just for them to remember my name. Is the system encouraging me to show off? Seeing the largest entry in the income list, Soma couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Is this good? Yes, it is great. Compared to the extremely dangerous life and death struggles with people, just a live broadcast can yield such high returns. It's simply too cost-effective. Now that I have survival points, I will upgrade the generator today. After dressing, Soma got up. He took today's dose of spiritual water and filled a wooden cup to the brim before starting to rinse his mouth. Glug glug. After rinsing, he spat the water at the edge of the vegetable cultivation base. After pouring out 1.5 liters of spiritual water on the vegetable field, today's care work was finished. With a sacred heart, Soma hurried to the side where the generator was placed, gazing at the damaged fuel tank beneath the generator, focusing his thoughts. Diesel generator damaged, efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees, fuel consumption 230 grams per kilowatt, full load 82 LH, upgrades, repair 130, expand capacity 50, increase conversion efficiency 300 change material, 420 change power supply method biomass, 4,450. I choose to repair. Love is a green light. As the words fell, a green light spread from his body, carrying Soma's deep affection for the generator. Gently caressing the machine cover, Soma's eyes were filled with deep emotion. What man wouldn't love such a wild machine? Gradually, the generator's oil tank, which had a gaping hole, began to undergo slight deformation under the caress of the green light. Small silver dots appeared out of nowhere beside the fuel tank, adhering to the damaged area under the confinement of the green light. A fist-sized hole quickly sealed until 3 to 5 seconds later the green light vanished. The generator's fuel tank has been repaired and looks brand new. Diesel generator, normal efficiency 300 kilowatts, full load 300 degrees, fuel consumption 230 grams per kilowatt, full load 82 LH. Soma carefully leaned over the generator, memorizing every little tip and the simple starting method. The fuel consumption at full load is terrifying. It could drain the current diesel reserves in less than 3 hours at full load. Soma had originally worried that once activated he wouldn't be able to control the output power. After learning the operation, he discovered that the diesel generator not only has a clutch, but also an accelerator. A complete control system is written into the generator's program. As long as the power level is manually set, the output intensity can be controlled, which is extremely convenient. After a round of learning, Soma opened the fuel tank and began pouring in diesel. Rumble. Watching the operational instrument above the fuel tank light up, indicating stable power output, Soma hurriedly turned off the machine and said excitedly, "Now if there are any power-demanding weapons or devices, I can boldly upgrade. Not just electric spears, but also electric crossbows." After obtaining the design plans to plan the interior of the shelter, as long as there is a set of batteries, the electricity can be distributed to various rooms. Once light bulbs are found, torches can finally be retired at night. Sitting back on the stool, Soma's heart remained unsettled. For modern humans, electricity has long been an indispensable part of life. Even without electrical devices, as long as there is a generator, future goals become very clear. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Find power equipment. Build a super shelter centered around electricity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Soma suppressed his thrill, took out some biscuits, crushed a portion for Oreo, and soaked it in water. As the aroma of the biscuit crumbs blended with the flavor of the spiritual water, Oreo, who had been barking at the door, was instantly attracted and lay on the ground, eagerly licking the food bowl. Seeing Oreo enjoying the food so much, Soma also felt quite appetite. He took out a piece of biscuit and poured a cup of spiritual water, finishing breakfast. Taking advantage of the rain outside, not having stopped, Soma decided to start his daily exercise and teach Oreo some training. As the time approached noon, the clouds in the sky began to disperse rapidly. A ray of golden sunlight appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating every dark corner. As the time struck, the system panel suddenly began broadcasting messages to everyone. Record: the first disaster has ended with a cumulative death toll of 145547893 people by the end of this disaster. Record: the beginner disaster period has ended. The panel announcement will officially cease. Please observe panel function prompts in the future. Record: the beginner period is over and the first version update has been activated by default. Record: update complete. Record: the first disaster score record is complete and has been distributed according to the shelter's disaster resistance attributes and performance. Record: trading system updated. Each time a trade demand arises, a certain amount of disaster resistance points must be paid as a fee based on the weight of the items. Record: secret realm trading is opened a day before each disaster. The secret realm will automatically open, allowing members of the same regional channel to enter with resources for exchange. Violence is prohibited in the trading secret realm, ensuring absolute safety. Record: item bar functionality updated. The first payment of 100 disaster resistance points can exchange for 1 cubic meter of storage space, with subsequent point requirements doubling each time. Record: private message function updated. The first time adding a friend requires both parties to pay 1 point, and after successful addition, chatting is unrestricted. Record: manufacturing system updated, removing the following items: torches, wooden doors, wooden boxes, grass raincoats. During item manufacturing, disaster points will fluctuate according to item manufacturing difficulty. Record: detection of casualty rates exceeding prediction line, automatically adjusting disaster warning time to 15 days. Record: detection of casualty rates exceeding prediction line, starting to deploy crowds 51A17, with deployment completed no later than before the second disaster ends. Record: major regional channels will be reorganized after each disaster. Channels with fewer than 100 people will merge automatically. After all prompts sounded 3 times, the game panel officially opened. Wow. In an instant, all the surviving humans flocked into the chat channel, instantly flooding the entire world channel and regional channel. Are you kidding me? I can understand limiting all items, but why alter the crafting function? Now even making a wooden spear costs 1 disaster point, and I've only been given 13 points in total. The apocalypse has arrived. This damn game is definitely up to no good. It's just a roundabout way to make us perish. Down with the game overlords. This world should be ruled by the people. Hurrah. Now every transaction requires points. A 4 kilograms item incurs a 3-point transaction fee. Why don't you just go rob someone? Generous rewards. My mother has been dropped at XX location. Are there any brothers nearby? Help me take care of him. He doesn't have any points, and we can't send private messages. We're doomed. There's no storage space. My meat will spoil in just a few days. Looking for kind-hearted people to band together for warmth. My location is approximately at XX. Those nearby, please message me directly. Sitting in a shelter already overflowing with items from the inventory, Sue Mo read through the shelter upgrade announcements with a grim expression. This change undoubtedly pushed the somewhat gamified survival world a significant step towards reality. The crafting system was cut. A torch that could burn for 12 hours with 1 piece of wood and 2 plant fibers has vanished. All similar crafting options that allowed for bug items with just material provision have disappeared, leaving only essential tools and weapons that require points to manufacture. Transactions require points, inventory requires points, crafting requires points, private messages require points. Everything needs points. In all the update announcements, disaster points were mentioned in every other sentence. Everyone thought the days when a penny could thwart a hero were gone forever, yet they returned in such a ridiculous manner. Opening the system interface in a conspicuous spot at the bottom right, Sue Mo saw his points 632 points. Fortunately, I upgraded the shelter in advance and secured a ranking if first place grants a full 400 points. What a steal. After assessing all the item costs, Sue Mo felt relieved. Because he took the first step ahead of everyone else and enjoyed all the disaster points, he appeared exceedingly affluent in the eyes of others. As long as there are no further major changes, Sue Mo can still utilize the crafting and trading systems. As for others, the end of the novice period forced many still hiding in shelters to confront the harsh reality. It's time to step out of the shelter and explore the wilderness. The most critical change for Sue Mo was the drastic reduction of storage space. Previously, there was no such thing as spatial cubic storage. Regardless of the size of the item placed in the inventory, it counted as 1 unit. For example, the stone and iron resources he currently held could all be accumulated into 1 inventory slot, which was undeniably convenient. Now, after the changes, at the very least, storing items cannot be done so recklessly as before, where dozens of units of resources could be tossed in at once. After clicking the space icon in the inventory, Sue Mo concentrated his thoughts. Pay 100 disaster points to unlock storage space. Like purchasing an inventory expansion scroll in a dungeon game, silently, Sue Mo's vision seemed to penetrate space, arriving at a small area measuring 1 cubic meter. Record your disaster points 100, your current storage space volume 1 cubic meter. After unlocking the storage space, the specific usage method remained unchanged. As long as one concentrates on a specific item for 1 second, they can absorb unclaimed items. Absorbed items can also reappear in Sue Mo's hand or within 50 centimeters of where they need to be placed within a second. Switching to the trading channel and trying it out, Sue Mo dismissed the idea of continuing the water selling business. The current trading system charges based on weight. The starting price for the first 3 kilograms of items is 2 points, and each subsequent kilogram requires 1 point. This means that relying on the trading system for large-scale resource accumulation has become a pipe dream. The ultimate goal of the game panel is to promote mutual exchange between regional channels, allowing for resource trading that can be brought into trading realms. Indeed, this is not just a simple survival game. Fortunately, my sister is 16 and my parents are 54, so for now, I don't have to worry about this disaster dropping on us. Otherwise, given the current exploration pace, I'd have to risk my life. After observing the conversations in the world and regional channels, Sue Mo felt a renewed sense of urgency. After exiting to the game panel's top right corner, another number, 15, along with a snowflake icon appeared in the disaster display. As Sue Mo focused on the number of days, a line of prompts appeared. Countdown to the next disaster event, 15 days disaster event, blizzard -20 degrees, lasting 72 hours, damn -20 degrees. Is this game out of its mind? The black and white text on the panel clearly would not change in the slightest due to Sue Mo's anger. Just after the acid rain, and now a sudden blizzard, how can ordinary people survive? Suppressing his anger, Sue Mo's face turned red. If the first acid rain disaster targeted the underground shelter's survivability, then this blizzard represents a super test for the above-ground shelters. Once the temperature drops, going out to explore, obtaining food, and most importantly meeting heating requirements will pose a significant challenge for the above-ground shelters. 72 hours. Sue Mo clenched his teeth. Currently, the underground shelter spans 140 square meters, meaning the temperature will surely be much lower than in other underground shelters. If suitable heating facilities cannot be found within half a month, it's likely. With that thought, Sue Mo anxiously closed the game panel and began to think about how to prepare for the disaster coming in 15 days. Disasters in survival games are too frequent. If disasters occur once a month within a year, Sue Mo would be confident in returning to the electric age using survival points. However, now with the second disaster coming in just 15 days, it completely disrupts the development plan. I will go out tomorrow to scavenge. No, I'll go today. I must find heating facilities as soon as possible. With disaster looming, Su-mo lost the thought of waiting for the rain to dry before setting out. After spending another 200 points to upgrade the storage space to 2 cubic meters, he began to move the cluttered items on the ground. First, he moved all the stones and iron blocks to the innermost corner of the shelter. Then, using 8 units of wood, he crafted a hideous storage cabinet and placed all food resources inside. At this point, only some miscellaneous items remained on the ground. Hey, isn't that the complete core of the shelter? Picking up the glowing turtle shell from the ground, Su-mo rubbed his forehead. There were too many tasks every day. He didn't even have time last night to merge this core before being distracted by the generator. Looking at it now, it seemed just right. The shelter is already big enough, the resources cannot fill it. If it continues to expand, the temperature inside the shelter will inevitably drop further. At that time, it would be like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice their suffering. Carefully placing the turtle shell into the storage space, Su-mo organized all the clutter in the corner and began to prepare the items he needed for today's exploration of the ruins. With disaster approaching, there is no time to waste in exploring the outside world. In the vast wasteland world, not only are there unknown underground ruins, but also the nearby mountainous and watery landscapes. Su-mo is still utterly in the dark. Bring a bottle of mineral water, another bottle of ghost energy water, make sure to take all 50 crossbow bolts, and don't forget the wooden spear and the wolf fawn club. Also take those, he added. Bring some materials just in case we need them later. Su-mo packed item after item into his bag. Exploring the outside world is no child's play. One must wear proper gear as a sign of respect for the apocalypse. After gathering all his belongings, Su-mo opened the door of the shelter. It was just noon. A blazing sun descended from the heavens like a deity, radiating a magnificent power. However, the time was too short for the rainwater on the ground to evaporate, leaving puddles everywhere. I wonder if the mutated beast can survive in this environment. Su-mo's expression changed. Memories of encountering a black dog in the ruins of Liangfang town began to surface. If the mutated creatures in the wasteland have truly transformed like that, it would be no less than an impending extreme cold disaster for humanity today. Either the mutated beasts like humans die upon contact with rainwater, or Su-mo hoped it was the former. After checking the surroundings and confirming there were no anomalies, Su-mo turned back into the shelter, took out plant fibers, and began weaving a raincoat for Oreo. There was a lot of water collected on the ground, and any skin contact could be lethal. When venturing out to explore, Su-mo had to rely on Oreo's scouting and warning abilities. After a short while, having spent 10 survival points to replicate the process with the wardrobe, a brand new raincoat for dogs was produced. Oreo, who had been cooped up in the shelter for 2 days without going outside, bounced around excitedly upon seeing his new outfit. After putting on the raincoat, he dashed out of the shelter and began sniffing around excitedly. Seeing this, Su-mo securely closed the shelter door, double-checked that he had everything, and turned to climb up the second passage. Currently, the design of the shelter's main entrance is quite silly. It can only be opened and closed from the inside, not from the outside. Fortunately, there is a second passage, otherwise if someone stole from the house while he was away, it would be a disaster. Climbing out of the second passage of the shelter and opening the stone door covered with a layer of dirt, Su-mo arrived behind a hill. Under the blazing sun, the acid rain lake shimmered with sparkling waves. After glancing around and confirming there were no abnormalities at the place where he buried someone last night, he closed the small door and covered it with dirt, then turned back towards the main entrance. The straight-line distance from the underground ruins to the shelter is 3.5 kilometers. Without considering detours, it would take half an hour to reach. Taking advantage of the daylight, I must explore quickly and return before sunset. Su-mo hurried forward. Although the ground was uneven, the nearby terrain was familiar enough, making it easy to walk. Oreo stayed 200 meters away from Su-mo, responsible for patrolling and scouting for mutated creatures. Woof woof. After walking for over 700 meters, Oreo, who had been calm all along, suddenly barked, causing Su-mo's heart to tighten. Is there a monster? Woof. With Oreo's affirmative response, Su-mo wasted no time and activated the Monster Encyclopedia scanning feature for the first time today. Detected a unique creature 331 meters away from the player. Unicorn, Sandwolf 6, danger level 48. Please exercise caution. Today's usage 23. Su-mo was stunned. Unicorn sandwolves, and 6 of them together. Opening the Monster Encyclopedia, Su-mo quickly skimmed through it and immediately understood the characteristics of this animal. The mutated beast food that was most commonly sold in the trading market was this type of sandwolf. As a social animal, their combat ability is not high. Typically, a normal adult male with a weapon could easily defeat 2 sandwolves. Additionally, the return rate from sandwolves is extremely high, providing not only meat, but also wolf pelts, wolf blood, and possible treasure chests. Licking his lips, Su-mo suppressed his thoughts, focusing his mind to pull out the crossbow from his storage backpack. Oreo, now alert, displayed remarkably professional combat qualities upon encountering an enemy. Crouching low, sniffing the air, and occasionally twitching his ears to listen, both Su-mo and Oreo moved cautiously. Before long, Su-Mo treading softly spotted a few unicorn sandwolves taking shelter under a large rock about 100 meters away. Huh. So these animals also have an instinct for seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Thanks to his keen eyesight, Su-Mo quickly noticed that 4 of the sandwolves were lying on the ground resting. The remaining 2 sandwolves were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Upon spotting Su-Mo in the distance, the sandwolves froze for a moment before starting to bark frantically. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced through the throat of a roaring sandwolf, taking its life. While swiftly reloading, Su-Mo carefully observed the remaining 5 sandwolves. At this moment, after being attacked, all the sandwolves stood up and howled towards Su-Mo. They attempted to pose intimidatingly, trying to leverage their numbers to appear fearsome. Unfortunately, the sandwolves were clearly aware of the power of the acid rain. The water on the ground made them hesitate to attack, leaving them to rage helplessly in place. What a great opportunity! With the crossbow string drawn tight, Su-Mo merely aimed slightly before releasing another bolt, claiming the life of yet another sandwolf. The remaining 4 sandwolves immediately began to panic and howl, with one even attempting to flee. However, when it touched the still damp ground with its paw, it recoiled, as if it had touched fire. Watching the sandwolves' reaction, Su-Mo raised an eyebrow. Using the crossbow with full map visibility for the first shot, and the second shot when the enemy couldn't move at all. What luck! He pondered whether to commend the sandwolves for their intelligence or criticize them for their foolishness. They had no idea why the figure in the distance could shoot arrow after arrow, and under the threat posed by Oreo, all the sandwolves could only stand still as targets. Die! Without breaking a sweat, Su-Mo effortlessly gathered a pack of sandwolves using just 6 crossbow bolts. From a distance, the 6 sandwolves dropped 2 treasure chests, one made of wood and the other of iron. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Even if this trip does not allow entry into the underground ruins, it has already yielded some rewards. Approaching closer, he first retrieved all the crossbow bolts lodged in the sandwolves, then packed all the sandwolves into his storage space. Oreo wagged his head and came to Su-Mo's feet, proudly showcasing his achievements. Su-Mo patted Oreo's head and laughed heartily. All this meat will be processed for you. When we get back, don't worry, I won't take any. Woof woof woof. Oreo was instantly overjoyed, rubbing his head against Su-Mo's palm. Record: you have opened a wooden treasure chest. Record: you have obtained 1 bottle of Fanta soda. Record: you have obtained 1 packet of Master Kang's pickled vegetable noodles. As the glow of the wooden treasure chest faded, a bottle of soda and a bucket of instant noodles were left on the ground. Hiss! Seeing the instant noodles on the ground, Su-Mo immediately felt his mouth watering, his taste buds awakening, as if he could already taste the rich broth of the noodles. Reluctantly putting the 2 items into his storage space, Su-Mo looked towards the iron treasure chest with even greater anticipation. Record: you have opened an iron treasure chest. Record: you have obtained a workbench blueprint 1. Record: you have obtained a simple tool pliers 1. Record: you have obtained a beaker 1. A series of resource acquisition notifications popped up. On the ground lay a blue blueprint, a small arm-length iron pliers, and a glass beaker. The workbench blueprint isn't very useful at this stage, but I'll learn it anyway. After picking up the blueprint and crushing it for study, Su-Mo grabbed the other 2 items and tossed them into his storage space. What a pity, I should have crafted a ranged weapon sooner. But today's luck is good, otherwise handling these 6 sandwolves while they move quickly would be quite the headache. Su-Mo sighed, straightening up and continuing on his way. The entire confrontation between Su-Mo and the 6 wolves, including the collection of spoils, took no more than 10 minutes. With favorable timing and conditions, Su-Mo felt confident as he looked ahead on the road. After resuming his journey, Su-Mo compared the map. This time he walked 2 kilometers without spotting any traces of mutated beasts. Perhaps Huang Biao and the others cleared out all the mutated beasts along the way when they passed by, and this pack of sand dogs was just unfortunate to have run here seeking shelter from the rain only to be caught by me. Su-Mo, who had been tense the whole way, suddenly let out a sigh of relief. In the distance, he had already spotted the terrain markers indicated on the map. Stopping in his tracks, Su-Mo began to observe his surroundings. Lying on the ground along the path he had come, he sensed a distinct undulation. If I'm not mistaken, I should be in a basin. Positioned 3 kilometers away, looking back at the path, he took the distant scenery had already become blurred with parts of the horizon obscured. Looking west, he could clearly sense the slope of the terrain rising. After scrutinizing the area, Su-Mo located the site of the ruins. Is this the place where the prehistoric ruins are located? It was a terrain similar to that of a refuge. The underground ruins were also raised like a small hill, and due to the terrain there were no proper drainage facilities around it, resulting in large pools of accumulated water. Of course, without the map's notation and the existence of the ruins, choosing this place as the foundation for a refuge after clearing the accumulated water with pipes would also be an excellent location for constructing a shelter. Woof woof. Oreo returned from afar, seeking his master's opinion. Due to the heavy rain over the past day, the area near the ruins was flooded, and even with a raincoat, Oreo found it difficult to cross. Seeing the fearful expression on Oreo's face, Su-Mo immediately said, We must investigate this refuge. It is the only treasure spot we know nearby. Wait here for me, I'll send someone over soon. Oreo wagged his tail, unwilling to part from his master. Bending down, Sumo patted Oreo's head and reassured him, "Don't worry, keep watch for me outside. The acid rain inside is terrifying if you touch it. Hiss, your fur will be gone." Oreo, who had been eager to try, was suddenly startled by Sumo's words, his eyes revealing a mix of fear, grievance, and reluctance, as he could only obediently squat in place, wagging his soft tail. Standing up, Sumo took a deep breath, pulled out a raincoat from his storage space, and began to put it on. The fluid-type raincoat did not hinder normal movement at all. After checking for any damages or leaks, Sumo started to wade forward, taking one step at a time. At this moment, he was about 200 meters away from the hill. The water level had already surpassed his feet. Being cautious, Sumo decided to take a detour, heading around to the back of the hill, attempting to approach from the direction less prone to water accumulation to investigate. The soil of the plain was originally not firm, and after being soaked by the rain, it had turned into a muddy mess. With every step, Sumo found it extremely difficult to walk. Sometimes he would even sink half a leg into the mud and had to exert effort to pull it out. Wading through the water, it took him nearly 20 minutes to cover about 150 meters. As the terrain rose, the soil began to harden, and the water gradually disappeared. However, the scattered footprints on the ground tightened Sumo's heart. These footprints appeared very fresh, though under the heavy rains washed, their shapes were still clearly visible. Some had two-toed imprints, while others were a complete array of feline tracks. In the gaps of the soil, he occasionally spotted a few strands of fur. Crouching down, Sumo carefully picked up the fur from the ground and examined it closely. This does indeed look like feline fur. With this kind of flexibility, it's definitely not from an ordinary animal. Holding an uneasy heart, Sumo opened the game panel and pressed for today's second monster identification. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's count 13, strange, theoretically felines, should have a very strong territorial sense. Coming here, it doesn't make sense that this isn't their territory. Felines mark their territory boundaries with claw marks and urine, also to inform other animals of their passage time, to avoid unexpected encounters that could lead to conflict. After scanning the surroundings, Sumo shook his head, finding no nearby markers. Is this blood? Reaching the side of the hill, Sumo abruptly discovered a pool of blood that had already seeped into the soil. Bending down, he sniffed the scent on the ground. Besides the stench of mud after the rain, he could detect a slight whiff of blood. Moreover, near the bloodstains, there was still a large amount of fur. And a place of impact. What is this? Damn, was this blasted by a grenade? The further he walked around the side of the hill, the more animal traces he encountered. After circling to the left, Sumo was astonished to find a patch of blackened marks on the ground. Beside the marks, the grass was still lush and green, yet at the center of the marks, not a single blade of grass grew. This area that had been bombarded was extremely unusual. Based on the diameter of the explosion's epicenter, it was only about 50 centimeters wide. Moreover, the ground itself had not been blown up, which was highly unreasonable for explosives meant for precise demolition or hand-thrown grenades. A sense of unease crept into Sumo's heart. He quickly walked back to the center of the hill, following the highest point, until he stumbled upon several more impact marks. In front of him, there was a large dark hole blasted into the ground. Has someone already gotten ahead of me? Pulling out a flashlight from his storage space, Sumo turned on the light and peered into the hole. Descending from the hole to the ground, it was about 4 meters high, similar to the ceiling height of the refuge, and the structure of this place felt oddly familiar to Sumo. Why do I have such a strong sense of familiarity? Are you sure this isn't a human refuge? If this were an RPG game, countless question marks would surely pop up above Sumo's head. Should I go down to explore? A bold idea sprang to Sumo's mind, rapidly growing. Everything here was too strange, the inexplicable feline for the several small targeted impacts, and the design structure similar to human refuges, all draped a mysterious veil over this underground ruin. Opening his storage space and searching for items, Sumo decided to use the most primitive method, weaving hemp rope. 4 meters high, jumping down was easy, but coming back up would be challenging. Taking out 2 units of plant fibers, Sumo sat at the edge of the hole and began to weave the hemp rope with serious intent. By repeatedly twisting several strands of tough plant fibers downwards, he managed to weave a rope about 3 meters long in less than 20 minutes. Pulling out 2 units of iron blocks and placing them on the ground, he tied one end of the hemp rope to the iron block, completing a simple up-and-down device. In this moment, Sumo was incredibly grateful that he had participated in the DIY club during university. Otherwise, this simple task would indeed pose a challenge for an ordinary person. After tidying up everything, Sumo tried tossing small stones around to confirm there were no traps before starting his first descent into the ruins. Having read numerous tomb raiding novels, carrying it out in real life was quite difficult. Clumsily biting the flashlight, Sumo grasped the rope and began to slide down. The rough texture provided by the plant fibers greatly enhanced the friction while sliding down. With each descent, Sumo had to expend considerable effort to hold on. When he was just a meter away, Sumo loosened his grip and his body naturally dropped to the ground. After holding his breath for a long time as he caught his breath, Sumo immediately began gasping for air. But when he raised his head and looked ahead with the help of the flashlight, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. One person, a skeleton, despite having dealt with 5 assailants just the night before, at this moment looking at the skull on the ground that was tilted to gaze at him. A chill rushed down his back. The skull lying on the ground emitted no eerie puff, no ghostly flames surging from its hollow eye sockets, nor did it roar defiantly, leaping upright to bellow, "Dare you, sovereign of battle, dismount and face me." It simply lay askew upon the floor, gazing up at you with empty, sightless sockets. Though Sumo had long accepted, after his transmigration, that this world bore little resemblance to the one he once knew. Confronting in stark reality a scattered human skeleton still sent shivers crawling up his spine. After all, humanity's primal dread of specters runs deep and instinctive. Sumo's mind churned rapidly as he surveyed the scene before him. He shifted his weight, subtly, carefully angling his steps to avoid the skull's vacant stare. Thud. Taking a cautious step left, Sumo inadvertently kicked an object on the ground, a sharp, brittle crack slicing through the silence. He glanced down, and his scalp prickled with cold dread. "My sincerest apologies, elder brother. I meant no disrespect. Forgive my intrusion." Beneath his foot, a bleached white forearm bone had snapped cleanly in two, splitting open along its center. By the flickering light, Sumo scanned the surroundings. Not only that severed arm, but fragments of bone strewn everywhere across the floor. Who was this elder brother? How utterly tragic. He stared at the lone intact skull resting motionless on the ground, offering a wry, rueful smile, then sidestepped carefully around the shattered bones to his right. The ruin's floor resembled hardened concrete. Scattered across its surface were tufts of feline fur. Pausing briefly, Sumo retrieved his last unlit torch from his inventory and ignited it. In the pitch-black depths of the ruin, even a flashlight's beam felt unnerving, like trespassing in a tomb. Add a haunting score, and the scene would unfold as pure cinematic horror. When the torch's warm, steady flame bloomed within the ruin, Sumo finally had the clarity to observe his surroundings. This chamber was modest in size. Standing near the entrance, he could just make out shapes deeper inside. Focusing intently, he regretfully discovered that both the game interface's identification function and the survival system's analytical module remained sealed, reason unknown. Calling this place a ruin felt inaccurate. It bore far more resemblance to an underground shelter. I shall designate my own refuge as Shelter No. 1. So for now I'll refer to this subterranean site as Shelter No. 2. Opening his familiar dead man's private messaging system, Sumo selected a previously added deceased contact and began meticulously recording his observations. Memory may deceive, but written words endure. Documenting every detail might yet yield insight upon returning to Shelter No. 1. A careful analysis could expose hidden inconsistencies. As he approached the entrance, the first exploration log materialized in his chat interface. Apocalypse Calendar Day 6. First entry into Shelter No. 2. The entrance door, assessed via tactile sensation and acoustic resonance, appears forged from an unknown iron or steel alloy. Its surface texture closely resembles pre-collapse composite alloys. Structural integrity remains untested. No signs of water leakage observed. Walls composed of unidentified material. Preliminary analysis suggests either reinforced concrete or an unknown architectural stone. Exceptional density confirmed. Observed thickness at ceiling breach approximately 25 centimeters. Floor features enigmatic patterns, irregular in number and form, lacking symmetry or discernible symbolic meaning. No apparent information encoded. Priority: investigate further. Dozens of feline hairs recovered. One humanoid skeleton present. Species unconfirmed, pending examination. Scattered tables, overturned vessels litter the floor. No paper records found. Game interface attributes inaccessible. Cause unknown. Collective evidence. At the farthest recess of the shelter lies a derelict deep well, reminiscent of an arcane energy conduit. Its initial scent emits a peculiar fragrance, strangely intoxicating, leaving one's mood inexplicably uplifted after inhalation. Another inhalation for verification. Blueberry jam. One more breath. The delicate, heady aroma of springtime heather. Sumo, how dare you indulge so recklessly? Have you forgotten why you came here? One final inhalation for verification. Strike entire passage. Attempted manual operation of the derelict well. Mechanism misapplied. Apparatus fully seized. Root cause undetermined. Priority: investigation. In a corner of the shelter, a vertical ladder descends downward. A few feline hairs cling to its rungs, collected for analysis. 14 steps down reveals Shelter Level 2. Critical finding. They're a vehicle resembling pre-collapse automotive design. Isn't that the bounce from Desperate Survival? Stunned, Sumo froze, torch aloft, distracted by notes and lingering scents, just as his mental focus dissolved and the game interface faded from view. Yet none of this registered in his awareness. For there, centered on Level 2, stood the vehicle, unmistakable at first glance. This is truly the bounce bounce. Its frame reinforced with a triangular roll cage, behind the seat a compact engine, smaller than a generator yet exquisitely crafted, sat nestled in place. A single-seat configuration, luxuriously open air with full four-way ventilation and no glass barriers, granting the driver unimpeded communion with the wind and sky. Aside from minor dents and bends in the chassis from external impact and completely deflated tires, the silhouette was unmistakably that of a bounce bounce. Was this a relic of human civilization? Sumo could not say. Had the shelter remained untouched, minute details within might have revealed its former owner's identity. But now, this desolation had erased every trace capable of bearing witness to its master, even Level 2's periphery. Is that the character for Che, vehicle? His gaze drifted leftward along the wall, to a pictographic glyph resembling the ancient character Che. Instinctively his eyes snapped to the lone bounce bounce at the chamber's heart. To the right an arrow-shaped marker pointed unambiguously toward it. The implication was self-evident. Did the ruins architect intend to convey something through this vehicle? Frowning deeply, Sumo strained to recall whether he'd overlooked any detail since descending. From Liangfang town in the mist ruins to these underground halls, bearing signs seemingly left by kin, the world played brute force conquest while he alone navigated a cerebral puzzle game. A spark ignited in Sumo's mind. He began weaving together every observation since discovering the ruin, analyzing each moment with surgical precision. Seconds bled into minutes. Hypothesis after hypothesis crumbled under scrutiny, until all threads converged upon a single conclusion. Shaking his head, Sumo strode swiftly to the bounce fuel tank, resolved to test his deduction. Alas, peering beneath the cap confirmed his suspicion. The tank stood utterly, irreversibly empty. Diesel from the shelter could in theory power this dual-fuel vehicle, but his storage capacity was too limited and he'd left it behind upon departure. I wonder, does diesel or gasoline remain somewhere within? If the bounce ran true, the vast world would lie wide open before him. Torch in hand, Sumo crouched low, preparing to search methodically for a fuel drum, when a thunderous clamor erupted outside. Woof, woof, woo-oh, woof, woof. First came Oreo's unmistakable bark, then two uncanny human-imitated howls, each pitched with eerie, unnatural inflection. Disaster. Oreo's warning. People are here. In an instant, Sumo snuffed the torch, drew his cocked crossbow, and vaulted upward, racing back to level 1. Gone are the bright flames of the torches and the white light of the flashlight. The entire second shelter is shrouded in darkness with only a faint light illuminating through a large hole. Outside, the frantic barking of Oreo continues, yet two other barking voices change their tone. For some reason, from the two barking sounds, Sumo detects a hint of human emotion, mockery, or disdain. Step by step, treading carefully on the stairs, Sumo moves forward in the dark. The fear of humanity in his eyes quickly fades, replaced by a calmness of beastly instinct. Concentrating his thoughts, the game panel appears, selecting the scanning function of the encyclopedia. No mutated beasts detected within a radius of 1,000 meters. Today's attempts 03. Having exhausted his last chance without scanning the creatures outside, Sumo's nerves tighten even more. Crouching at the corner between the first and second floors, Sumo rests his crossbow on the railing at the staircase, quietly aiming at the spot below the large hole. Ow, ow, woof. Hearing Oreo's panicked and aggrieved voice outside along with another contemptuous bark, Sumo bites his lip tightly. Oreo, run. Let them in. Sumo silently roars in his heart, hoping that Oreo could be a bit smarter and escape quickly. If there was only one enemy, Sumo would still have the confidence to charge out and confront them head-on. However, when facing unknown creatures, if their numbers exceed one, humanity can only rely on their intelligence, which differs from that of beasts. Suddenly, a high-pitched bark from Oreo sounds, followed by two short yelps, and then another high-pitched bark. Hearing this, a hint of joy appears on Sumo's otherwise calm face. This is the first letter Sumo taught Oreo during the 2 days they couldn't go outside the shelter. According to Morse code, it represents the first letter of Run P. It signifies that there are strong enemies outside, and to maneuver. As expected, after Oreo emits this tone, two barking voices filled with cheers sound from outside. Fixated on the broken hole, Sumo focuses on the entrance. Two footsteps land on the ground, the sound of their footfalls barely audible as it passes through the hole, and after reflecting off the walls, Sumo hears it clearly. Lighter than my footsteps, not too heavy. I initially suspect they are bipedal animals. Not understanding the art of discerning sounds is not a concern. Through careful listening and personal comparison, Sumo feels relieved. The footsteps are crisp, one after the other, completely unlike those of canine mammals, resembling humans instead. The sound is light, indicating that the other party is not a heavyweight animal and will not possess overwhelming strength and speed. 1 second. 2 seconds. As the sounds draw closer, the two unidentified creatures finally approach the entrance. Woof, owl, woof, hiss, woof, woof, woof. Woof, poo, woof, hiss, woof. The two iron blocks and a rope clearly catch the attention of the unidentified creatures, and a series of inexplicable headache-inducing sounds filter through the hole. Unable to comprehend their words, Sumo can only concentrate and analyze the emotional shifts in the voices of the two creatures. Fortunately, the tone of the second creature is very firm. Although the first one seems a bit doubtful, I don't know what it said, and it got covered up. Sumo's heart hangs in the balance, fearing that the two monsters might wait at the entrance or summon more creatures to employ a swarm tactic. Two foolish dogs, oh no, two humans clearly lack intelligence. They even boldly grab the rope prepared by Sumo, hanging it down. In the bright spot of the hole, a furry black leg appears in Sumo's view. At the foot, it is wrapped in a boot made of an unknown material. So thin, or it looks like two bamboo pole monsters, their combat strength won't be very strong. Gripping the back of the crossbow tightly, Sumo keeps a close watch on the shadow that is about to descend. As half a leg drops down, the figure clad in primitive beast skin skirt appears. Before Sumo could observe further, the creature suddenly drops down, its entire body coming into view. Holy crap! Thanks to the brightness of the cave, Sumo clearly sees the full appearance of the creature. The shock within him nearly compels him to exclaim, "Is this a dog-headed person?" The creature that slid down has scaly skin on its upper body, transitioning from a dark brown color on its lower half to black on its upper half. If not examined closely, the head resembles an abstract dog with two light-colored small horns, shining eyes, and a straight tail like that of a rat. Coupled with the sounds of the previous creatures, Sumo almost instantly concludes that these two creatures are the legendary beings well known to everyone in the game. Dog-headed people. Woof hiss. Suppressing the urge to strike, Sumo calmly watches as the dog-headed creature that just slid down calls out for its companions. A spear is thrown down, held by the first dog-headed person, followed by a wooden stick that is dropped and placed on the ground by the dog-headed creature. Next, the second dog-headed person begins to slide down the rope. Perhaps due to a different breed, the second dog-headed person has blood-colored patterns mixed on its legs, climbing from its ankles up to its cheek. In terms of the choice of beast skin skirt, the second dog-headed person also seems more refined, giving off a faint noble aura. Once both have landed, the first dog-headed person kicks the miserable skeleton of its companion towards the inside, clearing a path for the noble dog-headed person. After everything is done, the noble dog-headed person brushes off the dust from its body, picks up its wooden stick, and begins to survey the surroundings. At the same time, Sumo completely averts his gaze, gently lowering his head to hide behind the skirt of the staircase, shielding himself from the sight of the dog-headed beings. It is difficult to see into the dark from the light, but Sumo dares not take that gamble. This world is too crazy. What kind of creatures are dog-headed people? If there were biologists here, they would be overjoyed, shouting that they have discovered a new intelligent species. Little Master, there is more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. However, without extensive experiments, they can only grasp at straws to clarify the habits of this new species. Fortunately, the two dog-headed people seem utterly unconcerned about whether anyone is inside, directly starting to rummage through the second shelter. Should I kill the first dog-headed person or the noble one? After hesitating for a moment, Sumo decides to deal with the spear-wielding dog-headed person first. In this environment, the crossbow can only release one shot, leaving no room for a second loading. Thus, the first monster to be dealt with must be the one with the greatest threat. Among the two, Sumo chooses the first dog-headed person, which is easiest to identify and appears to be armed. Raising his head, Sumo's gaze fixes on the first dog-headed person rummaging under the table. Sumo's finger is poised on the trigger. Gently adjusting the angle of the crossbow, Sumo makes each movement slow and deliberate, ensuring no metallic sounds of friction escape. The two adorable dog-headed persons remain oblivious, still engaging in their foolish exchange, searching for valuable treasures. Whoosh! In the pitch-black shelter, a piercing sound suddenly cuts through the air. Following that, a spray of blood erupts from the neck of the first dog-headed person. The acid raincoat crossbow bolt, upon hitting flesh, swiftly corroded through the first dog-headed person's fragile blood vessels without the protection of skin. In the next moment, the entire shelter is filled with the gurgling sounds of blood being coughed up. After taking a close look, confirming that the first dog-headed person is no longer combat-capable, Sumo takes 2 steps to ascend the stairs to the first floor. He forcefully throws the crossbow in his hand towards the noble dog-headed person, disrupting its line of sight. Concentrating his thoughts, he summons a wooden spear and charges forward. "Ow! Ow! Dog thing, watch me pierce you all!" Sumo unleashes all his strength, shouting fiercely as he rushes. The thunderous roar bounces around the entire first shelter like a muffled thunder, painfully ringing in the ears. The other dog-headed person is startled by this sound, nearly losing its footing. However, Sumo's charging speed is still too slow. The darkness in the shelter and the obstacles beneath his feet prevent him from charging recklessly. This also grants the noble dog-headed person a chance to breathe. A spark begins to gather in the hand of the dog-headed person, and before Sumo can close the distance, it has already formed into a small fireball. Damn, what is that thing? At this moment, even if the noble kobold suddenly pulled a grenade from his bosom and shouted fire, Sumo would not be as terrified as he was now. Hand-rolled nuclear bombs. No. Hand-rolled grenades. Fire release, great fireball. Magic. The countless cultural influences from movies, novels, and anime on Earth had not prepared Sumo to face the magical actions of the monster before him with a calm mind. Seeing the noble kobold pointing his staff, Sumo disregarded everything on the ground and rolled on the spot, trying to hide behind the nearby table. The fireball flew swiftly. Sumo, rolling on the ground, only felt a searing heat, knowing, without looking, that his raincoat had been burned through and the ceramic armor beneath him was also damaged. Fortunately, under the defense of the two pieces of armor, he managed to withstand the shockwave of the fireball's impact without suffering direct harm to his skin. The fireball struck directly against the railing behind him, shattering it into two pieces. In terms of kinetic damage, while this fireball did not cause widespread area effect damage, its single-point power was absolutely comparable to that of a miniature explosive. Without much thought, once the explosion ended, Sumo immediately began his second charge. One surge of momentum leads to exhaustion. Sumo did not know if the kobold could cast fireballs continuously, but he knew that if this skill had a cooldown, the kobold was doomed. If it did not, he himself was doomed. With this choice, what was there to hesitate about? Just watch me do it. As he charged out, aided by the light, Sumo caught a glimpse of the noble kobold's panicked expression. He even saw the kobold attempting to grab the spear of the first kobold. Just this. Just this. Ah! Sumo began his second wave of sonic attacks combined with a dash. The echoes not only made Sumo's eardrums ache, but the kobold opposite him also displayed a pained expression on his canine face. In the next moment, the sharp wooden spear pierced into the noble kobold's chest with such force that it nearly penetrated the kobold's frail body. Using his waist strength, Sumo's veins bulged as a tremendous force transmitted through the wooden spear, lifting the kobold off the ground. With a great swing, the noble kobold was thrown in a perfect arc through the air, only to be smashed onto the cold ground by Sumo, clearly unable to survive. Pulling the wooden spear out forcefully, he found it was stuck. He feared that the noble kobold would rise and shout, "Restore the glory of our kobold race, it is our duty," and self-destruct like in novels. Sumo summoned the Wolf Fang Club from Huang Biao's storage space, stepped forward, and began to massage the noble kobold with all his might. Big hammer 80. Small hammer 40. 80. 40. He lost count of how many hits he had delivered until the noble kobold's entire body was completely relaxed, after which Sumo sat down on the ground panting. A flash of silver light appeared where the noble kobold had died, revealing a silvery treasure chest. Another silver treasure chest, not a loss this time. Not a loss. After the frenzied explosion, a wave of fatigue washed over him. From his forearm to his upper arm, waist, and thighs, Sumo felt soreness throughout his entire body. However, compared to the fatigue he felt when he first encountered the black dog in the ruins, only 3 to 5 minutes had passed, and Sumo noticed the pain was significantly decreasing. This wasteland world is becoming more and more fantastical. Even fireball-casting kobold sorcerers exist now. How absurd. Sitting on the ground, seeing the shattered railing, Sumo could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. With such power, forget about armor. Even a thin steel plate placed before him might not withstand such explosive force. Focusing his mind, Sumo summoned the game panel. Before he could retrieve the ethereal water from his storage space, 3 game notifications flooded in. Record: you have defeated the owner of the underground ruins, Kobold Dolendel Fumidorandus. Record: you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you have gained full ownership permissions of the underground ruins. So this underground shelter has an owner. How is this determined in terms of who came first? Sumo scratched the back of his head and took out a mineral water bottle containing ethereal water from his storage space, gulping down half of it in one go. With the ethereal water down, the fatigue and burning sensation on his back finally reduced significantly. Struggling to support his body, Sumo focused again and looked around the vicinity of the second shelter. This time, unlike before, a new prompt appeared. Record: it has been detected that you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Record: you can now identify the attributes of all items through disaster points. A bit of starlight rose from around the shelter, hovering above each major item. Whenever Sumo focused on an item, a line of prompt would appear. Record: would you like to spend 1 point to identify this item? No, not identifying, not identifying. Shaking his head, Sumo quickly closed the game panel, canceling the identification. Each identification required 1 point, and this unscrupulous trader was not playing fair. Besides, he still had the identification from the survival system that he could use for free. Concentrating again, Sumo mentally called for the survival system, looking at the largest table, which would likely be the most damaged at the entrance. A phantom message appeared in midair. Small-scale thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, extremely damaged. Description: a small-scale thermal weapon manufacturing machine that integrates functions such as cutting, casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, and laser forming, controlled by a computer. One-time forming. Quality assurance: currently lacking a laser probe, with significant damage to the main control computer and circuit board. Efficiency micro mini small 360S, 720S, 1440S upgrade direction 1 repair the machine, upgrade the machine processing method, change the machine material, increase machine efficiency, requires survival points 6,820. There is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Upgrade direction 2 repair the machine, change the machine processing mode, upgrade to a medium-sized thermal weapon manufacturing machine efficiency, increase quality, improved, requires survival points 35,240. Evaluation the machine's precision is insufficient. High monk's blessings are needed. Young man, what you lack is a sincere heart. Can it process thermal weapons in one go? Or is it for mass production? Looking excitedly at the machine's attributes, Sumo's knowledge base was once again refreshed. Choose to change the upgrade method. Mentally chanting the attributes on the panel changed as well. Small-scale thermal weapon laser manufacturing machine, extremely damaged, efficiency, micro mini small, 360S, 720S, 1440S upgrade repair, 3380 upgrade, 960 efficiency, 350 material, 1210. So expensive. Looking at the terrifying numbers, Sumo clicked his tongue, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Although he was mentally prepared to pay a lot for repairing this thing, seeing this number still gave him a dizzying sensation. When he turned his gaze to other places, Sumo fully understood what the wealth gap meant. Oil drilling rig damaged, level 3 alloy shelter door malfunctioning, simple electromagnetic cookware completely damaged, composite lithium battery damaged, tungsten filament bulb damaged. There were numerous items, both large and small, and almost every little thing on the ground had some use, though they were all in a damaged state. At that moment, if someone could see Sumo's eyes through the darkness, they would surely find them shining with brilliance. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness flooding his brain, the rapid secretion of dopamine even alleviating his pain. Oh right, there's also that bouncing car. Just thinking about the bounce car downstairs, if it isn't severely damaged and can be driven out, Sumo felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Hastily walking to the spot where the noble dog-headed man's treasure chest had fallen, Sumo first opened the second silver treasure chest he had seen since arriving in this world. The mutated chameleon was quite troublesome for ordinary people, but compared to this dog-headed man, it was clearly a minor challenge. Fortunately, there were finally some rewards. With a flash of light, 2 prompts sounded. Record: you have obtained a resource handbook. Beginner 1. Record: you have obtained a sharp watermelon knife. 1. A handbook. This is a valuable item. Just having a monster handbook brought him immense security and his first pot of gold. Sumo was exceptionally delighted and quickly searched his storage space. In one corner, he found a hardcover book that resembled the monster handbook he had bought earlier. After crushing and using the resource handbook, he opened the newly appeared resource scanning function, and in a moment Sumo understood how to use the resource handbook. Like the monster handbook, the resource handbook also had 3 scanning opportunities each day. Centered around the user, it automatically detected resources within a 1-kilometer radius, then fed back to the interface. Currently, the beginner resources included common materials such as stone, wood, iron, or copper, and also some uncommon resources like natural gas, sulfur, gold, or silver, or salt mine, nitrate mine, and petroleum. Overall, it provided significant assistance for resource exploration in the early stages of development. Nodding, Sumo closed the page and pulled out another large knife he had acquired. Unfortunately, aside from being somewhat sharp, the large knife had no special attributes and could only be regarded as an ordinary tool. Just the resource handbook alone is worth it since it can be used 3 times a day. That's such a bargain. Holding the knife with just a few strokes, Sumo sliced open the noble dog-headed man's chest and pulled out the lodged wooden spear tip. Although this dog-headed man bore the name of a human, apart from standing upright, its internal body structure was vastly different from that of a human. Moreover, during the mutation process, it seemed the dog-headed man had also lost its natural talents, such as super sense of smell and mobility. In exchange, it had gained mysterious magic and combat power from using tools. Wait, I only have the authority because I killed these 2 dog-headed men. Doesn't that mean before I arrived, they won a victory by fighting with some kind of feline creature and obtained the authority? Plus, they were digging around looking for things when they first arrived. Could the missing laser probe from the machine have been taken back to their camp? Countless clues connected together, including the feline fur on the ground and the strike marks on the hills outside the shelter. Each piece told of a fierce battle that had erupted here before. Oh no, they encountered something here, and the dog-headed men obtained the authority. Surely the other side must have failed and lost lives, but now there are no bodies. Their companions must have been here. If they find that this damned noble dog-headed man is missing, it will be troublesome. In an instant, Sumo had never felt his mind so sharp. Yet simultaneously a strong sense of unease surged within him. Safety 1000. I can't stay here for long. Even if I have fuel for this bounce car, it can't move on water below. Staying here to guard this so-called treasure will only lead to death. Having realized this, Sumo quickly extinguished the idea of exploring the bounce car below. The dog-headed race does not see this bounce car as a treasure and would not use it. To them, it probably just looks like a larger pile of garbage. Swiftly pulling out 4 units of wood from his storage space, he opened the crafting panel and with some regret spent a few points to craft a wooden bucket. Walking over to the noble dog-headed man's body, which had been smashed to pieces, Sumo exerted his strength, tossing the noble dog-headed man into the wooden bucket, then turned and brought the first dog-headed man, as well, placing them both into the bucket. After storing the entire wooden bucket in his storage space, Sumo looked around at the surroundings. Although he felt reluctant, he could only temporarily abandon the idea of claiming them for himself. After finding some small items to take, Sumo approached the hole, and just as he was about to climb up, he saw the bloodstains on the ground and conceived a plan. The dog-headed man's scent tracking ability has degraded. I also have improved ceramic armor to mask my scent. Perhaps I can use this to find their den and seize the laser probe back, saving me hundreds of survival points. Taking out the feline fur he had collected earlier, Sumo carefully sprinkled it on the ground, also staining a few strands in the blood. Looking at the perfect crime scene he had set up, Sumo nodded and returned to the hole. With a gentle jump, he grabbed hold of the grass rope dangling in the air. Forcing the exhausted muscles to exert some strength again, Sumo laboriously climbed up to the hole outside the second shelter, returning to the small hill he had come from. Awoo, seeing Sumo climb out, Oreo, who had been wandering outside in the water, barked excitedly. After putting away the iron blocks and grass rope and hastily cleaning the area, Sumo placed a few strands of fur at the footprints of the dog-headed men. The only flaw now is my footprints, but there is nothing to be done. I can't achieve perfection. If someone dares to chase after me. I was just lamenting the lack of delivery at my doorstep. In my territory, they'll take them all down. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Sumo confidently retraced his steps. In just over 10 minutes, he returned to the spot where he had donned the raincoat. Awoo, the poor Oreo approached Sumo, whining pitifully. At a glance, Sumo couldn't help but smile. Originally a black and white Oreo, now at the base of its tail a large patch of fur had been burned off, leaving only its pink bottom exposed. What used to be a fluffy tail was now completely bare, evoking pity. After barking a couple of times, Oreo scampered a few steps to a charred spot, scratching and signaling that this was what caused its current state. You silly dog, you've actually been smart this time. Next time, remember to run quickly when encountering such monsters. However, your brave master has already taken down these 2 idiots, so consider it revenge for you. Squatting down, he took out the remaining ghostly energy water and fed it all to Oreo. Watching Oreo bouncing around, Sumo felt relieved. In this apocalypse, a man and a dog supported each other. If it weren't for Oreo's warning today, he might have faced a fireball to the face. I must upgrade my weapons and equipment quickly. My combat power is too weak. Facing such enemies up close is too risky. I must ensure absolute safety. Under the blazing sun, the second shelter looked like a giant beast crawling in the water. At the iron door on the first floor, Sumo's gaze seemed to pierce through the metal, spotting the bounce car inside. It won't be long before I drive you out. At that time, there will be no place I cannot go. After saying that, there was no longer any hesitation or reluctance in Sumo's eyes. He decisively turned and stepped onto the long road back to the base. This time it was time for electric weapons to take the stage. Having slain 2 magical creatures that seemed to have emerged from a fantastical world, the once terrifying mutated beings now appeared quite charming to Sumo. Casting a fireball. How absurd. If all the creatures described in fantasy novels were to appear one by one, humanity's survival would be in grave danger. The power of the fireball was not significant. Such monsters could be easily repelled as long as humans wielded a Gatling gun and had some cover. Even if dozens or hundreds of them attacked at once, it would be difficult to breach the metal defense. But aside from that, if other creatures like the mythological dragons were to appear, I hope not, or humanity will only be able to live like mice in the ground forever. As he pondered the future of humanity more deeply, Sumo felt increasingly despondent. Shaking his head to forcefully forget all worries in his mind, he saw the refuge appearing at the horizon, and a long-lost sense of safety washed over him. Golden nests and silver nests, where could one find a better home than their own doghouse? In just 6 short days, Sumo had completely regarded this territory as his own. With his tail drooping along the way, Oreo also perked up as they got closer to the refuge. After carefully surveying the area around the refuge for any signs of strangers, Sumo reached the back of the hill, opened the back door of the shelter, and slipped inside. Crouching through the long tunnel as the scene opened up before him, both man and dog returned to the refuge once more. Sunlight quietly filtered through the ventilation shaft. It formed a dazzling beam of light. In the beam, tiny specks of dust could be seen dancing in the air. The vegetable cultivation base, placed in the center of the base, although still without green sprouts, emanated a rich, earthy fragrance, bringing vitality to the base. This is my refuge. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to step over my dead body. Just the thought of the current refuge being breached and laid waste by those dog-headed beasts made Sumo clench his fists. Sitting at the table using the sunlight, Sumo took out the crossbow from his space and placed it on the table. After a few days, he had gathered enough survival points, and a generator, upgrading the electric weapon, was now imminent. The crossbow that could only shoot one bolt at a time was somewhat useful for hunting, but if faced with an enemy, its limitations were too great. Especially against such magically empowered monsters, it was simply inadequate. Focusing his mind and silently invoking the system, Sumo fixed his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow normal description, a long-range combat tool slow to load high initial speed possesses considerable lethality, a must-have tool for survival in the wilderness. Firing speed 140 milliseconds range 80 m maximum lethality 165 m effective lethality 330 m furthest lethality upgrade path 1 upgrade crossbow materials enhanced draw weight reduced draw pressure requires survival points 180 upgrade path 2 upgrade crossbow materials add electric draw device change firing mode increase automatic firing mode requires survival points 400 the second upgrade path requires 400 survival points. After upgrading the generator, I currently have only 303 points left. Let me see if I can find some items to reduce the requirement. After a moment of contemplation, Sumo concentrated his thoughts, and the upgrade requirements for Path 1 appeared. Casting aside some components he had never even heard of, Sumo focused on two major requirements, a 500W motor, and either a lithium battery or a lead-acid battery. Goodness, this 500W motor must weigh at least 5 or 6 kilograms, and with a large battery the weight of the crossbow would easily exceed 20 kilograms. Moreover, considering the serious metal fatigue, if we increase the firing rate, it won't last long before it breaks. After a brief mental calculation, Sumo recognized both the advantages and disadvantages of the electric crossbow. The lethality brought by the 500W motor was definitely sufficient. Even accounting for losses along the way, it could still provide at least 200 joules of kinetic energy. However, such a violent output power would inevitably lead to a loss of accuracy. The battery and motor would need to be placed at the rear, shifting the entire weapon's center of gravity backward, making it likely very difficult to aim properly. Forget it, overthinking won't yield good solutions. Let's tackle the immediate problem first. Having memorized the general parameters, Sumo opened the trading market and began searching for items. After adding the handling fee, the current trading market was no longer as bustling as it had been a few days ago. Hundreds of thousands of items had dwindled to just 7 or 8 pages within a day. Very few people were affluent enough to do as Sumo did now, using points to pay for shipping costs to purchase items. After flipping through all the pages without finding anything useful, Sumo could only helplessly turn to the world channel. Sumo looking to buy a 500W motor size and weight not limited in a lithium battery or lead-acid battery. Sumo, I'm initiating a purchase willing to cover the shipping costs. If anyone has items to sell, hurry and bring them for trade. After surviving the first disaster, everyone's daily communication horns had reduced to 2. When Sumo's first message appeared in the world channel, it did not attract much attention, but when the second message followed, it instantly ignited the world channel. Holy crap, front row, hold me tight. God immortal, touch my crown, long life from this hairdo, no more words, am saving this luck to open boxes. Congratulations, you have opened a claw knife, damage quality, sorry, wrong set. Motor lithium battery. Has God already entered the electrical age? I'm still holding a torch. Oh wait, I don't even have a torch now, so never mind. I have a lithium battery from my phone. Oh, does God want it? The shipping cost isn't cheap, is it? Truly a wealthy person. Our Huaxia is amazing. The foreign Sumo can't do it, but our Huaxia Sumo can. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the world channel just to catch a glimpse of Sumo's messages. Little master, there's more behind this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. More excitement awaits. Seeing the heat rise, Sumo was also delighted and directly posted his purchasing information in the trading channel. Before long, after spending 800 milliliters of ghost energy water and 11 points of disaster points, he successfully received an ancient-looking motor that seemed to have been dismantled from an electric vehicle weighing a hefty 12 kilograms. As for the lithium battery, after some filtering, Sumo spent another 600 milliliters of ghost energy water and 40 disaster points to buy 2 sets of batteries, specifically a 20Ah-12 8V ternary lithium battery to be installed on the electric crossbow and a 400Ah-12 8V standard lithium iron phosphate battery for the early daily power consumption of the refuge. As a standard 12V battery, the 400Ah can store around 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity, completely sufficient for the initial usage requirements of the refuge. After preparing the crossbow battery and motor this time, when Sumo looked again, the survival point requirement had changed. Hunting compound crossbow normal upgrade path 1 upgrade crossbow materials enhanced draw weight reduced draw pressure requires survival points 180 upgrade path 2 upgrade crossbow materials add electric draw device change design mode increase automatic firing mode requires survival points 220. Surprisingly, the two main items had only reduced the requirement by 180 points. Could this upgrade actually change material properties? Without hesitation, Sumo directly chose to upgrade. With a flash of light, after deducting 220 survival points, a green light scattered out, and in less than a second the 3 items merged into a pool of blue glowing liquid. As the frequency of the green light scattering increased, the liquid began to condense gradually, taking on a new form. Please refer to the description at the end of this chapter. The hefty 10-kilogram motor disappeared without a trace, and the large lithium battery transformed into an unknown shape. Beneath the original grip, a device resembling an airbag formed. Most importantly, the freshly minted electric crossbow surprisingly came with a luxurious scope, truly a delightful sight. Looking at this powerful weapon, Sumo, who had initially been worried about a potential attack from the dog-headed people, suddenly felt a green number pop up above his head. Safety 10,000. Goodness, the system's optimization has produced something incredibly extraordinary. If we could reverse engineer the technology behind optimizing batteries and motors, it would be a monumental leap in human scientific development. Picking up the crossbow and placing it on the table, Sumo gazed at the upgraded electric crossbow with eyes full of curiosity. The issue of batteries remained unresolved until everyone traversed the wasteland. Although major manufacturers were frantically adding battery cells to enhance charging speeds, the problem persisted. However, with battery capacity, it still adhered to the principle that larger sizes corresponded to greater weight and capacity. No one was willing to invest significant funds to research how to achieve greater capacity within a smaller volume. Of course, even if technology were restored to its peak, developing effects as terrifying as those from the current system modifications would likely take at least several decades. The overall color scheme of the crossbow was a subtle combination of wooden tones and black. Its weight had increased from the previous 4 kilograms to about 9 kilograms. It felt heavy, providing a strong sense of security. Fortunately, the system included a charging cable, though otherwise I would have to find a way to get a USB charging plug from the trading channel. Picking up the cable from the ground and inspecting it, Sumo couldn't help but smile wryly. The included 120W fast charger was more than sufficient for the 200 mAh battery. This wave of 220 survival points was quite a profit at the moment. After examining the structure of the crossbow, Sumo had a preliminary understanding of how to use this electric crossbow. Before use, one must first press the switch on the electric device. After 3 seconds, when the power supply is normal, it will automatically initiate a self-check function. At this point, the auto-stringing mechanism would begin working automatically, pushing the first crossbow bolt from the magazine. Simultaneously, the trigger safety valve would drop, allowing for normal shooting to commence. The working principle of the electric stringer was quite simple. It simulated the manual stringing method with the force provided by the motor lifting the crossbow bolt from the magazine to achieve the stringing purpose. As expected, it's out of power. It seems the system's gift of a charger means I need to charge it. After pressing the switch a couple of times, although Sumo complained, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Currently, the base had an engine, diesel fuel, and the most abundant resource was electricity. Once the design blueprint for the Huasha shelter was in place, he could attempt to install wiring and try out the few broken light bulbs he had collected today. With a puff of air released and the starter motor connected, the generator emitted a rumbling vibration as the dashboard indicated power. Woo! Oreo, lying on the ground lamenting the loss of its furry tail, was suddenly startled. It glared at the generator. It's all right, this is a good thing. If anyone enters the base in the future, we must protect this. After reassuring Oreo, Sumo turned to the storage area and took out the power strip he had acquired when he found the television. When the power strip was connected to the generator and the indicator light turned red, Sumo felt a surge of emotion, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. A tremendous advancement for civilization. I never expected that one day Sumo could be ahead of billions of people. Thank you to the ancestors of the Su family for your blessings. The realization of electric power represented not only progress in daily life, but also advancements in entertainment. It was also a symbol of strength synonymous with safety. He quickly gathered 2 power supplies, first connecting the larger 400Ah lithium iron phosphate battery with its dedicated charging line. After a while confirming there were no issues with the output, Sumo connected the electric crossbow to the power. In the not-so-bright shelter, 2 red charging lights blinked in sync with the generator's humming. In the days spent in the apocalypse, there had been no moment of such tranquility. Listening to the familiar noise, Sumo closed his eyes and lay back on the bed, quietly feeling the atmosphere, and gradually drifted into sleep. In his dream, it seemed that images appeared before his pitch-black eyes. A scorching summer, an evening with a power outage. Elders sat at a chess stand at the door, engaged in fierce battles, while children, free from homework for a change, joyfully ran around the alley with toys, their laughter filling the air. Adults paused their busy work to sit outside, occasionally glancing at their children and shouting, "Hey, slow down. Don't trip and fall." By the roadside, the owner of a fast food restaurant took this opportunity to roll out his generator, preparing plate after plate of fragrant stir-fried dishes to attract customers. A stack of cold dishes paired with spinach noodles. 1 mouthful of noodles, 1 mouthful of garlic, 1 mouthful of sticky, yet fragrant, crispy, and refreshing, with a mix of fatty and lean steamed pork. The aroma of watermelon, the stench from the sewers. Woof, woof, woof. And Oreo's barking. "You little rascal, I was just starting to get sentimental when you interrupted me before I even started. You really know how to ruin the moment, me." Sumo helplessly opened his eyes looking at the overly vigilant Oreo and immediately wiped the smile off his face. Is someone coming? Woof. Damn, they came really quickly. What a bunch of sharp-nosed dogs. Seeing Oreo begin to tremble with its black and white eyes tinged with a hint of red, Sumo leaped swiftly to the side of the generator. Normally, when a generator loses power, there is a process to stop it. First, turn off the air switch, cut off the power supply, reduce the diesel engine from high speed to low speed, let the machine idle for 3 to 5 minutes, and then turn off the ignition switch. This is better for machine maintenance. But now there was evidently no time for Sumo to prepare. The enemy was already attacking. There was no indication of the generator's running time, so Sumo could only estimate the previous fuel reserves against the current levels, calculating the consumption to estimate time. 1 hour and 44 minutes. This was a rough estimate. 2 hours of charging time might not be enough for the 20-auto electric crossbow, but it should be sufficient for an encounter. With a swift action, he cut off the air switch and turned the ignition switch to the lowest setting, stopping the rumbling diesel generator. The shelter transitioned from noisy to eerily quiet, with even breathing becoming distinctly audible. He quickly walked to the stone door, pressing his ear against it, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Sure enough, a series of barks distinctly different from those of ordinary canines filled the air with deep, emotional growls. Damn it, these dog-headed creatures are indeed intelligent enough to find this place. It seems if we don't eliminate them today, we will never have peace again. The enemies had reached the door. Unlike before, there was no live stream to assist in scouting the terrain this time. But Sumo's gaze fell upon a pitch-black square box placed in the storage area. That was the big back television brought back from the ruins. Ever since this bulky television was brought back from the ruins, it has been sitting in the storage compartment, and after the update, it was piled in the corner gathering dust. Having traveled extensively, it was finally time for it to prove its worth. With the lithium iron phosphate battery, the base would have sufficient power to meet the demands of the bulky television. Hastily walking to the storage area, he retrieved it into the storage space, and after bringing it to the generator, Sumo focused his mind. The bulky television was placed upright beside the battery. Upon closer inspection, a line of ethereal text appeared next to the bulky television. 32-inch color television. Excellent description. A technological product produced in an unknown era, primarily composed of power circuits, public channels, audio channels, color decoding circuits, and color image display systems. It operates at 25 frames per second with 625 lines per frame. Special ability: once powered on in the shelter, it can monitor the area within 1,000 meters, featuring the ability to zoom in and out and change perspectives. Upgrade Path 1: modify the television's material to enhance clarity, add sound systems, and create an independent personal cinema requiring survival points, 1550. Upgrade Path 2: alter the television's material to improve clarity, extend the range of special abilities, and potentially add a second attribute, limited technology, requiring survival points, 6,520. Evaluation: in front of this television UI she. No privacy with righteous indignation. Ignoring the exorbitant survival points needed for the television upgrade, Sumo took a deep breath, forcing down the emotional turmoil. Quickly connecting the television to the battery, Sumo's heart gradually cooled, thoughts swirling in his mind. After crossing into the wasteland world, he merely wished to be a good person striving to live here. Raising chickens, playing with dogs, growing vegetables, and diligently managing a flourishing shelter, hoping that when his family arrives they can live peacefully in the wasteland. Yet the more he tried to distance himself from trouble, the more numerous were the blind threats seeking to disrupt his life, wanting him dead. I am just an ordinary person, a 5-star good citizen who has received a complete education from the motherland. Even if I learned to be decisive like the protagonists in novels, I would still panic if true enemies came. But you all don't want me to live? Then I can only ask you to die. With a crash, the bulky television powered on, appearing to have not shut down normally last time. Beep, beep, beep. Upon powering on with no signal input, the screen displayed rapidly flashing black and white stripes. After a brief attempt pressing the buttons below, Sumo found the AC1 channel, symbolizing the special ability. After pressing the switch button, a wave of ethereal fluctuations erupted rapidly from the back of the television, even causing vibrations in the air. Buzzing, the bulky television began to shake violently, and seeing it about to jump up, Sumo quickly pressed down to prevent it from shaking more intensely. Feeling the vibrations from the bulky television, Sumo's heart hung in the balance. He was afraid that if something went wrong, he might just explode. Fortunately, after about 10 seconds, the tremors finally began to subside, and the frequency of the television's shaking changed from a stormy 7 or 8 shakes per second to a gentle 2 or 3 shakes per second. The previously chaotic black and white striped image began to change. A streak of sunset gradually appeared on the screen, and soon more images began to display. After the rain, there were still pockmarks left by acid rain. Several patches of shrubbery that Sumo had hacked down, and the dog-headed people searching beside the shrubs. Damn, this thing has no remote control, and even changing the angle is impossible, it's too limited. Sumo attempted to control the image rotation with the buttons below, but after frantically pressing, there was no response. I need to go trade for a remote control. Damn, this thing is too unreliable. Trade. Suddenly remembering something, Mo hurriedly dashed into the storage room and pulled out a flat object. Attached to the back of the flat device were 3 red, yellow, and blue connection wires. It was the mechanical controller that Shunku had sent during their trade. Shunku, oh Shunku, you have really helped me a great deal. Excitedly holding the controller, he plugged it into the socket of the bulky television, and with a tremor of the screen, Mo pressed the buttons on the controller, and indeed the image began to move. Like playing a remote sensing game, anywhere within a 1-kilometer diameter of the shelter was under the surveillance of the bulky television. Zooming into the group of dog-headed people near the shrubbery, Mo could even see the remnants of meat stuck between one warrior dog-headed person's teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 dog-headed warrior soldiers holding spears. The ones holding sticks should be dog-headed warlocks, only 2 of them. It seems the warlocks have a decent status among the dog-headed race. The 2 warlocks, each accompanied by 2 dog-headed soldiers, were carefully searching the ground. Through their gazes, Mo realized that his shelter had been exposed. But for some reason, these dog-headed people chose not to attack aggressively. Instead, they were searching for something in the shrubbery. Are they insane? Confirming that these idiots were indeed searching for something, Mo immediately began to don his armor. His raincoat had been burned through a large hole, and after spending 10 survival points to repair it, he finished putting on 2 layers of armor. He picked up the electric crossbow from the ground, adjusted the switch, loaded 5 acid rain crossbow bolts, and headed toward passage 2. Oreo quickly followed suit. Foolish dog-headed people, although they have evolved human-like behaviors, their speed is still slower than that of a fast adult. At this distance, they are doomed. Opening the back door of the shelter after releasing Oreo, Mo began to formulate a tactical plan. This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The shrubbery is located in a flat area with no cover, and the sky has not darkened, yet making ambushing impossible. So, Oreo, wait a moment, you will cut in from the flank. Yes, approach from the left side, use your bark to attract their attention, run, and don't give them a chance to hit you. Try to create an opportunity for me to get close to them. If I am in danger, do not come to rescue me. They run slowly, and we can maneuver and attack slowly. Do you understand? Seeing Mo's serious expression, Oreo's demeanor became focused. Woof! Understanding, Oreo let out a low bark and scratched the ground, indicating that he was ready. All right, prepare to charge. You go there first, I will follow. Remember to keep your distance, don't give them a chance to hit you. Be careful of those 2 with sticks, they can cast that fireball that burned you today. After hearing this, Oreo did not hesitate and immediately dashed out. On the earth, Oreo in black and white sprinted away. As countless small puddles went unnoticed, the person stepping on them had already dashed out several meters. The husky, as a medium-sized dog, is compact and sturdy with excellent endurance. When a husky wears a harness and pulls lightweight cargo, beginning its most primitive work task at a moderate speed over long distances, its exceptional abilities are most evident. Its body proportion and shape reflect a fundamental balance of strength, speed, and endurance. Seeing Oreo dash out a full 100 meters without slowing down, Mo nodded, stowed the electric crossbow in the storage space, bent down, and began jogging up the hill. This time, all the dog-headed people must stay. The distance to the thicket and the refuge high ground is not far. Based on Mo's foot speed, it is roughly equivalent to the distance of a university running track, about 400 meters. Of course, if it were an ambush, such a distance would indeed be lethal enough. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry completing the formation, from quick walking to jogging and then to sprinting, would cover this distance. If it were any further, they would be intercepted by bows and crossbows, suffering too many casualties, and if too close, they might not have accumulated enough strength before reaching the enemy. For warrior goblins were still clumsily searching for something on the ground, while 2 sorcerer goblins with their keen senses quickly spotted Oreo, who was running like a galloping horse. Woof, hiss, woof, coo. Coo, woof. The sorcerer goblin immediately commanded the warrior goblins to quickly form ranks, watching the running Oreo with vigilance. Good. Well done, keep it up, don't pay attention to me. Oreo perfectly completed its task, while running and shouting. The husky's ample stamina was sufficient for it to serve as an exceptionally perfect bait in this task. Lowering his body, Mo quickly jogged across the yellow earth. The distance continued to shorten. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. Once he estimated that he was about 120 meters away from the goblins at the rear, Mo instantly dropped to the ground and switched out a brand new electric crossbow from his space. He turned on the power switch, waiting for 3 seconds for the self-check to complete. The moment the green light lit up, Mo lowered his gaze to the scope, using it to observe the goblins, still admiring Oreo's run. The first arrow, without a doubt. The sorcerer goblin. He gently pressed the preheating button on the string puller, which also served as the safety on the electric crossbow. A sizzling sound of electricity passed through as the 20-amp-hour lithium battery began to release energy, transmitting it to the motor. The motor worked, and the string puller was pulled to full capacity, completing this process in less than a second. Goodbye. Mo softly uttered, then pulled the trigger. There is no negotiating with monsters who upon encountering them, it's either you die or I live. The electric crossbow had no significant difference in power compared to mechanical ones. It simply omitted the stringing step through the motor and string puller, achieving a rapid-fire effect. Yet even so, a shadow flashed past, and in the scope the sorcerer goblin on the left was instantly decapitated. The tremendous impact struck the sorcerer goblin's forehead, sending the entire figure flying back about half a meter, collapsing to the ground. Before the remaining goblins could panic, another shadow flashed past. The crossbow bolt struck one of the warrior goblins in the chest. This arrow was originally meant to hit another sorcerer goblin, but it was deflected by the panicked warrior goblin's turn. With this buffer, the other goblins quickly screeched and huddled together tightly, surrounding the noble sorcerer goblin in the center. Heh, can you really dodge like that? Stealing a police car to run a taxi looking for death. Under the scope, Sumo's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to pull the trigger. The sound of the string puller, accompanied by the howling wind on the plain, was like the melody played by the Grim Reaper. Each arrow could take a monster's life. Like a dimensional strike, all the goblins wielding spears could not see where the attack was coming from. In the next second, a companion fell to the ground. In less than half a minute, Oreo hadn't even completed a second lap to attract attention, and the goblin squad in the thicket was left with only the last sorcerer goblin. Woof! Woof woo! Seeing the death of his companions, the previously defiant sorcerer goblin suddenly knelt on the ground, pressing its entire head against the earth. Oh! Sumo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised at the goblin's performance. With such powerful magical strength, the sorcerer goblin actually surrendered. At this moment, Sumo even felt as if this was just the beginning. He hadn't even exerted himself. It seems magic cannot compete with my technological weapons. He touched the electric crossbow in his hand, chuckling as he lay on the ground, continuing to aim. Among this batch of goblins, perhaps temporarily sparing this sorcerer goblin's life would be a good choice. However, before that, he pressed the string puller and opened the magazine, reloading 5 ordinary crossbow bolts that weren't infused with acid rain. Puff! A shadow flashed past, and the goblin, still crawling on the ground, was suddenly propelled backward by the crossbow bolt. A pitch-black bolt was firmly embedded in its thin arm. The purpler blood mixed with the screams of the sorcerer goblin echoed across the wasteland, and apart from the howling wind comforting him, there was also puff! Another crossbow bolt. 2 bolts firmly pinned the sorcerer goblin to the ground with the tips embedded in the earth, while the fletching still trembled. Putting away the crossbow and switching to a wooden spear, Sumo stood up and walked towards the sorcerer goblin. Oreo, still running in circles, stopped after realizing the situation was settled, remaining about 30 meters away from the sorcerer goblin, and began barking. Woof-oh woof, eh? Seeing that the sorcerer goblin did not respond, Oreo excitedly moved 10 meters forward and barked again. Woof! This time, seeing that the sorcerer goblin was indeed unable to resist, Oreo immediately revved up its 4-wheel drive, and with unmatched momentum kicked the goblin sorcerer on the head. It also picked up the wooden stick used for casting spells. This round of beating the drowning dog left Oreo quite satisfied, while Sumo, walking from a distance, couldn't help but laugh. This little guy doesn't say much, but harbors such resentment. No wonder its fur was burnt off. With a smile, Sumo walked with ease. This was a correct recognition of his own strength, as well as the strong sense of security brought by the electric crossbow. Under such a weapon that could cause effective harm from hundreds of meters away, what was the goblin's fireball? At most, it could be considered a hand grenade that couldn't be thrown far. The sorcerer goblin, pinned down by the crossbow bolts and then hit by Oreo, was now lying on the ground, slightly disoriented. From a distance, upon seeing Sumo approaching with a spear, it despairingly closed its eyes. Woof! A low groan escaped its lips. At this moment, Sumo's image in its heart had been elevated infinitely. This man, resembling the Grim Reaper, possessed the ability to destroy them from the shadows. How could the weak goblins compete with such a demonic figure? Moreover, the sorcerer goblin recalled the words of its deceased father. If one day you encounter a legendary human powerhouse, remember, don't rush in. They are terrifying. A flurry of memories quickly flashed through the sorcerer goblin's mind. The massacre of human villages a few days ago would ultimately have to be repaid, wouldn't it? It knew. This was the last memory before death. However, suddenly a stream of clear water was injected into its parched, bleeding throat. With the infusion of clear water, the bleeding wound on its arm stopped bleeding, and the fiery pain in its chest gradually faded. It curiously opened its eyes. What a fist the size of a fireball. With this thought, it blissfully fainted. It seems this dog-headed sorcerer has a bit of a problem with his mind. I've pinned him to the ground, yet he still wears that foolish grin. With that, Sumo decided to throw a punch to let him truly understand the situation. Oreo, come over and keep an eye on this one and don't let him wake up. Upon receiving the command, Oreo was quite excited, his black and white dog face radiating joy. In his world, guarding this fellow who had ruined his appearance seemed more enjoyable than a lavish feast. 5 dog-headed men, yet 3 wooden chests, and 1 copper chest dropped. Killing these creatures seems a bit rewarding. As time passed, the dog-headed sorcerer, shot dead, was deemed completely lifeless by the game's panel, dropping treasure chests. For some reason, the first dog-headed sorcerer shot down this time didn't drop a silver chest, but only a copper one. With a slight sense of regret, Sumo gathered all the chests together and began to open them. Record: you have obtained 500 milliliters of Waham mineral water 2. Record: you have obtained 30 milliliters of chili sauce 1. Record: you have obtained 5L of vegetable oil 1. Record: you have obtained a bag of pepper seeds. Record: you have obtained a skateboard. I actually got vegetable oil, what a great item. After placing the other 4 items into storage, Sumo took out the vegetable oil packaged with Jinlongju. Basking in the sunlight, the vegetable oil was illuminated with a pure golden glow. Once my vegetables grow, perhaps I can make some stir-fry and maybe even noodles next time. No, today I'll make a bowl of beef oil splash noodles. Who could resist that? Just thinking about the exquisite taste of oil splash noodles made Sumo feel as if he had eaten a plum, with countless sour juices bursting forth from his mouth. His stomach, which was not hungry before, now grumbled. In a great mood, Sumo looked at the dog-headed men sprawled on the ground and felt a thrill of excitement in his eyes. Dog-headed men, truly my treasure. Taking out a shovel from his storage space, Sumo began to dig a pit in a relatively secluded area. Although such simple burial wouldn't serve much purpose, in hopes of delaying the dog-headed men's search, Sumo decided to bury these dog-headed men who somewhat resembled humans. Having gained experience from the first burial, Sumo's movements were much more practiced this time. In just a few strokes, he dug out a pit larger than the previous one. After carefully placing the deceased dog-headed men into the pit, Sumo opened his storage space again and placed the wooden barrels containing 2 dog-headed men from the ruins into the large pit before starting to bury them. Sumo was like a diligent farmer tirelessly cultivating barren land. Drops of sweat slid down his forehead, falling into the deep pit and mixing with the soil. In this apocalypse, not only human lives are as insignificant as grass, but these monsters must also adhere to the law of the jungle. With everything set aside, Sumo took out the grass rope used for exploring the ruins today, walked up to the dog-headed sorcerer, and began the binding play. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The 3-meter-long grass rope wrapped around 5 times from top to bottom, nearly turning the dog-headed sorcerer into a rice dumpling. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Oreo beside him quickly nodded in agreement. Under the setting sun, the silhouettes of the man and dog stretched infinitely, seemingly becoming the only protagonists in this small world. His so thirsty, so painful, why can't I feel my arms at all? A sense of chaos swept over Mondi's mind as he struggled to lift his eyelids, which felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds to look ahead. It was dark, but very clean. This was his first impression of the place he found himself in. This stone cave not only lacked the foul stench of the dog-headed men's castle, but also carried a natural fragrance of earth and sunlight. Mondi struggled to turn his head, looking towards the only source of light. What is that glowing? Why is the light so gentle? An object no larger than a fist emitted a glow in the dark cave, illuminating a corner illuminating the man who resembled the Grim Reaper. In Mondi's vision, the man tenderly lifted a small white bag from one place and scooped a bowl of powdery substance. Grabbing some water, the man began to perform actions on a wooden board. After a while, he contentedly picked up a series of long white strips and dropped them into the boiling pot. A fragrant aroma instantly wafted from the pot. He wants to recruit me. I've heard that humans use food and women to entice captives. It seems that Mondi might have a day to enjoy such treatment. He seemed to care deeply about these items. It appeared he was reluctant to eat them, wanting to use this to persuade me to surrender. Should I eat directly or feign loyalty and wait until he asks me before indulging? A smile spread across Mondi's face as he seemed to envision the scene of the man enticing him to surrender. However, how could the poor dog-headed man understand human delicacies? As the man poured something from a small bottle, once more a sizzling sound filled the cave with a spicy and fragrant sensation. What kind of divine food is this? Despite his dog mouth leaking a bit, Mondi couldn't help but let a long drool escape from the corner of his mouth. A stimulating aroma flooded his mouth, reaching his stomach and eventually hitting the central nervous system of his brain. An inexplicable feeling of joy surged, as if every cell was breathing. Mondi swore that he had never seen such exquisite food, even during the annual tribal festival. Finally, the man completed all his tasks, dividing the food in the pot into 2 bowls, pouring one into a lowly dog clan's basin that was still crawling on the ground. The other bowl was placed into a small basin, and Mondi's smile was nearly uncontrollable. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. More exciting content awaits. He envied and felt jealous of the lowly dog clan for being able to enjoy such delicacies, while he eagerly anticipated the next moment when this Grim Reaper man would plead with him to eat the delicacies and personally recruit him as a vanguard general. Yet, what a fist as big as a fireball. Goodness, this dog-headed fellow must have a few screws loose. I didn't expect to have captured a fool. What a loss this is. Just after finishing the beef oil splash noodles, Sumo caught sight of the dog-headed sorcerer awakening and sitting on the ground, grinning foolishly in his peripheral vision. Although he was bound tightly with several loops, The dog-headed man seemed oblivious, opening his dog mouth and grinning foolishly. This expression, Sumo without any courtesy delivered another punch to let this fellow rest properly. If only I had some garlic and a sprinkle of green onions. Looking at the dog-headed man falling back to the ground, Sumo clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to his bowl of noodles. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. In the bowl of noodles, there was spicy oil beef jerky and dehydrated vegetables, but the taste was lacking without the garlic from Shang-Chi. With a slight sense of regret, Sumo quickly began to dig into the noodles in his bowl. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Oreo had nearly finished his portion. If Sumo didn't finish in time, Oreo would start whining and begging for more. He wolfed down the noodles, finishing them in a flurry, and downed a large cup of spiritual energy water to wash it all down. Sumo was satisfied. Oreo was satisfied too. The man and dog lay sprawled on the ground, enjoying the hard-earned sage time after their meal. However, in the dark corner on the slightly aggrieved and terrified dog face, a tear quietly rolled down the cheek of the dog-headed sorcerer. This diesel engine is indeed impressive, but it is rather loud, and starting it at night poses a bit of a challenge. Looking at the rumbling engine, charging the battery, Sumo felt a slight headache. After spending 2 survival points to repair a light bulb salvaged from Shelter No. 2, the base finally had stable lighting. The electric crossbow was now also connected to the power output of the diesel engine. Generally, a generator consumes about 210 to 240 grams of fuel to produce 1 kilowatt of electricity. Considering the transmission efficiency, the actual consumption is around 0.3 liters. Based on the fuel reserves at the base and the loss during conversion, 200 liters of diesel could generate approximately 600 kilowatt hours of electricity. That should be enough for now. Nodding slightly, Sumo pulled the wire connected to the light bulb to the goblin's front and called for Oreo. For some reason, Oreo had been increasingly inactive lately. After eating and playing for a while each day, it would lie next to the vegetable cultivation base, staring blankly at the small opening that let in light. A small head with great confusion. I'll wake him up later, and you can act as the translator. Is that okay? Woof. Oreo tilted its head in a human-like expression of doubt. I mean, you'll relay what I say to this goblin, and then let me know what he replies. After a simple explanation, Oreo nodded its head, revealing a signature, mischievous smile, indicating it was fully capable of this role. Oh, if you had just said it was an interrogation, that would have been straightforward. Seeing that Oreo understood, Sumo helped the goblin sit up on the stool, using a stick to secure it upright with the ropes binding it. Hey, wake up. Sumo slapped the side of the goblin's face twice, but due to his earlier punch, the goblin showed no reaction. Unfazed, Sumo signaled to Oreo, who understood, immediately leaping to the goblin's feet and biting down. A whoa. A sound like a wolf's howl erupted within the cave, and the goblin, who had been pretending to be unconscious, was startled almost to his knees. I said this goblin really has a problem. He hasn't even been bitten yet, and he's already panicking. Watching the goblin's performance, Sumo grew more curious about this race. How could there be such a lowly and bizarre race? Can this kind of creature even craft nuclear bombs, or rather hand grenades? Looking at the indignation on the goblin's face, Sumo couldn't help but smile slightly. Oreo asked him if he submits. Receiving the order, Oreo grinned mischievously and began communicating in its own dog language. Woof woof arg woof. The goblin displayed a human-like expression, and both Sumo and Oreo immediately understood its meaning. Disdain. The goblin looked down on Oreo, a fellow creature of the crawling type, with contempt. Well, you old dog, your temper seems quite stubborn. No need to say much. I have a complete set of criminal laws from Huaxia for you to choose from. Come on. Not talking, huh? Seeing the goblin lift its head defiantly, Sumo stepped forward and punched the goblin in the stomach. Boom buzz. For some unknown reason, Sumo felt his strength increasing. In less than 0.1 seconds after the punch landed, the goblin's eyes filled with tears, and it began to howl. Do you submit? Noticing that the goblin still hadn't reacted, Sumo delivered another swift punch. Woo woo woof woof woo woo. After being punched twice in succession, the goblin finally understood what it meant to be outmatched. If it weren't still tied up, it probably would have knelt down in submission. Meanwhile, Oreo also lifted its chin. Although it still had to look up at the goblin, an air of disdain began to rise. You dare glare at me. 1 punch. It was indeed true that a farmer's 3 punches could be quite sweet. After this blow, the goblin no longer dared to show any resistance, crying out while nodding repeatedly to indicate its submission. However, Sumo was merciless and threw another punch. Sorry, I don't like Nongfu Spring, I prefer Bao. Woof ha woof ha. Oreo, lying beside them, heard Sumo's words and looked at the already dazed goblin, laughing so hard it could hardly breathe. Oreo translate for him what TMD surprise means. Seeing the goblin's painful expression with its face scrunched up, Sumo finally swallowed down his anger thoroughly. Although this goblin seemed honest, it actually looked down on Oreo deep down, and there was a hint of disdain in its gaze. If the usual courtesies didn't work, then it could only first show courtesy, then proceed to burial. Fortunately, after 4 punches, the goblin became much more compliant. Ask him what he came here for. Is he specifically looking for me? Woof 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 woof. Woof woo woo woof hiss woof. Watching Oreo and the goblin struggle to communicate akin to a dialect conversing with Mandarin, Sumo could only facepalm and sit aside waiting. A simple sentence took Oreo a full 4 to 5 minutes to convey. Woof, are you saying he isn't here to find me? Seeing Oreo shake its head and the goblin's insincere expression, Sumo began to feel a headache. Ask him what he's sneaking around looking for in our thicket. Initially, Sumo thought the goblin had followed some tracks here, but upon closer inspection, that didn't seem to be the case. It seems I've been overly cautious. Perhaps. The goblins sent multiple teams to search for something, and this small squad just happened to run into me. After a brief thought, Sumo decided to wait for Oreo to relay the results. This time the conversation took even longer, about 10 minutes, during which Oreo's jaws were getting dry before it finally got some information. Woof, woof. Seeing Sumo's confusion, Oreo simply ran over to the pile of miscellaneous items, rummaging through it before finally bringing out a stick. It was indeed the tool the goblin used for casting spells. Is there something wrong with this stick? But the system can't scan its properties at all. Picking up the stick and holding it under the light bulb, Sumo began to examine it closely. He had already checked the seemingly magical wand the goblin had in shelter now, too. After all, who doesn't have a desire to be a magician? It's just a pity that this one not only lacked attributes, but also had no ability to cast fireballs with a simple wave. Now prompted by Oreo, Sumo looked closely again and suddenly noticed something unusual. At the tip of the stick, there was a small opening sealed with wood which didn't look like a naturally occurring object at all. Holding the stick near his nose, Sumo fanned the air with his hand, gathering the scent emitted by the stick under the influence of the wind. This smell. A familiar memory swirled in his mind. As he felt along the stick, Sumo found something resembling a button near the center. Gently pressing it, the small opening at the stick's tip opened, releasing an even stronger scent. Is this gunpowder? Opening the small hole that blocked the scent, Sumo immediately identified the components as the overwhelming odor wafted out. Gunpowder, or more accurately, black powder. Carefully pouring the black granules from the wooden stick onto the table, a pungent smell of sulfur arose. Do goblins really need black powder to cast their so-called fireball spell? Upon receiving this news, Sumo felt a bit incredulous. Previously in shelter now, too, the goblin sorcerer first waved its wooden stick before casting its fireball spell. Sumo had thought this was just a spell-casting gesture or the inherent attribute of the stick. He hadn't dared to consider that the goblin's fireball required a nod to science. So what the goblins are looking for is black powder. Hearing Sumo's mutterings, Oreo quickly nodded in agreement, indicating that Sumo was absolutely correct. The tied-up goblin at the table seemed resigned upon seeing Sumo pour out the black powder and continued chattering away. Ignoring the exchange between Oreo and the goblin, Sumo opened the game panel, selected resource scanning, and checked off the materials for black powder preparation. Record detected a small sulfur mine 465 meters southeast of the player's current position. Record today's attempts 23. As expected, what they came for today is this natural sulfur mine. Sumo's expression was neither sad nor happy, his thoughts drifting far away. The modern process of extracting sulfur has undergone countless innovations, even separating sulfur compounds from petroleum through steps like atmospheric distillation, catalytic cracking, and hydrocracking, producing sulfur from sulfur-containing wastewater. In ancient times, without this technology, people had two ways to prepare sulfur. One was to find natural sulfur mines like the one near the shelter. The second was to smelt iron sulfide to extract sulfur from it. The goblins' ability to identify and seek out sulfur mines proved they had touched the fringes of science. It was likely they already knew that mixing certain components in specific ratios would create such enhanced gunpowder, amplifying the power of fireballs through magical catalysis. Woof! During a moment of contemplation, Oreo returned after finishing his conversation with the goblin. Oreo pointed at the black powder Sumo had poured out, then pointed into the distance, and finally at the goblin. Are you saying he is willing to take us to the place where the goblin tribe mines? Oreo nodded. I have a sulfur mine here, but to prepare gunpowder we need enough potassium nitrate, which is a primary component of saltpeter. The goblin tribe might have discovered a significant saltpeter mine. Should we go? Sumo pondered. Black powder was absolutely essential for producing ammunition for firearms. If he could ultimately repair that small firearm machine, the raw materials for ammunition would be a major gap. Glancing at the still chattering goblin, Sumo decisively approached and delivered a punch to stun him. We definitely have to go. Not to mention the treasure chests the goblins yield, that alone is a considerable gain. Moreover, we need to investigate their lair, otherwise lingering nearby is like a ticking time bomb. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo made a decision. By this time, the sky outside was already darkening. After checking the situation around the shelter, Sumo walked over. He double-checked the ropes binding the goblin, dragged it to a corner of the cave, and instructed Oreo to keep an eye on it at night before returning to his small bed. In the apocalypse, once it got dark, one basically had to stay in the shelter. Turning off the light bulb, listening to the rumbling of the generator, Sumo gradually fell into a deep sleep. Doomsday Calendar January 7th. You have repaired a generator, raising the level of technological civilization. Survival points 10. You have discovered an underground ruin. 5. While exploring the underground ruin, you encountered enemies and defeated them decisively. Survival points 10. You made your first electric weapon, greatly enhancing combat power. Survival points 5. You effortlessly killed 5 goblins, reaping substantial rewards. Survival points 5. You have your first captive. Survival points 5. Scanning host survival environment. Survival points assessment in progress. Today, you gained 62 survival points. Final tally. Survival points 102. Remaining survival points 175. The morning not only brought good news from the system, but also a message from Shun Ku flashing on the game panel's private chat. Sitting at the head of the bed, Sumo looked at the obedient goblin in the corner under Orio's supervision and let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time a stranger had spent the night in the shelter, and that stranger was a goblin. He hadn't slept very soundly all night, worried that this goblin might be a wolf lying in wait, setting the shelter ablaze with a fire at night. Opening Shinke's message in the chat panel, Sumo focused his gaze. Shinku, Sumo, my uncle has finished drawing your design. Here's the trading link. Oh, just take a picture of it after you wake up. If there are any points on the design you don't understand, feel free to ask me at any time. Below the message was a trading item visible only to the two of them. After paying 2 disaster points, a flash of light appeared, and the design appeared in the storage space. Leaning against the bed, Sumo opened the private message used for recording his diary and began writing with his thoughts. Today is January 7th of the Doomsday Calendar, marking my 7th day in the wasteland, so it counts as a week. If the civilized world is still ongoing, it should now be December 29th, just 2 days away from New Year's Day. Oh, it seems my sister's birthday falls on the small new year this time. It looks like we won't be able to celebrate it. I wonder if mom and dad will give her a birthday celebration in another place. This section is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Currently, the supplies in the base are quite sufficient enough for me and Oreo for half a month. However, I consumed a bit too much flour yesterday. It seems I can only make 2 meals of oil splash noodles, and I'll save those for when the family comes over. The ethereal water has almost reached 20 liters. This item has high delivery fees in the trading system, so to open up more storage space, I'll save the points instead of trading. The captured goblin is quite honest. I plan to deal with the sulfur mine near the shelter today, attempting to extract a bit. If I can follow him to find the saltpeter mine, perhaps I could make black powder, which would ensure safety significantly. By the way, the vegetable cultivation base today still has. Wow, the garlic seeds seem to have sprouted, and the cabbage too. I see a bit of green peeking out from the black soil. Oh, it's truly a memorable day. Instinctively raising his head, Sumo caught sight of a little green sprout emerging from the cultivation base under the sunlight. This green surprise felt like a gift from heaven, instantly dispelling Sumo's morning drowsiness. Dressed and hurrying to the cultivation base, Sumo crouched down to examine closely. Where he had pressed the garlic seeds, a small sharp green sprout had already emerged. In the city, hardly anyone uses garlic seeds to grow garlic. Everyone buries garlic cloves in the soil, which grow quickly and require little care. Thus, it was Sumo's first time seeing garlic seeds sprouting like this. Meanwhile, the growth of the cabbage was even more encouraging, with a small green stem showing 2 leaves about the size of a fingernail. It looked like a miniature cabbage, appearing tender and white. This growth looks like it won't take a month for a batch of cabbage to grow. It has almost half the time. The green plants thrived like hope itself, flourishing in the cultivation medium, in the shelter and under the sunlight, bursting forth. They carried the hopes of Sumo as they sprouted. That little bit of green seemed to act like a cleanser, washing away the gloom that hung over Sumo's heart. As long as there is hope, how could I possibly not endure in this apocalyptic world? Gently scooping out a basin of ethereal water, Sumo carefully watered all the vegetable patches. Under the caress of the ethereal water, Sumo couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt that the stalks of the cabbage gleamed like jade, and the sprouts of the garlic appeared as lush as emeralds. Approaching the food storage area, Sumo thought for a moment and took out a small half portion of cookies. First, he prepared 2 servings of cookie dough, and after finishing 1 share each with Oreo, he took the remaining cookies and made his way to the ailing goblin. On the arms pierced by 2 crossbow bolts, the wounds now showed signs of decay. Although yesterday's ethereal water had halted the bleeding, the dosage was too small and inflammation had begun. The haggard goblin opened its eyes, and upon seeing Sumo, it despairingly closed them again, wearing an expression of resignation. Stop playing dead. Get up, drink some water, and eat something. You can't die today. Sumo took the food bowl used for Oreo, crushed the cookies, and after pouring in a small amount of ethereal water, presented it to the goblin. Initially, the goblin appeared resigned, but upon smelling the fragrant cookies and the subtle sweetness of the ethereal water, its survival instinct urged it to open its eyes. Woof woof, arg sniffed, so fragrant. The scent of the ethereal water awakened the goblin's will to survive, yet the bowl placed on the ground trampled upon its dignity. Should it be like Oreo lying on the ground, licking the bowl to eat? Or should it maintain some semblance of its dignity, as a half-human preferring to die standing rather than live kneeling? However, before Sumo could test it, the goblin's speed was alarmingly fast, and within a second of thinking it was already devouring the food in front of the bowl. Beside them, Oreo wore a disdainful expression, looking down at the goblin. Woof! It was unclear what Oreo had said, but the goblin ignored it, hastening its licking of the bowl. After consuming the ethereal water, the visibly inflamed and festering wounds on the goblin's arms began to heal, at the very least halting further decay. It seems the goblin's constitution is not as robust as I imagined. I estimate that in a day or two everyone will notice these half-human creatures. Sumo nodded, suppressing the idea of relaying news about the goblin. The current situation remained unclear, and he had yet to ascertain the goblin's lair. If it were merely near the base, it would be easy for someone to trace and guess that the shelter was nearby. In this apocalyptic world, allowing someone to grasp the location of the base would be far too dangerous. Sauntering to the rumbling generator, which had been working all night, it had begun to warm up, with the cooling fan beside the metallic cover whirring noisily. Glancing at the fuel level, since it was running at minimal power, approximately 2 to 3 liters of diesel had been consumed overnight. The 400 amp-hour lithium iron phosphate battery was fully charged, and the indicator light on the electric crossbow had changed from red to green. After strictly following the instructions to shut down the diesel generator, Sumo began to use the storage space to pile all the miscellaneous items in the center of the area. A flash of light appeared as the design blueprint sent by Shunko manifested in his hands. He placed it on the table, pulled over a lamp, and unfolded the entire design within the base, studying it closely. The blueprint was not complicated, nor was it the kind of dimensional drawing that only someone trained in engineering could understand. It comprised 2 sheets of paper, one being an aerial view of the shelter designed by Shinitian. The other sheet detailed the orientation of each room along with some minor details Sumo had proposed. However, focusing his attention, Sumo fixed his gaze on the blueprint, and sure enough, the attributes of the design were laid bare before the system. Underground shelter design, blueprint, fine description, a construction plan designed by the semi-senior architect Shun Etienne, whose intricate design ingeniously utilizes all available space. However, it should have achieved a perfect level, but the designer's excessive pursuit of spatial extremes caused it to drop a level. Upgrade direction 1. I redesigned the blueprint, standardized modifications to space usage, significantly enhance applicability, and greatly improve disaster resistance, requiring survival points, 225. Upgrade direction 2. Modify the blueprint to address its flaws while retaining the design concept, making it better suited to the current needs of the shelter, requiring survival points, 45. Evaluation following its design, placing just a small grenade in the right spot would instantly reduce your shelter to ruins. Indeed, even Shinitian cannot achieve absolute perfection. After all, there are many factors to consider. What does the system's evaluation mean? Sitting at the table, Sumo stared blankly at the evaluation from the system, unable to comprehend what it was hinting at for quite some time. The more apocalyptic it became, the more one would think. An inexplicable feeling made Sumo feel extremely uneasy. Shaking his head, he pushed that feeling aside. In this world, it seems that I can only trust a select few, and perhaps as time passes and the disaster worsens, even that small group will. Sumo's gaze drifted, and he seemed to see a shadow of a black hand looming invisibly over the shelter. The seemingly solid shelter would collapse into ruins under a small grenade. Among the ruins there was Sumo, his sister, and their parents. I must accelerate the development of the shelter. Fortunately, I should still be ahead of everyone else for now. The more he thought about the potential tragedies that might occur in the future, the tighter his fists clenched. This human is terrifying. His aura instills more fear than that of our Goblin King. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The sound of cracking joints startled the goblin, who had been quietly licking the cookie dough, causing it to freeze in place, afraid to make a sound. Continuing to carefully examine the foundational structures on the blueprint, Sumo analyzed where the issues might lie, then laid both sheets of the design flat. Shaking his head, he cast aside all chaotic thoughts. I choose upgrade direction 2, Sumo said in a low voice. As his voice fell, a green light radiated from his body, illuminating the blueprints. The black ink on the white paper seemed to come alive, dancing and swirling as if animated by a lively ink spirit. After dancing for 3 to 5 seconds under the constraint of the green light, the ink settled down, forming a new design blueprint that, while appearing similar to the previous one, was actually quite different upon closer inspection. Even if Sumo did not understand what had changed, the lines on the new blueprint were undeniably much smoother than before. It seems the power of the system is something that not even Shin Etienne, as a senior architect, can compare to. A flash of light revealed the new attributes of the design blueprint in front of Sumo. Underground shelter design blueprint, perfect description, a design blueprint that has reached the level of perfection, possessing 8 facilities. Constructing according to the blueprint description will yield intermediate earthquake resistance, intermediate protection, low-level insulation, and high-level expandability. Facilities 1. 3-section shelter entrance and exit passage 2. Crop cultivation room back door 3. Master bedroom, secondary bedroom, guest bedroom 4. Micro research center 5. Warehouse life supplies, warehouse weapon equipment, warehouse miscellaneous, warehouse 6. Micro command and operations center 7. Energy distribution room 8. Living room evaluation, Goblin, if I become an architect, I will design the shelter to be circular. Why is that? So that this terrifying demon king can never corner me against the wall again. The new design plan has divided the shelter into 8 sections, adding an additional operations center compared to the design by Shenitian. Soma displayed a look of delight as he carefully examined the areas outlined in the design. Although the current operations center only has a television for monitoring, I will definitely add more powerful items later. The expansion of the shelter will follow this plan. After scrutinizing the plan multiple times and confirming there are no additional features to add, Soma opened the game panel. Personal shelter. Level LV1. Description: a shelter constructed entirely of stone, exceptionally sturdy, providing excellent safety, with unique effectiveness in blocking moisture and retaining warmth. Space 140, floor height 4.2 m. Integrity 100. Facilities: iron stove, bed, large vegetable cultivation base, spiritual water extractor, dining table. Current available permissions: reconstruct shelter layout, automatically generate partition walls. Once, please adjust with caution. After clicking to reconstruct the shelter layout, the page flickered, revealing the interface he had encountered before. After finding the points function in the bottom corner, Soma clicked on it. The first paid feature on the reconstruction points list was importing the design plan. The price was not expensive, only requiring 15 points. However, for those living in a communal shelter, it was akin to a fortune. After spending 300 points to upgrade storage space and using an additional 54 points here and there, Soma found he still had 278 points left, more than enough to cover the cost of remodeling the base. After deducting 15 points, the design plan in his hand seemed to transform into flowing light, shattering with a thunderous noise within the base. Subsequently, on the game panel, the design blueprints loaded successfully, displaying all the plan structures and specific details. After trying out the preloading feature, Soma discovered he could move items directly to specified locations after planning, and he began to operate. First, he needed to embed the wires into the stone slabs. This job could only be done through the game panel or the system. After a while, once all the items were neatly categorized, Soma activated the remodeling function. With a nervous heart, Soma took one last deep look around the currently open plan base, feeling no lingering attachment. Out with the old, in with the new. A series of gentle tremors emanated from the ground, as if invisible hands were caressing the foundation. The goblin, still lying on the ground, looked around in fear, seemingly unable to comprehend why such a sturdy base would tremble so violently. Then an even more unsettling scene unfolded before them. The stone steps at the entrance of the shelter seemed to melt away, transforming into a pool of fiery red liquid before disappearing into the shelter. The doors of the shelter opened automatically, letting in bright sunlight. In the next moment, the entire shelter began to sink spontaneously, revealing a stone passage connecting the entrance and the shelter. The deep sunlight could no longer beam through the stone passage, but at the same time the base became even safer. Inside the base, the originally central lighting corridor began to shift, gradually moving to the upper right corner. The cultivation base, which was originally in the center, seemed to have divine assistance, slowly floating up and moving towards the light in the upper right corner. A stone partition naturally rose from the ground, standing firmly between the roof and the floor of the shelter, becoming more stable over time. Miscellaneous items began to float to their designated places while walls rose one after another. In a moment, the once bright, open-plan shelter plunged into darkness. However, at the same time as new walls emerged, the structure of the shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally empty shelter now had roughly 25 square meters designated as an entrance living room. In the living room were the wooden table and chairs crafted earlier, along with tea sets scavenged from the ruins. Using the light, Soma made his way to the wall beside the living room. As he pressed on the switch with his finger, the bulb hanging from the ceiling illuminated brightly, sweeping away all the darkness. In the corner of the living room was where the goblin was, along with Oreo, lying nearby keeping watch. In the midst of this earth-shattering change, Oreo was curious, yet helpless. Without Soma's command, he could only stay put, panting heavily. Taking out the flashlight from his storage space, Soma stepped towards the other rooms. According to the plan, behind the partition of the living room was Soma's bedroom, which was also the main bedroom of the shelter. The open-plan shelter looked large, but the plan layout was actually quite compact. In the bedroom, Soma only left space for a bed and a nightstand. The other 2 bedrooms were only big enough to fit a bed for now, and they would be expanded according to need when rebuilt later. The warehouse was located to the right upon entering, accessible through a doorless frame where weapons and equipment were stored. Further in was the place for living supplies, and finally, there was a space for miscellaneous items. The 3-way design not only saved space, but also made it extremely convenient to retrieve items without having to run around looking for them. On the left side upon entering was a micro operations center along with an energy center. The micro-research center spanned between the bedroom and the crop cultivation room. For the structural diagram, please refer to this chapter. After walking back and forth twice, Soma finally familiarized himself with the current layout of the base. Compared to the previous open-plan layout, this new structure, while reducing the visible area, significantly enhanced the base's insulation in a meaningful way. Within the limited space, the heating efficiency would certainly be much higher than that of the previous open-plan shelter. Upon opening the innermost door of the current shelter, Soma felt a wave of excitement. Similar to the back door, the sloped tunnel was about 10 meters long, and within this length, aside from the outer stone door, there was another door in the middle. Including the innermost door of the shelter, it formed a three-section design. This design not only ensured that if enemies breached the outermost door, there would still be room for maneuvering, but also allowed ambushes to be set between these two doors, enabling the annihilation of the invading enemies. It even allowed for shooting ports to be set up. Once enemies entered, firepower would be unleashed. If the safety of the previous base was only 5, this time it has jumped straight to 50. Soma exclaimed in amazement. The permissions that came with upgrading the shelter were extremely useful. The previous shelter was a stone shelter, and this time all the partitions and fittings were made of stone, saving a lot of trouble. Holding the flashlight, Soma found the damaged tungsten light bulbs he had brought back from the ruins. He had repaired one before, and now there were still 3 left, and these bulbs even had built-in switches which were very convenient. After spending 6 survival points, he repaired the 3 bulbs one by one. The first was installed in the bedroom for convenience during nighttime activities, and the second was placed above the living supplies warehouse to aid in searching for items. The last one was installed in the micro-research center. Here would be the starting point for the base's technological advancements in the future. Once this disaster was over, he would spend a lot of time figuring out how to elevate the base's technology tree. By the way, I have a workbench that I never built. Now I finally have a place to put it.